And then I can finally start the timer, and we will almost start on time. 15 minutes is quite in the range of being acceptable, I'd say. I will... By the way...
Are we going?
But it seems like
Okay,
everyone is ready.
Okay, one is missing. Who's not missing? Race will start in 10 seconds, so we are finally at it. And I'm glad.
Here we go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go! Have fun
Here we
with
go.
the
10 seconds.
back-to-back race.
It's finally starting. So first of all, we have a pretty long cutscene at the beginning that everyone is gonna have to watch. So enjoy the first cutscene. After that, they'll probably go get the cookery sword and collect a few rupees to buy the Deku Shield. Both are required to get past Nido, an NPC that blocks the path to Deku Tree. So every runner will have to collect those rupees, because that's the only way to get the Deku Shield.
This better be good. Mr. 14.
Funny enough, there are people that, for whatever reason, decided to do a run-up leaving Link's house, which takes about 5 minutes,
Thank you
which
for the
is
good
also
luck,
the time it takes to watch the first cutscene. More like 2 minutes, sorry.
Yes I did, Yumius. I'll have to look into that. I haven't.
I just changed the audio to my cats, because 95 Shade was a bit talking, so... yeah.
I'm so tempted to just
Okay, he's
look
talking too, so...
for a video on Big Octus Skip and see if
I will make the in-game audio a bit quieter. I'm sorry, I can't force people to not use commentary or to not use mic, so we have to deal with this, but we should be louder to get above the actual game feed, above the commentary of the runners, so you should be fine.
You can already see that some people mashed the A button faster than others. That's the difference, that because there's unsyncing on stream, some people are just faster than others at mashing the A button. Well, in this game actually you can mash both A and B button to progress through text. It seems like they're almost done with the opening. Yep, and now they get control of Link. So obviously the first thing everyone is gonna grab is the cookery sword. Get there, there's a maze area you can see on the minimap in the corner of the screen. You can collect the rupee on your way there.
Also, I'm terribly sorry, but I have to give you a new multi-twitch again, because Scribbles dropped, so I added Oxygen, so we have 4 people on stream again. I'm sorry, but that's nothing I can do about it.
That's alright. So the way the whole Kakuri Forest area is routed is to get the 40 rupees, which is the amount you need for the Deku Shield, and to get those the most efficient way.
Let's hope I can get Mario Hop.
So every movement they're making is Literally what everyone does to get those 40 rupees. Mostly when you get out of the crawl space, you backflip, side hop left, and backflip again to get 6 rupees right there.
Nice. Meant to do 2 side hops there, but whatever.
There's a jump slash you can get on the bridge up there.
Nice bomb.
Gives you access to another fast 5 rupees.
Shit.
Then you're entering the shop with 35. There's a 5 rupees right behind the counter. That's how you get your 40 rupees. So you have to equip both items to get past
Nice.
the NPC that blocks the path to the tree.
And also, sorry, now all tech stuff should be fine and we should be able to see the games properly. Maybe from time to time I will do small adjustments and I hope you don't mind. Handling so many streams at the same time is not an easy task, but I will try my best.
So that's a really fast path to get to the first dungeon of the game. And Deku Tree is pretty straightforward. I'm pretty sure you can skip the unique item you can find here, but it's probably a better idea if you're not so much used to this game to grab it anyway. Also, if you release the stick right as you approach the vine, you can skip the text with Abby talking to you. And if you backflip on the big chest there, grab the vine again, you also skip the text.
Thank you, Mr. Okay, we're good. Mr. Tapion. I will go fast.
And that's how you get past the first part of the game. The dungeon, I
Too
mean.
early. I'm sorry, I didn't
Also,
go
there's
fast
a setup that you can use
went too
to
fast.
skip the whole basement area.
And so far, actually, the start doesn't really is that much
Yeah, I don't know why
different
that
from the
didn't
90% route, and only now it starts to get different. Starts to get different with all skipping of all those gim stuff, the nut stuff, and all this. Now it
There
gets
we go.
really different. Until now,
Losing-
movement
I'm
and
losing
stuff
a
was
lot of time here.
pretty much the same.
Well, we did have a route difference with Mike going for the slingshot. I guess it can help him with Dodongo's Cavern and Jabu Jabu. Although there's ways to skip the
Oh.
slingshot then in Glitchless.
That would make sense. At first, I thought maybe my timing was
You
off.
pretty
for the
much
second roll.
need to know more about the game to do that.
When it's part where you grab snacks.
The
Oh, right
first
after
boss
this,
is really easy
boss
as
battle.
well. If you have the
There's a 2-minute
nuts
cutscene.
and a stick,
I think
you
it's
can
2 minutes.
kill the boss in 3 sword hits. Jump slash with the stick to get as much damage registered as possible, and with crouch stabbing you can deal that damage as many times as you want, and it takes only 3 hits to kill Goma. And that's how easy the first dungeon is in all categories. Even if you're not running glitchless, it still is mostly the same for every run. Also, taking the blue warp in Back2back is also a really long cutscene. Speaking of cutscenes, there's bound to be a lot in this mode. You cannot skip any cutscene in Glitchless, so that's gonna take a while. Most of the time, actually. Also, if you notice, the runners are playing on a Japanese run or a Japanese game. It allows them to have a faster
Right
text
there.
throughout the whole game. And there's not many, there's no difference between English and Japanese in terms of choices you have to make.
Hurry, Yumius, go grab your
So if
snacks.
you know the
It's late.
choices, don't need to play in English. Definitely worth it to play in Japanese, just to save those few frames. Sadly, some cutscenes like this one you cannot make, cannot make them any faster, even if you mash the buttons. It's just a movie, you can't change anything.
As you were just touching on Roshutsu, we had a few different, or a big variety between the estimates. The lowest one was actually 650. Chopperman had 650 as estimate, and actually Clochette had 630 on all things, and the highest was actually 10 hours straight. So yeah, it will be between 630 and 10, I believe. I think so. 10 hours would, by the way, mean it would be 6 a.m. my time, so yeah, good luck waiting for that, but that's how it is.
I hope you don't need to sleep.
I'm gonna compare against.
Sleep is for the weak, so
Oh,
yeah.
wow. I was ahead of my PB.
Also,
probably
if you
behind
notice,
PB
we're
now.
just trying to pass time during the cutscenes here. The Deku
That
cutscene,
is my
Deku Tree cutscene.
PB.
Well, they're done by now. That's the end of the cutscene when you get the stone. And Deku dies.
Rip Deku Tree, it was nice knowing you.
Press F to pay respect.
Yeah,
Can't
press
compare
F.
to anyone in the race.
Also, I have to
Or we don't have
up
the
my
same
mic
splits.
volume. So, yeah, press F if you like the Deku Tree.
Because I'm using sub splits. I don't know if they have splits.
So the reason they have to kill the to get the stone first, because you're not allowed to leave the Kakuri forest area until you do, unless you know some glitches. But this category is advanced glitches. So you have to defeat this dungeon first, obviously.
What was that movement? That was so bad.
But then you're rewarded with the Ocarina, which is pretty much useless in any round but glitchless.
I'm about to start my metronome. Because I don't think they're streaming my audio, so I think I should be fine on that. So, if you don't like loud and obnoxious, if you don't like loud metronomes, then mute the stream until after the owl. Well, shortly, mute your stream until after the owl.
Okay.
Playing a metronome.
So
This is now
since
speed kappa.
95 Shades actually uses a metronome to have proper timing.
Yeah,
That's nice.
the metronome is something really cool to use for the next part. When you enter Hyrule Field, is how that locks you up and talk to you. But if you press the sword button, the Dick stick button at a certain rhythm, you can totally skip this text.
Alright,
But
I'm
it's really
starting the
precise,
metronome
almost
now.
frame perfect for every button press.
Okay, so he just started it, so I will mute him and go to my the cats for a change, because that's pretty annoying. But yeah, so we are with my cats now. Audio should be somewhat similar in volume, so yeah. Also, if you notice any problems with the stream, please tell me so I can fix them. As said, I'm trying my best, but it's not easy to handle those this many streams.
And he fell ill.
Too bad. Also,
But thankfully, he's gonna stop his metronome because he doesn't need to skip the all for a long time, at least. Oh, and Nausicaa also failed it.
so in 5 minutes we will actually, don't be confused, switch to the next set of streamers, which are only 3 sadly, since a few dropped out, so you will only see 3 streams on our stream. But yeah, it will be quite similar, and for now probably all of them are close enough to each other.
Oh, by the way, you can farm a few rupees on top of the bridge here. You can get at least 60 by 40 each time you reload the area.
And then
So that's a
counting
good
costs
idea
after
to
that.
get rupees there pretty fast. You only need 80 to buy the Heian shield. That's pretty much required when you're adult. And it can save you the Deku shield in the Dodongo's cavern because you can burn it there. Also, if you notice, Ocarina of Time was the first game that introduced time as a mechanic. You can get day and night cycles, and it really starts well with the bridge leading to the market area closing in when you're in night time.
Blue after the third red
So you
flag.
pretty much have to run there when you first enter Hyrule Field.
You're talking about quick flashes already, right? So it's third quick red flash. That means it's
Okay, sorry, I just switched audio back to 95 Shade because Mike's microphone is pretty loud. Also, within a few minutes we will swap. Actually, we will swap now. So, yeah, if you're ready, Number, we can just take the next multi-twitch link I gave you.
Yeah, I have this open.
Okay, then I will make the cuts. Let's pray it works, and it does work, which is nice for me. So now we see Clochet, Austria Lava, and Mason on stream, who also are our last and final people on stream. So we sadly only have 7 people on stream. Ultimately we had like, if I'm correct, we had like 11, but a few dropped out, a few didn't show up, and a few are only doing one game. So we decided to keep it only for the back-to-back race. So only those people that actually will do both games will be shown here on stream. That's just something I had to do for tech limitations, because else I'm not really sure how I would have pulled it off. So yeah, sorry for those people who are only doing one game. Still, we are still super glad you're participating, and it's great to have you. But next time we maybe will do another one game race to make it easier for everyone. Also, I need to switch sound. So now we have Clochette's sound on the top left. Also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. You good? Number? Number? Are you good? I guess he is AFK, so I will just keep commentate that. Here, so as you can see, actually all three are at different positions. Austria Lava closely behind Clochette. And Clochette just entered Hyrule Castle. Also, if you might notice, I'm not the most knowledgeable in OOT, but I will give my best to at least... You are talking? Number, your mic seems not to work anymore. Now I can hear you. Hey, Number.
I have no idea what that meant.
It's fine. As long as you're here, it's fine. I'm glad. So keep going, I guess.
Yeah. The reason they went to the castle was to get Zelda's Lullaby, which is the first song you get in the game. And you pretty much needed to progress at this point. And also a really long cutscene, so enjoy more cutscenes. We should call this category cutscene %.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the bad sound quality. I guess that's partly his mic and partly Discord's compression. But hey, it's not... Yeah, I don't know. We tried everything to make it as good as possible, but yeah, it's nothing more we can do. It was really... Number actually jumped in at the last second to give us commentary, and I'm really grateful he did. So, yeah, shoutouts to you, Number. Why did the audio just cut out? I'm dying. Ah, it's back. Number, are you still there?
Yeah.
Good. So yeah, Number, you're hot. See? It's all good.
Thank you.
Clochette has some problems with the stream, so I guess we will switch to... Who will we take, actually?
Is it the stream or... No, it's a stream.
It seems to... Yeah, it seems to be the stream. So we'll see what Austria... Yeah, we'll just swap to Austria Lava.
It's also the
de cette cutscene. D'habitude, c'est raccourci.
Ah, he is talking pretty loud. So, and Mason is... I hate it.
I figure all the French runners are talking together.
Dude, I'll take that. One time getting caught. It's way better than my PB.
Okay, we will just take Austria for now, because apparently Clochette's stream has some problems, some issues. Oh, it just got big as all hell. Thank you, VLC player, for that. I really enjoy this. Okay, so yeah, here's some issues, so we will stay with Austria Lava for now.
Well, I did refresh the stream and it's all good now.
Yeah, it's just a bit laggy. Also, yes, I'm getting trolled by streams, but it's better this time than last time. Last time we did the All Dungeons Breath of the Wild tournament. We had like twice the entrance. And like actually we had like 30 entrants. 10 just didn't show up, so that was already bad. And then tech stuff just messed with me. So I'm glad it's working like that for now.
On est marre d'appuyer.
Which is
C'est
good.
vraiment la période cutscene, là, tu vois.
Because I guess you guys can imagine, like, also we are still going over cutscenes here, so I can talk. You guys can imagine running like 25 streams at the same time on your PC will just wreck him. It worked. So yeah, the Wind Waker above every other Zelda. I guess this could be somewhat like a touchy topic, so I won't comment on that. Which is the best Zelda for you, Number?
I think this one is. Although Breath of the Wild is really fun to play.
I
If
mean,
you admit, of course.
I mean, I am biased as fuck, because I'm a Twilight Princess guy, so yeah, I go with Twilight Princess. But, okay, let's not keep doing this. Yeah, multi-Twitch wouldn't work at all, Roshutsu, so I'm using 20, or in this case, 7 instances of VLC player to play Twitch streams, so, because that's the only way to handle all the streams at the same time, and stream at, I believe, 3.5k. Am I streaming at 3.5k?
Well, now we have progress on Flash's part. He's finally entering Kakariko village.
And sorry for the lag on Clochette's stream. It's not on my end. Or is it fine for you?
No, it's still stuttering a lot.
Yeah. So yeah, that's not on my end. I'm sorry.
Definitely on this side. So you might see some runners take the bottle in Kakariko, but it's totally for comfort, because you get one anyway in Zora's domain later. That's only if you want a second bottle, but this one is totally optional. Yeah, maybe he's splicing. I hope he isn't.
My mic was muted again. Nobody is splicing. Nobody ever spliced in the history of speedrunning. Please. I don't know what you're talking about, people. That's insane. Nobody would ever do that.
Kling.
So they're making their way up that mountain to Citavigno. They need to get a strength upgrade, which is the Garon bracelet, to enter the next dungeon. And for that you have to play Seria's song in front of Davigno. But you cannot do that yet because you don't have Seria's song, and to get there you need to get in Lostwood, the Sacred Forest Meadow. The fastest way is to get there might be to save and quit, or to open the platform currently to Lostwoods, which is pretty much what everyone is gonna do, because that path is gonna be really useful after getting Seria's song. You see that this corridor here is blocked by boulders. Once you break them, they're gone forever. Oh, and we see a house skip from Flashette there.
Maîtrise de la catégorie.
That was really quick. I hope you paid attention.
Là, c'est vraiment le meilleur.
Did manage to get the text skip. Probably save a few seconds there.
Ça c'est parfait tout ça là. Des beaux déplacements, bien courbés.
I don't know what the time is.
Voilà, et ce backwalk, il est pas super.
Yeah, and glitchless is not an easy run.
Voilà.
There's still a lot of hard tricks to pull to get a good time. Like the old skip that we just saw, which is almost frame perfect for 1,000 of button presses. And there are a few places you can get jumps to reach areas that aren't normally reachable on your first playthrough.
Ah, c'est mort celui-là. De toute façon, c'est marqué dans le guide. Que si
So
sur-
that's the second song you can get,
il réapparaît
Serious
dans
Song.
Serious Song.
named after the NPC right in front of you.
Pas là où je viens de passer, mais bah là où il est quoi. Mais ça dérange pas. Attaque-moi.
Loud.
Si, hein, les...
That was a
les 10
bit
secondes
of noise
de pub,
here.
merci.
Sorry.
Va te faire foutre.
Something happened with your mic, I guess. There, number.
What the fuck?
Oh.
Yeah, your mic pretty much just died, I believe. Maybe it did.
Test.
Ooh, yeah. We will fix Number's audio. I will mute you. Mute it for now. I'm sorry. Number, try again.
Does it work now?
Okay, we got it sorted out.
I have no idea what's happening.
Ah, it sounds like a bad cable or something. Like a bad cord.
Yeah, it might be it.
But yeah, as long as it's working, Jesus Christ, we will keep doing it and we'll keep use it. Sorry about the title again, I said it earlier. Sadly, we can't just adjust the title without having a ZSR mod or editor here. And sadly, Testrunner is not around, so he promised to edit it or to give us editor, but he probably forgot, which can happen. So we have to wait for him to show up to change it. So yeah, sorry about this.
Okay, so now we have Clashette at Avignon. He's gonna get the Garant bracelet. Heard this super hot dance. And what the Garant bracelet allows him to do is to grab bomb flowers. And you need to grab some of them in the Dodongo's cavern to progress.
Pardon? Oui, merci. J'ai pris 3 dégâts pour un cœur. Je sais pas pourquoi.
Yeah, 6 hours to change the title. Not so bad.
I'm pretty sure we will be able to do that. Like, yeah, I'm positive. We will get it till then.
Hop là.
It's just a thing with using like a big platform stream like this. You basically just have stuff that's out of your control like this happen, and as said, we will work on it. I can't promise anything, but I hope it will like change as soon as possible. Till then, I hope you just deal with it with our wrong title and wrong game. Please don't report us to Twitch. It would be kinda hilarious, but we don't want that. So, still going. At the same time, by the way, we have the 602 ways going on. I guess I can advertise that. So if you're interested in Mario 2, go check out the 602.
And now we finally have the second dungeon in the game, the Dodongo's cavern. One interesting thing that can happen in this game, in this dungeon, is that some players might choose to keep the Deku Shield equipped, which is a risk because there's many things in this dungeon that can burn it. some people might go the safest way and equip the Alien Shield. But if you equip the Alien Shield, you have a much tougher time to fight enemies because you can use every attack.
Rebel.
Well, at least for the bottom part of the dungeon, you don't need to switch your shields. There's a staircase they're gonna blow up
What the
later in the
fuck?
dungeon, and after that part, we'll see if they're gonna switch their shields.
So, as a newcomer to Glitchless, like I am, Number, what's like the hottest thing you skip in Glitchless? Or what is like the most close thing to a glitch you do? Because, as you all know, Glitchless is like a bit weird.
Well, you
as a
pretty
definition.
much do the whole game casually,
Yeah?
except for a few areas in every dungeon and the overworld. But I think the biggest skip you do in the game might be to skip the Lens of Truth, which is in the bottom of the well.
D'ici pour mes trucs de 10.
And is a totally useless item if you know everything that is visible in the game. There are invisible stuff that if you know where they're at, you totally don't need that item. And I'm pretty sure that everyone will skip that.
Okay, so for a quick change, we will go back to the first 4 people. So I guess you will have to switch the Katka as well.
Fine.
Yes? Okay, so I will go over this is now.
And this is interesting to see that there's a lot of people at the same place right now. We have 3 people if we include Clochette that just went to the staircase room. And it doesn't look like they're switching shields. So they might take the risk. Oh no, we see them right before the door.
Know what to do.
So we're back with audio on 95 shade, by the way. Although I can check oxygen. No, that's bad. Okay, we will stay with 95 shade. As said, I apologize for double the commentary. So if you hear the streamer's voice, I'm sorry for that. We can't force people to stream for 10 hours and don't say a single word to their chats. So yeah, we're trying to keep it as clean as possible. Might not be happening at all times. So back to you.
There's a sequence break that they did earlier with not taking the slingshot, and the first place it could have been useful is the next room. You need to hit a switch, and I switch to remove the fire that is on your path, but with some precise jumps you can totally walk right past the fire. Oh, and just got a fail there from Chopper. Thankfully you can just try it again. And he got it. But that was the easy room, because there's another room shortly after that has 2 fires, and the setup is a bit different for that room. So that's the second room.
That should work. Yep. Well, that was kind of sketchy. Nice, nice.
And it seems Auxiga just burned his shield. So you won't have the Deku shield for the remaining part of this dungeon. You can get one after the bridge that the spade is at right now, but yeah, there's a fight you got to do without his Deku shield.
Also, fuck me, I just said something without enabling my mic. I know we have 13 people there, but some of them are not doing both games, and some of them just didn't submit that they would take part today. And since we have to at some point put those layouts together, it's quite hard for me to add them now. So yeah, we will just roll with those 7, and I hope you're okay with that. Next time, that's why we do submissions in the first place, so we can do proper stream layouts and show people with their Twitch stuff and all this how it should be. Yeah, next time we will hopefully see more of them, because there's more ZSR events coming this year, which I'm not allowed to talk about yet, but you will have your fun on stream, I promise.
Yeah. The last part after opening the big mouth in Dodongo's cavern is really easy, really short, and you're already at the boss after opening that door. And this is a really fast boss to kill. If you take jump slash with the stick, you only need to do 2 crouch stab to kill the boss. So it's really fast. All you have to do is throw a bomb in his mouth, do a crouch stab, he's gonna roll at you, and repeat a second time. That's all for this boss.
I think I was too early. Never mind. I might be good.
Obviously, they're grabbing the hard containers for safety reasons. I'm pretty sure most of these runners could do the game with less hearts, but there's a dungeon that definitely requires you to have hearts. There are an enemy in the late game part of the game that can deal 4 hearts of damage at once. So it's way safer to grab them on your way there. Also, we can see that Mike having the slingshot can kill enemies in the air to save his shield.
Yeah, okay, well I gained time on PB on bombs. That's good. It's because of the owl skip.
We're about to get the going through, I guess. on Shade's stream.
Well, they already have it.
Yeah, Shade doesn't. Shade gets it right now, and Chopper has it.
Yeah, in a few seconds.
Yeah, about.
Alright, let's just stay close to
Actually, if
people,
I see that
and
correctly,
2 minutes at the end of the
Clochette on the
and
second
if you beat
stream
me,
is on the second page is actually ahead right now.
It seems like they're really at a good pace, all three of them. Next step is to get to the Zoria River area. The reason they're doing the dungeon is disorder is because the river is blocked by boulders and you need bombs that you got in Dodongo's cavern. But technically that's the only thing that requires the bomb on your way to the next dungeon.
I think this is fine. I don't think I'll hit the wall. That's working.
That's why with glitches you can enter the third dungeon first actually. Which is probably one of the best child dungeons to do first because you get a really good item in there, the boomerang, which allows you to collect Skulltulas and some items that are out of reach for Link.
That problem may not work.
Sadly, in this category, the boomerang is not that
Oh,
useful.
worked. Nice.
You barely only need it to kill the boss in the next dungeon, and that's all.
Yeah, there's this new Coco strat up here at the second gate. It's a little faster than what I do, but I never learned it. You go to the other side of that gate instead of coming down here.
Oh, and
It's
to open the waterfall at the end of Zora River, you need to play Zelda's Lullaby, but there's a way to skip playing that song by grabbing a cuckoo and bringing it up all the way to the waterfall. And you can skip a 10-second cutscene if you do that. So I think it's worth it to do the cuckoo strat.
Before it became night.
And it's really easy.
Sorry.
There's-
Oh, sorry. Keep going.
Yeah, it's really easy to do this strat if you're learning the game.
Also, yes, Rory, it's the Glitchless Race tournament. Sadly, the stream title is not updated yet because we don't have a mod around that can do it. And the mod we asked forgot about it. So yeah, this is the Glitchless tournament, and it just started like 48 minutes ago. Also, no, those are not the 4 fastest runners. We decided to actually put this together a bit more spread out, so you can see multiple stuff at the same time and don't have the same stuff on all 4 screens if they are really close to each other. In the end, I will try to show you the 3 or 4 guys that are about to finish, so you can see the actual finish of the game. But that's quite far away, so we will see about that.
Yeah, the child section of this game is really fast. There's still a lot of time as adult that it's gonna be take a while before we finish. So I mentioned earlier in Kakariko that you can grab a bottle, but it was totally optional. But here they're getting the silver skill to get to the second bottle of the game. That is definitely required in Glitchless because it unlocks the way to the third dungeon. You get this bottle in the bottom of Lake Alia, and it's there's a letter in it that you need to show to the Zora King.
I will try not to fall asleep. it's 9 p.m. now, so I will be good to go for a few hours. We'll see about this in like 7 hours, how I'm going then. Maybe the first few will be finished by then. Also, if you're really knowledgeable in Majora's Mask and feel like commentating, please hit me a message or shoot me a message on Discord, because our commentator sadly got sick and couldn't come today. So yeah, if you want to commentate later, hit me up. And now I won't interrupt Number more, because I'm more talking about like tech and behind the scenes stuff than Number gets to talk about the game. So yeah, sorry. I will keep my mouth shut.
Feel free to talk anytime you want. Gives me a break too.
Alright.
So if you're aware with this game, when you show the letter to King Zora, he moves away but really slowly. So that's another long cutscene that you can skip with glitches. Sadly, you cannot skip it in glitchless. You have to watch him move in slow-mo.
Weird noise. This guy makes some super weird noises. I'm almost always like startled by how they actually managed to like give him a voice that sounds like, I don't know, even want to say how it sounds. It sounds kind of iffy.
Also, there's a reason they're going back down. They need a fish to open the mouth of Jabu Jabu. And since they only have one bottle, they had to move King Zora first to get the bottle empty.
So, if I remember correctly, there's this big octo skip in Jabu Jabu in Glitchless, right? Like, where you skip the octo?
Yeah, but that's a really hard trick. I'm sure some of them will attempt it. But if you're playing casually, you're definitely defeating this mini-boss. Okay, so that's the third dungeon inside Jabu Jabu's belly, which is probably the weirdest dungeon in the whole series. I mean, come on, the inside is bigger than the outside.
So we're already 52 minutes in, entering Jabu now.
That's another thing to notice. Since they skipped the slingshot, they had to throw a bomb at the switch on the ceiling, which is the only place you need the slingshot in the intended route.
And later you use the boomerang, right?
Yeah, you don't need the slingshot until the boomerang, and when you get the boomerang, the slingshot is totally useless.
Okay. This is so uncomfortable. I will mute my mic and get me a better like sitting position, because this is like killing my back. I'm old. I'm sorry.
So there's an interesting mechanic in Jabu Jabu Belly that is fine in glitchless, but really annoying in other categories. You have to move Ruto around Zora in the dungeon to get the boomerang, and basically you have to do the dungeon glitchless anyway, since you have to move her.
And since it's glitchless.
Yeah. Since it's glitchless, it's fine. You're doing the intended route, but in other categories, you have to do it anyway.
Also, interesting for me, I don't know. Maybe you can tell me, what's the difference between glitchless and bug limit for OT? Do you know?
Don't think there's a bug limit in OT.
Okay, maybe it's just a difference
It's probably only for Majora's Mask.
Okay, because Yeah, okay. I can get that. Can get that because I wasn't really sure if there's anything bug limity in freaking OT. I don't think there's that big of a difference in Majora's Mask either. But yeah.
Yeah, maybe you're abusing a few mechanics in Glitchless, but that's all. You're just abusing game mechanics, which is allowed.
That should work.
Like, after they get the boomerang, you're probably gonna see one of the sequence break you can do glitchless, which is the damage boost with a bomb. When you get hit by a bomb or in midair, you get thrown forward a bit farther, and they're gonna use that mechanic to reach an area that isn't supposed to be reached. Sadly, this trick is really precise, so we might see a few fails. And some people might opt to not attempt it at all. Yeah, we can see on Mike's stream that the slingshot was intended there.
Alright, Big Dr. Skip. I've practiced this a few times before it started, so maybe I can get it first try.
And it looks like Spade is going for the damage boost. You have to release the bomb, jump, hope to reach the platform over there. Oh, and you can pause buffer to get the right frames. I believe you need to release the sword before you get hit, so he waits for the right frame. He failed it, sadly.
No!
And Chopper got it. So this is really great for Chopper since he can skip half of the dungeon
I had that.
and go straight to the
What are
boss.
you doing? No! you went backflip.
And here you only need to hit the switch on the
Waste
ceiling.
30 seconds waiting for the elevator.
With precise positioning, you can just hit it like that
Losing so much time.
without having to climb the vine in that room.
I'm so sad.
So Baronade is the boss of Jabu's Belly, and he's a really annoying boss. First you need the boomerang to kill him, and also he takes a few hits. He has 3 or 4 phases, I believe. So it's a really long fight. There's no way to make it any faster.
I think I'm too nervous going 2 frames now.
First phase is straightforward. You throw the boomerang 3 times to release him from the ceiling.
There we go.
Then you hit the center area, kill the jellyfish
Maybe I'll be better
twice.
if I practice it. Apparently if I
Then you have to do 3 jump slash with tickle stick damage, and he's dead.
I got that first try.
And actually,
It looks fast on Choppermine's side, but it's actually really harder than it seems
Why'd you go and do that?
to do this boss efficiently.
also to give you a quick overview over the other runners. Actually, Clochette just finished Jabu, I believe. Oh, not actually, he's...
No, he's doing the dungeon casually.
This run is
Yeah, sorry, I got lost there for a second, so... He
Yeah,
just finished the
he
upgrade.
he was doing the mini boss, so
Yeah.
losing time. So the route might have changed a bit between glitches and glitchless, and you'll see why soon. in Glitchless, you have to do all the child dungeons to open the door of time that allows you to go adult, but there's a glitch that allows you to go adult straight away from the beginning of the game.
So yeah, Chopper is done now with Jabu, right? And we'll go.
Yeah, it just got the Zora Sapphire.
Yeah, he will. What's now? He will buy the Highland Shield and then
How can you do
get
all this and
adult?
still type like that?
Is
I
that how?
believe he already has the Union Shield.
Okay, so he will just go get
Wow,
Ocarina and then.
Yumias, you're good
Yeah,
at
he's gonna get the Song of Time, Ocarina of Time, and to adult.
Okay, so I believe as soon as he actually goes adult, we will make the switch to the second row of streams again. But yeah, he will safe warp here and then go to adult. Kinda interesting to me, by the way, that safe warps are allowed in Glitchless OT, because that's a thing that newer Twilight Princess runs, newer Zelda runs like Twilight Princess, forbid in Glitchless safe warping. Like, you're just not allowed to do it.
I believe because this is the first Zelda game that had the glitchless category,
Yeah.
might have been too big of a change to remove that.
Yeah,
Since everyone was using it.
yeah, it's fine. Just got me. Just struck me that it's different for. I believe Skyward Sword doesn't even have a glitchless category, and Wind Waker is actually a hot thing right now, but TP, yeah, just doesn't have.
Well, there's also the fact that in Ocarina of Time, if you save in the overworld, there's only one place you're gonna be at. As child, you're gonna spawn in Link's house, and as adult, you're gonna spawn in Temple of Time.
Yeah,
So maybe that's the reason. Because in other Zelda games, you're spawning in the last area you were in.
also Chopper is actually leading right now.
Yeah, he's watching the Ocarina of Time cutscene.
Yeah. He's quite a bit ahead.
Sounds amazing, butter.
It's mostly due to the fact that he managed to do the damage boost in Jabu on first try,
I
Yeah.
don't know why I did that.
which I believe no other runner managed to do.
It would have been fine.
Chopper's estimate is actually for both is 650, so his estimate for OT was 350, so we will see if we can actually manage that.
If need be.
His estimate or his personal best?
I don't know, it was just his estimate.
Because if it's only his personal best, he's definitely not gonna be able to reach that time.
His PB is 346, so yeah, he can get 350. That's 3 minutes. I guess that's possible.
Yeah, in Glitchless, time really flies
Yeah.
when you feel something.
Also, Ganon is just ugly as fuck in OT. I notice time and time again how ugly Ganon is. So yeah, everybody is past. No, not really. Most are, or whatever. Forget what I was about to say. Doesn't matter. I said some bullshit that wasn't right.
Art, I lost her. Hey,
Yeah, and
kid.
also when Chopper is gonna be reaching the Master Sword pedestal, he's gonna have one of the longest cutscenes in the game.
I don't think so, Roan.
Going adult for the first time is a really long cutscene.
Racing as well. And Chopper. I think Chopper's slightly ahead of me.
Even in Glitchless, the sequence before that is long as well.
Before Jabu.
Because you have to grab the Ocarina, learn the Song of Time, play the Song of Time, That's still a lot of things to do and watch.
Oh, you meant task. Or are you talking about the race? I'm confused now.
Yeah, we are four people watching the Ocarina of Time cutscene right now. Two in. And we have Mike and Elsie still trying to do the damage rules. Mike just got it. That's really nice.
Oh, Rome. Did you hear? I got him first and the Friday Night Bingo Miser.
Yeah. Well, we do have Messin on the
Yeah, but I
other
got him first in
page
Friday
that
Night Bingo Miser. You should have
is
been there.
just entered Jabu Jabu. So we might have something to watch if we switch anyway.
Let
Also, I was
not
talking
say
again
who
without
is behind me.
microphone.
Let
I
go
need
the
to stop
finished
muting that.
candidates
So I
faster
just
if
said we will
I
switch after
fail
the people on page 2
say
actually
fast
finish the Master Sword cutscene.
and stuff.
And Square, SK Rare, I don't know. Yeah, we know about the title and we are terribly sorry, but the actual mods of the ZSR Twitch page are not around, sadly, and forgot to change it beforehand. So we sadly have to wait for them to show up. We are still like positive they will show up within the next few minutes or something to change it, but it's out of our hands, sadly. We're so sorry. And Master Sword time for
Yep.
Chopper.
Yeah, sadly, this is a really long cutscene when you pull the Master Sword.
I hate
This is actually the only required cutscene in all categories except any percent. The other cutscenes before is exclusive to Glitchless because you don't do the child dungeons in other categories. At least not all three as child.
60 degrees is way too cold.
So, yeah.
It needs to be
Chopper
like
just got the Master Sword.
70 at
95 Shade is in front of it. And on the other page, Clochette just got the Hylian Shield.
75 might be a little too hot.
And
The Ocarina of Time, you mean?
no, he just got the Hylian Shield. He bought it after Jabu Jabu.
Temperature.
Oh, right.
He's just entering Temple of Time now.
You begin to whine.
Okay. And Spade just pulled the Master Sword.
That's such a great cutscene.
Shade. Shade.
Yeah.
My bad.
And adult Link looks so badass in comparison.
Well, that depends on your point of view. I'm not a real fan of the white pants.
Well, yeah. But still gotta say, this game is like, how old is it? Like 21, 20 years?
Well, that's it. Why would
Something
you
like
want a
that.
blanket?
It still
I
looks
believe,
it still looks pretty damn impressive for that.
yeah.
Blanket is for when you go night night on your bed when you go sleep. Wait, yeah.
No wonder it stood out between the other games.
Good at talking.
For its time, it was a really complete game.
Oh wow, yeah.
There was a lot of content and a lot of fun.
Tolerant than I am.
So yeah, we have 2 more people. Actually, Closhed and Australia are actually side by side, basically tied to the frame. Just picked up the Master Sword in the second stream. You will see them playing as soon as they finish the cutscene. And thanks Legend of Zelda, we will just put this out to all the runners, to the 7 runners on stream and to the streamers off stream who will just do OOT or just MM. Thanks for the good luck.
So this is the last part of the Master Sword cutscene, where she talks to you about the adult dungeons.
Wow.
It's probably the shortest part of this whole cutscene. So Chopper is gonna get control of Link really shortly. And yes, thankfully he doesn't need to save warp here because the door is already open. When you do the door time skip in glitches, you can't clip through it as adult on your way back, so you have to save warp to get inside the Temple of Time, but from the other side. So obviously the first thing you want to do when you got adult is get the hook shot. And you can find it in the graveyard area. Also, you can also get a Hylian shield there if you know where it is. But since they bought it from a shop, which is always faster, then they don't need to get there. It seems like Shade is done with the cutscene as well.
It doesn't really snow much here.
So if you come here as child and then as adult, you're gonna notice that there's a new grave. That's where Dempe is. So if you come died in the 7 years that you didn't see. But he's still pretty active, it seems.
So, oh no, it's still, they are still in the cutscene, they just turned adult. So the only problem about having these 2 pages so close together is that we will see some stuff twice. But yeah, that's the problem with handling like 7 streams at the same time. There will be double duplicates and
That's not the movement.
things
Let me get a sub.
being seen several times on stream. Nothing we can really do about it.
I was gonna go to that mountain, but I revenge your as child. It's supposed to be adult movement. We're adults now. Just
Also, this is a mini speedrun if you like the Dempe race. I believe the best time you can get might be around 46.
He did a 49.
Yeah, that's really good. I've yet to get anything under 50, so that's always good to get anything under 50. I mean, if you get hit once by the fires, you're losing 2 seconds.
Yeah, and Shade just got hit twice.
This is a horrible Dempe. Dempe does not like me today.
Dempe is just like a pain in the ass for most OT categories.
Okay, maybe
Also, you can see that void warping is allowed, glitchless,
I'm okay with this step 8, even
if you let the door close in front of you. Get back to the entrance, which is faster than playing Song of Time and getting in the windmill area.
wow, this would be like a, this could be a 55. That was way too early.
So here's something really interesting. The dungeons are intended to be
56.
done in this order: forest, fire, water, shadow, and spirit. But in every category you can do them in a different order, even in glitchless. And that's probably what they're gonna do, because it's faster to reach a fire temple first.
I don't know how that's relative, but
So yeah, sorry. Keep going.
Also, there's many other things you can do.
Yeah, keep going. Sorry.
I'll just go.
Okay, I wanted to switch to the other three, but keep going, keep finishing your sentence, and then we will make the switch.
Oh, it's okay. Just switch.
and now
Okay,
the
so we will switch back to the second pair. Second trio of runners actually, and we will see how they are doing.
I'm advertising and posting links.
And I will go to Closet's audio. So
Yeah.
we're good.
So we have two runners there doing the Damper race, or they are not that far behind as well. And Maeslin is still trying to kill Baronade.
And we will see. Actually, Closet got a 47.
That's really good.
That's like almost perfect. And Australia will get a bit of a worse time here. Yeah, he actually got trolled a bit. Gets a 54. And Mason is only just touching the blue warp. And will get to adulthood soon. He will grow up finally. So we have all 7 runners now finished with Jabu. Oxygen and Malaysian slightly behind the rest.
Also, once you go adult, there are also sub dungeons. I mean dungeons that doesn't give you a medallions, but are still required to do, like Ice Cavern. The other two dungeons that are really optional are Bottom of the Well and Gerudo Training Ground. They have cool stuff in there as well, but glitchless, you don't need to get those two. Also, now is a good time to get magic. It's a lot faster to get magic as adult than it is as child. And you can totally skip Dense Fire, which is a spell you can only get as child. Although they might opt to get it later when they're going back to child, which is required in glitchless as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to me too, I should say. Like that MM usually seems like the longer game, but glitchless is like easily faster. Like, I don't even know how much. It's like an hour faster, I believe, for glitchless. Not entirely. More like 50 minutes.
I think the big difference between Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time is the amount of optional content. There's a lot of optional stuff in Majora's Mask, and in Ocarina of Time there's a lot of required stuff. Take the number of dungeons, for example. You need to clear at least 8 of them in Ocarina of Time. In Majora's Mask there's only 4. Also, here's an interesting thing you can do as an adult is to get the warp songs. This is something you can only get as adult, except for one, but glitchless, you're gonna get it as adult anyway. And these warp songs allows you to move around the map a lot faster. Which is the reason why they're gonna do Fire Temple first, since that's the first warp song they're grabbing. Also, it's important to note that going with this route, they're skipping the Goron Tonic, which allows them to move around in heated area. And since they won't have it, they're gonna have a timer in Fire Temple. If that timer reaches 0, they die. Simple as that. To avoid that, you can get a bigger timer with more health, or you can grab fairies to respawn you, to revive you, I mean. But optimally, you can do Fire Temple with 5 arts, but you must not get hit when you enter the heated rooms. Next up is gonna be Ice Cavern, which is it's not an adult dungeon, but you need to get there to get to the Water Temple anyway. In Ice Cavern, you can get the Iron Boots, which allows you to get deep in the water. And that's also another tunic there that they're probably gonna skip, the Zora tunic, which allows them to breathe underwater. Again, if you have more health, you have a bigger timer in the water, so they're gonna be totally fine with that. And it's a lot easier to do Water Temple with 3 hearts. Even if you don't have the tunic, you have plenty of time. But before we get to Ice Cavern, there's a really important item you can get here, Powerful's Wind, which is a fairy spell. This spell allows you to put a warp in a dungeon in any room, and you can get back to that warp at any time. It's really useful if you don't want to backtrack in dungeons. Also, I doubt we're gonna see this, but if you put a warp in a dungeon and go in another dungeon, you can still use that warp.
Oh wow, I was gone for a few minutes and Fire Temple's already done for?
Nope, they're not in
And
Fire
it's
Temple yet.
Ice Cavern. I was just about to say, like, what the fuck? Okay.
No, they're going for overworld stuff before entering dungeons.
Yeah.
For example, Clochette just got the Pharaoh's Wind and Bolero Fire.
Yeah. And then it's
So
like, yeah. Zora Fountain, Pharaoh's Wind, Iron Boots, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
After the Iron Boots, they're gonna warp to Fire Temple
Yeah,
and do
okay.
their first adult dungeon.
I was about to say, I was just, like, getting back and saw lots of water on stream and ice and what's about... Wait, what the fuck? Water temple? Okay, all good.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that warp songs are really useful because you can do the overworld stuff first and warp to dungeon straight afterward.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, right now they have access to Forest and Fire Temple, and after Ice Cavern, they're gonna have access to Water Temple as well. And you only need the hookshot to get access to all three of them.
So I believe by now everyone is adult, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, Mason is watching the cutscene, but yeah, he's
Yeah.
adult. Also, there's a Navitex you cannot skip in Ice Cavern when you get close to this first blue fire. Weirdly, it doesn't happen with the other blue fires, only this one.
Do the runners need fire arrows for glitchless?
I believe they do, because they skipped Inspire, and also it's required to have a fire source to enter Shadow Temple glitchless. And there's a trial in Ganon's Tower that requires a fire source as well. Ooh. Flechette is having a really hard time with ice keys. Thankfully, he got all the jumps right. An interesting mechanic here is that Lynx cannot jump normally, but if you get close to a ledge, you can jump there. And depending on your angle, you can reach stuff that are unreachable usually. So here we get the Iron Boots, but we also get the double cutscene with the Serenade of Water. And that's what gives them access to Water Temple quickly. That warp leads to Lake Alia. And doing so, they don't have to watch the cutscene of entering the Lake Alia. Astrid got the jump as well to skip the whole puzzle. So it could be completely up to them to do the dungeons in whatever order they want. But it's probably best to do fire and forest straight afterward, because it's really fast to get from fire temple to forest temple.
Okay, what about if we switch again?
I'm fine.
Yes? Okay. So let's do it. We will make the switch back to the first 4. And I will...
I
Ooh, that's
really
interesting.
like the movement after
We
that.
have 2 rudders already in
Because
fire
every
temple
time
there.
I roll, I usually either balk into the wall somewhere there or talk to the Goron or something like that. So I can never get it.
That was a smooth transition. I'm proud. It worked out nicely.
So Chopper grabbed the ferry, and I believe it's definitely required in this dungeon. If it's not, it's a huge safety to take. Because if the timer runs out to 0, it's gonna save your life. And he's actually entering the longest sequence with the timer. This room and the room right after both have the timer that runs down. With 3 hearts, you don't have enough time to do those 2 rooms. And basically with the ferry, you double this time. But I think he's gonna be fine.
Get hit by that explosion.
I don't think there's any other room where there's a timer. Except for the final boss in the dungeon, Volvagia. Nice jump there. So Fire Temple is a linear dungeon. There is no way to skip any part of it, except maybe this maze area. But that's about it. Also, when you get the hammer, you can go straight to the boss with clipping out of bounds. But they aren't allowed to do that in this category anyway.
Is that gonna work? Okay, it worked. What was that angle? Is that gonna work? No, it did not work. Rip.
Also, again, I can't say how grateful I am for Number to just join in on the commentary on
Oh,
such
yeah,
short
brother.
notice.
I don't think they have someone.
He really saved my ass, cause I would have shown like a billion times by now that I have no clue about OT glitchless at all. So I'm really grateful we are here, Number.
Later here and that. You can always go for that bum chest.
Yeah, there are still some stuff that I'm not aware of in glitchless.
It's still really good to have you. Thank you.
Okay, so they're setting up for Oswin here to get back up quicker. Else you would have to climb this
There we go. That's the
chain
movement I want.
all the way up. And normally you would need 2 keys to progress here. But clipping through a wall of fire is not a
You wanted to
glitch,
watch Skyward Sword.
apparently.
You either either watch Skyward Sword.
Well, that's a
and make it
problem
world
about
record.
like glitchless definitions. Like some stuff is always allowed if it's clipping or if it's like bomb boosting or whatever.
Play its extra.
I mean,
Well,
every
you
game is
cannot-
different. in
You
that
cannot
regard.
clip out of bounds in
Yeah.
glitchless, but you can clip through stuff like the wall of fires there.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. It's like a bit iffy.
Yeah, they spawn like a bit after you
Actually, well,
go
that
through them.
depends. I don't want. What about Skyward Sword and Glitch?
That's why bug limit is most of the time like the better definition or the better name for the category, just because glitchless is.
They go back and forth.
I believe never have I seen a true glitchless speedrun where like everything was done like intended, because that's boring as fuck for most people. So yeah, I guess that's like.
Yeah, and it saves about 30 seconds.
Every time I look, it's either
What do you mean?
The clip they just did
Oh,
with
okay.
firewalls.
Jimmy. Okay. I don't think there was restreaming.
And this is probably one of the most annoying dungeon to go to the boss, because the boss is right at the entrance and it's really easy to get to it, but
Isn't that hard?
you need the hammer, the megaton hammer, which is at the top of the dungeon, and that's what takes most of the time in this dungeon. Once you get the hammer, you're basically free to get to the boss.
I'm upset. I'm disappointed in myself for failing that. It's so easy.
Although you also need the hammer to get the big
I'm
key,
a deserve to be called a speedrunner.
which is at the entrance as well.
You should just ban me now from the leaderboards. Nope, don't actually do that.
Sorry guys, you just heard some like beeping on stream. That was me by accident.
Butter.
So I believe Chopper is gonna save warp after grabbing the key here, because
Now,
save
probably
warping
should
is
get world
always faster
record if I'm
to
banned
get to
from
the entrance.
leaderboards. I mean, it's all about world record, right? So I can't get it if I get banned.
Did anybody get the hammer already?
Chopper has it,
Chopper has it.
Yeah. and Shade is about to get it as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, technically you only need 3 items in this dungeon: the hookshot, the bombs, and
I love this switch.
the hammer.
Okay.
Switch didn't want to be pushed, so it pushed me.
So it's only a
Switch
quick way to get to the hammer and just get to the boss after that. You barely need to switch your inventory at all, depending if you take the ferry or not, the first room. Also, it's interesting to note that if you hit this wall with the hammer, you're gonna stun the flare dancer, and he falls straight off to the ground.
No!
So besides safe warping, is death warping allowed as well? In glitchless?
I believe they did after Seria's song.
Okay, and that's allowed, yeah. So yeah. So after the safe warp, it's just boss key and then Volvagia, right?
Yep. And this is probably one of the
I am
most risky boss to do early on,
I can't even save warp right.
because first you have a timer without the command to Nick that you have to kill the boss on, and also Volvagia's flame can hit pretty hard. Thankfully, when they enter the boss room, the timer resets.
So it's not like it's really close, right?
I hope
You have
guys love
enough
cutscenes.
time.
You have enough time with 5 hearts. And I believe Chopper also still has a fairy. So you can add 50 seconds to that timer if he dies.
Okay. So time for the boss fight.
Just before hook shots.
Yeah, and if you drop bombs on the
Here.
hole
This is like
that Volvagia just goes in there,
about 40 minutes
you
ago,
can still damage her.
I'm just 40 minutes behind now.
So do you do the one cycle in glitchless?
You can do 1 cycle, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see if he gets it.
It's rather easy to get.
Yeah.
Basically, how this boss works is that there are 2 sprites, one that is under the ground and flies off like that. The other one is just the head that you can damage. So when the head is outside, ooh,
I warped.
yeah, when the head is outside, you can damage the sprite that is underground by dropping bombs there. Like for example, the hole that Volvagia is in right now, that's where the sprite is.
Also, what happened to 95 Shade?
And my last save was Radar Jabu, which is 40 minutes back.
Did he have to
Oh,
reset?
he warped out by accident or something,
I probably won't be able to get sub 430
or
430 now.
he's
Oh,
just talking about
that
it.
sucks.
40 minutes.
He messed up the save or something, and when he save warped, his last save was right after Jabu, so he has to
Ooh.
get all the stuff again. Oh, that puts him back
He's last now.
like 40 minutes.
And he was in Fire Temple as well, that sucks.
Yeah, he was right behind. Chopper maybe like a minute behind, or 2. Oh, that sucks bad.
And
Poor
now he's
95
about
Shade.
an hour behind. That really sucks. So apparently the Chopper failed to kill Volvagia in time and has to restart the boss. Oh, he's gonna grab another fairy since he lost his one.
Even if I play like Denny, I still want. I probably will get like a high 420. Maybe a 420.
So Chopper is having a rough time with Volvagia. Thankfully the boss is right at the entrance.
Well, we get to do the lovely Ice Cavern again.
Ooh, that was close. 2
What?
seconds.
What happened to Chopper?
He probably died, but thankfully the boss is right at the entrance.
And apparently, Clochette died as well.
Oh,
I was
Also,
trying to do the save warp and
so they are both at Volvagia right now.
I reset without saving by accident.
also, I just asked 95 Shade. He actually tried to save warp, and it didn't save. So yeah,
He forgot to save and reset.
probably. So yeah,
that's
that puts him super far away.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
His estimate for OT was 355. Okay, he won't be able to do that.
definitely not.
But huge shout outs to him for still continuing.
Yeah. And Chopper just killed Volvagia. Although his timer
Like this
did,
is fine.
does stop during the Dahin cutscene, still gonna keep going on after that, so it has to be quick about grabbing the heart if he needs it and entering the blue warp. And it looks like he's entering the blue warp straight away.
Yes. So he just finished the Fire Temple and will now go towards Forest Temple. And I guess that's a good point for us to swap again.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Fire Temple was the main reason they had to get hearts early on.
So we will get back to the other three and go now. And I have to swap audio again. Yes, here we go. Audio's on close shut again.
Yep, and Clashetta is also done with Fire Temple as well. They seem to be in sync about now. Let me check. Yeah, Chopper is barely ahead.
Gigo, people can decide if they pick glitchless or bug limit. We just said, okay, you can decide between the two because they are too similar to just, well, cut them from each other. Also, it's quite hard to like watch all runners and make sure they only run glitchless or they only run bug limit. So yeah, they can decide. Probably most will probably do bug limit, and OT will be glitchless. Cause I don't know if there's bug limit for OT at all.
Now glitchless is the only available category for Ocarina of Time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only OT and MM. We would love to do all 3D races, all 3D Zeldas, but
I don't think the runners would love it.
yeah, I promise there will be something like that later this year. You will see something on stream here on CSR within the next few months. And yes, stream title, we are super sorry. We're still trying to get Test Runner to change it, but he is probably not at home or something. He just forgot about it. So yeah, we're still waiting for him to do it.
So as I said, getting to Forest after Fire is really quick. As you can see, Clochette is already there. There's this setup that allows you to get on top of the maze in Secret Forest Meadow. And it doesn't look like that warping is allowed. I might have been wrong, since you could technically skip this cutscene here if you die as you enter the area.
So it seems for OT, Clochette and Chopper will be the two that actually fight for the fastest time. I mean, they are like within 5 seconds of each other. Cutscene skips are not allowed, death swaps are allowed. Or that is what Gigo tells us. Oh my god, my mouth. My language, my tongue, whatever.
It really sucks for Shade because he was fairly behind them as well.
Yeah, true. Again, I'm like super startled. He actually keeps going, which shows how great his mindset is, because that's not something everybody would do. I'm really, really, really glad he keeps going.
But it looks like Astre is entering Volvagia's fight, so he's not that far behind as well.
Especially if he manages to kill it the first time without dying, he will catch up quite a bit.
Yeah.
And it's not like Mason and who's the other one? Oh god, I lost track. Mason and Mike are that far behind either. Although Mason is quite far behind. I'm actually...
Okay, so in Forest Temple there's an item that is required to finish the game. Well, to kill the last boss at least. It's the fairy bow. And that coupled with the light arrows that are needed to kill Ganondorf. Pretty much needed in most of the categories.
So yeah, about the thing in chat, probably SVA would be the guy to talk about. Gymnast, of course. And then I don't know if there's more OOT glitchless runners that are good in SS. I mean, DF would probably be good for TP, but not for SS.
Also, there's a sequence break you can do in Forest Temple, glitchless. With the jump slash and the record from a wall, you can reach a balcony area that normally you would require the boat to reach. Thankfully, they will use this route because they need two more keys actually to get to the bow. And it looks like Astray just got Volvagia on first try, which is really good for him. Also, you can skip this puzzle with the blocks and glitches. Okay, so here comes the jump slash I was talking about. If you have a precise angle, jump slash on this wall, get to this door that is normally unreachable. And normally you would need the boat to get the key that is in this room. And you'll probably see now why they chose to get the iron boots before doing this temple. Normally you would need to hit a switch to lower the water in this room. But with iron boots you can just go straight to the bottom and open that chest. Although to open it you have to use the shot on it first and mash A. and we then see again why Pharaoh's Wind is really good. So it seems like Iceland is done with Ice Cavern and is about to enter Fire Temple. Although his hard count is really low right now. He probably doesn't know that he can grab hearts in the first room of Fire Temple. Usually the fire keys that are there drop some. And it chose to not kill them. Oh, it's interesting that you can do this room with Pharaoh's Wind. But this is one of the glitchiest room in the game. I've seen countless game crashes right in that room in Forest Temple. I think the main reason is because there are 5 starfalls there and they have a lot of polygons. But that's how you get the fairy bow. Kill them all. So after you get the fairy bow, the next step is to kill the 4 post sisters that are in Forest Temple. Thankfully 2 of them are right here, the area. Ooh, that sucks. Mason almost reached the door before his timer ran out. Could have saved this fairy. Oh, and apparently Chopper got a crash.
Chopper got a crash.
Well, it's not. I saw him talk about it, but it's not on stream yet.
He probably did, because he's back in Fire Temple. So that loses him like, I don't know, 17 minutes, 16 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chopper sadly crashed. So why does this crash in Forest Temple?
Maybe because of too many sprites in one room.
Okay.
There's a room in the back of Forest Temple that has 5 salvos, 2 invisible chests, and a moving platform.
Oh, that sucks. That sets him back quite far, and he was actually, yeah, quite a bit ahead.
Yeah.
Now Clochette is easily in the lead.
unknown to him, there's another runner that crashed as well. Well, not a crash, but had to reset.
Yeah. And actually, 95 Shade is still not back in Fire Temple, if I see that correctly.
Nope, he is about to enter Ice Cavern.
Yeah. So on stream you can see Clochette. He is already... Where's Clochette right now?
Clochette is about to get to the third post-sister in the Forest Temple.
Oh yeah, true. And Mason is still...
He's still trying to grab a fairy and fire.
Yeah. Time is about to run out though, but he got the ferry.
Well, he needs to save warp though, because definitely doesn't have enough time. Nope, he just lost his fairy. Or there are two fairies there. Yeah, he's gonna grab the other one right now.
So that worked out for him.
Yeah. Good thinking there.
Yeah, it saved him to get the second ferry. So yeah, due to the crash, Clochette is actually in the lead by a huge margin. I don't even know who's second right now. I guess...
Astre is probably second
Yeah,
now.
Austria is second. True. And by quite far as well.
Yeah, Astre still doesn't have the fairy bow and Clochette is about to get the third sister.
Although Oxygen is on the second pages.
Yeah, Xiga is about almost done with Fire Temple. And it's funny to see that the fourth sister is worked differently than the other three. Makes this dungeon a bit more interesting. So after you kill the four sisters, you have access to the boss, which is Phantom Ganon. And this area is really quick to do.
Can you hear me?
So
Number?
that's already almost 5 dungeons done for Clochette.
Can you hear
Welcome
me?
back.
Ah, finally. How long couldn't you hear me?
About 2-3 minutes.
Okay, for some reason my mic stopped working, so sorry if you guys had some static noise on stream. I hope not.
I didn't hear anything.
Okay, that's good.
So Clochette is entering the boss of Forest Temple. Funny enough, you don't need the bow to kill this boss. You can do it with the hookshot. And even as child, you can do this boss with the slingshot. good luck getting to this boss's chart.
This is so creepy. Oh my god.
What is?
The whole fight is so creepy, if you ask me. This weird horse.
Well, it's a phantom. Makes sense.
Yeah, sure.
But there's a creepier boss later in the game.
Yeah, sure, I know.
Well, a whole dungeon that is a lot creepier. The Shadow Temple.
Yeah, I know. So, Clochette is about to finish the Forest Temple. He got past all of it without a crash, without a messed up save warp, so he's actually easily ahead. By like... hard to say how far he's ahead.
And you got a pretty good Phantom Cannon fight there. I mentioned earlier that Master Sword was one of the longest cutscenes in the game. Well, here's the longest one.
Is it
When
so?
you enter the Blue Warp in Forest Temple, you have the longest cutscene, I believe.
Okay. So maybe that's a good point to make another switch, but let's see what the others do. Yeah, there's quite a bit of different gameplay on the second screen or on the first screen. So let's make the switch again.
Yeah. And Chopper is already back in Forest, so he didn't lose that much time.
And he gold the forest too for his splits I just saw. So I will mute Clochette and go to chop to 95 Shade? Yeah, to 95 Shade again, because his audio is the one with the least disturbing sound. Actually no, I will go to Mike, because Mike is a bit further ahead. And has good sound. So yeah.
No, Mike
Well,
just
if I
entered
do
the dungeon.
I'm gonna
Actually
lose.
not, because he is talking quite loudly. Sorry, I need...
Chopper is the one ahead on this side.
Sur le coffre.
Yeah, he's...
Et du coup,
Okay,
tu
we
peux
will
pas
just...
récupérer.
We will just
C'est
keep
évidemment un coup de
Chopper.
magie, ça.
Although his voice is too loud. Okay, I will keep 95 Shade because he's barely talking. Again, sorry for this, guys. I would love to use the sound of the guy in front, but we can't decide. We can't just filter out their voices, and we can't force them to not use mics. So, yeah, we will go with 95 Shades audio right now. Who's entering Forest Temple finally again after losing like 40 minutes to a crash?
I think you have to add more numbers
The
at once.
Fire
It's
Temple,
infinite
you mean?
squares.
Yeah. Did I say Forest? I mean Fire, of
You
course.
did say Forest.
Okay.
So he's a dungeon behind everyone.
Yeah.
Actually, 2 dungeons behind the Clochette.
Okay, I'm just to give you guys an update. On the title, we didn't forget to change but we just can't change
Yeah,
it
no.
because we're not editors for the page, and test runner is sadly not around. He forgot it, so we have to wait for him to come back because he's apparently the only one with the right password to change it.
It doesn't change
But-
at all.
But we're still in the ZSR OTMM Glitchless Bug Limit Race back to back. We're 2 hours in.
I blame DF. It's all DF's fault.
2 hours in and 5 dungeons done for the first one, Clochette.
But- yeah, I know, Butter. It's weird.
We had 2 other runners that were toe-to-toe with Clochette as well, but both of them lost progress to restart. Sadly, there's no autosave in this game. So if you reset without saving or crash, you lose a lot of progress. It's surprising to see that even with a crash, Chopper is still ahead on this side.
Yeah, he was super far ahead. He was actually side to side almost with 95 shade, but his time loss was even bigger, so yeah. That's how you get in that awful of a position. And he's, to be honest, for the fact he lost 17 minutes, he's not that far behind.
Most like 40 minutes that he lost.
Yeah, something like that.
Still really impressive that he kept going on.
Yeah, true. For both of them, for 95 and for Chopper, that's true.
Good job, Umius. I don't know, Butter.
Well, they're probably gambling on the fact that other runners might have trouble, and they also have a whole other game to play as well.
Yeah, this is still anybody's game. Like,
Yeah,
I
they
believe
might still catch up at some point. We never know.
if I check the estimates, let me see.
Why didn't that work?
I mean, Chopper is pretty damn good at OOT. 95 shades is pretty good at MM. And
Okay, maybe that wasn't
yeah, Austria is pretty good at MM. What about Clochette? Let me just see. He is actually the one with the lowest estimate, and anyways, like he has put 250 for buck limit MM, so he's probably the favorite to win all of this, but we will see. Maybe he gets fucked by a crash as well at some point.
I won't have to worry
Well,
about
the dungeon that has the most chances to crash is already done on Clochette side.
No, only DF is the only one who can have infinite.
Who and Mike just missed the jump slash. You're not aiming at the wall in front of you, but the wall on the side when you try to do this record.
Okay, I switched my position again. I'm basically lying on my desk now too. If it's somewhat comfortable.
Ow.
Yeah, as I said, it's just still anybody's game. A lot can happen in MM. So, but if I check, if I check Clochette's run, he's actually not content either, probably, because he's way far his splits. Although he's in first place.
Yeah, already in water. The only runner that is in Water Temple right now.
And on the other stream, Mason just finished Fire Temple. While...
Yeah, we have Shade. I think only Shade is in Fire right now.
He's about to, though.
Alright, guys.
No, he still doesn't have the hammer.
Yeah. Okay, it's still a bit off.
And not just reset without saving.
But he will pretty damn make sure to not... pretty damn make sure to not reset without saving. I'm pretty sure.
hard that was? Remember last time? I failed that many times.
Also, I think Forest Temple is one of the most interesting dungeon because
Good time.
there's a lot of mechanics in this dungeon, and it's still really simple. If you know the layout of the dungeon, there's not much backtracking you need to do.
Alright, we're almost back to where we were. Guys, we're getting close.
So Chopper is finally at the third co-sister. Believe it or not, they all have their own names, but I forgot the two first, the red and blue. I know the green one is called Amy, and the purple one is called Meg.
Alrighty then.
The main reason I know that is because they are goals in bingo.
Okay.
Is that the longest you can ban someone? Or time out them without banning them?
Like for example, Amy, you don't need to kill the first two, but Meg, you have to kill all three
Oh.
before her. And my cats finally got the bow.
And 95
Alright, we're gonna play
Shades
this
finally got the
safe.
hammer back, so he's almost where he left.
Can kill you.
Yeah,
And
needs
I-
the key. And
and I-
definitely needs to save.
yeah, that's important. And in the meantime, Chopper is finishing up Forest
Alright, so now we
Temple.
open the chest.
Yeah, he's almost at the
Step by
boss.
step. We pause. We press B. Yes, game saved. Then we reset.
Yes, and 95 Shades managed to save and reset. That's important. He can finally continue. What a struggle for him. I feel really bad for him, but at least he kept going.
Finally
What about
progress.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Water Temple, yeah, you get keys.
Yep, I saved this time.
There are
Number
6 keys in Water Temple, and in Glitchless I believe they are all required.
Well, that
You
missed.
sure? Don't you get only like
Oh, that's not good.
4?
Give me another heart. There's one more key so I can give me some.
I'm not entirely sure. You definitely need the key. Need keys, but I'm not sure if you need all.
Give me health. Rip.
I believe, yeah,
What's up?
maybe there's a way to skip some of them. Yeah, you don't need to get out of bounds to raise the water back up. So yeah, you can probably skip 2 of them, yeah.
Chopper finally got back into the Phantom Ganon fight.
Actually, I think that's his first time reaching this boss.
Oh yeah,
This
true.
playthrough.
He actually crashed before that.
Yeah,
Actually, I think I can still get through the rest of the round with just
he
picking
most
back up.
definitely crashed in the Starfall's room. That's the room that crashes Fire and Forest Temple.
So after he's done, we will go back to the other 3 so we can see Clochette in Water Temple.
Well, barely. I think Clochette is almost done with Water Temple as well.
Yeah, true. He's about to enter the boss fight. Okay, I'd say since we saw the Phantom Ganon fight already, let's swap over to the other 3 again. Alright,
Alright.
I will make the switch here.
Yep, Clochette is already at Morpha. And it looks like Astrid just entered Water Temple, so we're not missing any action in this dungeon.
Yeah, so that's a good way. That's
So,
a good way, so we can see boss fight and Water Temple at the same time. That's good.
So here's where you are wrong, Zephyr. You need 2 keys to get the boss key in Water Temple. And you need 2 to get to the long shot. And yes, the boss is really disappointing.
Yeah, Morpho is like quickly handled, right?
Yep. You grab her with the hook shot and go in the corner. Then you just do a sword slash, a jump slash, and a bunch of crouch stab. Morpha is stuck in the corner anyway at this point, so it's really easy.
And Australia is like, I don't know, like 10 minutes behind? Not entirely. Like a bit less.
Yeah, not that far behind. So after Water Temple, they have access to the last 2 dungeons. To get access to Shadow Temple, you need to get Fire Arrows and Nocturne of Shadow, which requires you to kill all 3 first bosses in the adult dungeons. And to get access to Spirit Temple, you only need the hook shot, the long shot, which is in Water Temple.
So yeah, we see him as Clochette, finishing up the Water Temple cutscene, and then he will make his way to the Requiem of Spirits.
I believe he's gonna grab the Fire Arrows first. Because after this cutscene, the time of day is just right to hit the sun.
Oh yeah.
And get the Fire Arrows. And you need a Fire Source to enter Shadow Temple and do Forest Trial in Ganon's Tower.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, the jump slash that Astrid just did there in Water Temple is what allows you to skip 2 keys.
What's up with Mason?
I think his game froze.
Yeah, he crashed.
Let's see where his save is. I hope it's not too bad.
Oh, he has to enter his pin. His parental control pin. Nice. That's a good one. So everybody knows Mason's parental control pin now. Don't tell him that we know.
Too late.
That's actually great. So where will he... Oh, poor guy.
Oh, he has the hammer at least.
Yeah, so that's...
Yeah, he needs the big key.
So
that's the save right after getting the hammer.
That's like the same time loss that Chopper had, right?
Yeah.
Or...
Oh, I think I know what they're gonna do if they're not getting Fire Arrows. Since you need to go back to Child to do Spirit Temple, they might as well grab Dense Fire when they are Child. Which is definitely a better option. Oh, and we see a Shadow, Dark Link in Astray Stream.
That's a real.
This is,
That's a real
that-
boss of Water Temple, right?
yeah, and this boss has a really interesting mechanic. The fact that his health pool is the same as yours. So if you go in this room with 3 hearts, he has 3 as well. If you go in with 10 hearts, he has 10 as well.
So it's good for you to just go there as low as possible.
Yep.
Okay, that's actually a cool thing.
And
Is he
Yeah.
just mimicking your attacks?
most of the time, yes. But there's a way to manipulate his movements.
So Clochette, did he get the Din's Fire already? No, not yet.
Now he's gonna get Requiem of Spirit.
Yeah.
Because he needs to do a child section in Spirit Temple. He's gonna have to get the song to warp there before he gets back to child.
Yeah. And now Austria Lava is not far off of finishing water.
Yeah, he needs to get 2 keys, go to the boss key, and then go to the boss.
And in the
Thankfully,
meantime,
there are 2 keys right there in this area of the dungeon.
Mason just entered the Fire Temple boss fight against Volvagia. 95 Shades is actually in Forest Temple now.
Oh,
Or yeah.
yeah.
That's on the second stream, by the way, that you guys on stream just can't see. Chopper's going for long shot now. What else do we have? Oxygia.
We actually have a lot of runners already done with Forest Temple now.
Yeah.
So it looks like most of the people will be in water shortly.
And only Clochette is really far ahead right now.
Yep, amongst the people that are running on stream. We might have other runners that might be ahead of Clochette, we don't know. There are other entrants that just isn't registered for the back-to-back race.
Oh, I love that music. That's like hands down the best music in OT.
Yeah, everyone loves that one.
It's like, yeah, so catchy.
I forgot, did they reuse that music in Majora's Mask? I don't think they did.
Oh, poof. I don't know, not at all.
Also, this is a really interesting strat that you can use in any category to kill the Gerudo card as adult. With the shot, you can bait them into jumping on the torch, and you just crouch stab the corner to hit the Gerudo guard. Ooh, and it seems like my cat's forfeited from the race. He
Who?
got sick. My cat.
Oh.
That really sucks.
Poor him, I hope he feels better soon. Okay, which means I have to... I have to adjust the layouts in the background. So I won't be saying anything for a few minutes.
Well, at least my Slin is going to get back to Forest Temple shortly. And Clochette is just about done with the Gyarados card. With glitches, you can skip this whole section if you have the overboots, but glitchless, that cannot happen. You need to open the gate. Okay, here's one interesting area. Since they skip the Lens of Truth, they cannot see the ghost that tells you the way in the wasteland. But most of the runners will remember how to navigate this area without the ghost.
So I'm back.
And it can be tricky if you're new to this game, if you don't know how to navigate the wasteland. I mean, every time you hit the boundaries, you're getting more and more frustrated. Sorry. Thankfully, there are setups that helps you get through this place easily. Yep, and he's done with the wasteland. So to get Requiem, all you have to do is leave the Spirit Temple. And then you're basically done with this adult section. And Astre is just finishing Water Temple there. Funny how two of the runners are watching some cutscenes at the same time. But one of them is 2 dungeons ahead.
And he's playing the Ocarina like a boss. Small like thing on the side. I saw somebody doing a run of OOT like blind, where he somehow connected an Ocarina to his PC and used the real Ocarina to play the songs. Which I found was like impressive and awesome and amazing and everything. I loved it. It was just so fun to see the girl. It was actually a girl doing the songs live on Ocarina.
That's really interesting. Okay, so now that Clochette has the Requiem of Spirit, you can just go back to Child. Do the whole Child section of Spirit. Get the silver gauntlets, which you need as adult. And also, he's probably gonna get Dense Fire, which is the fire source they might need.
I'm just trying to find more people that are actually streaming the race that will still do both games, so maybe we can actually add a few more.
I believe Marco is doing both as well.
If I can find somebody, I will try to add them.
Marco,
Yeah.
8641.
Yeah, Marco is doing both. So I will try to add Marco.
Right now, I'd say that Clochette is winning. The two runners that were closest to Clochette had a reset. One in Forest Temple, the other didn't save in fire.
Marco's Twitch is just Marco, right?
There's 4 numbers.
Okay.
Marco 8641.
8641?
Yeah.
Okay, so I will add Marco. I will be AFK to make this possible for a few more minutes. Be right back.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so Clochette is back to Child and like I guess he's going for the Inspire. It's not so out of the way and it's a lot faster to use the Inspire than it is to use fire arrows. Although I'm a bit surprised that this route doesn't have them get Nocturne before going back to Child. I guess it doesn't make a difference if you do it before going back to Child or right after. Yeah.
En plus,
Okay, so now Clochette has Dense Fire and is doing the Child section of Spirit Temple. So here's one of the reasons I said that Japanese can be tricky. There are 3 choices that you can have here. Of course, if you pick the first option there, don't progress. If you pick the third, you can progress by mashing it afterwards. That's all you need to know to do this. So here's another place in Spirit Temple that you can lose a big shield, but thankfully you can always equip the Alien Shield to not lose it. Use the boomerang to that switch. There's a Deku shit in the chest right there, by the way.
So I'm back, and if you want, we can actually, or should we keep stay on Clochette to watch the temple?
Yeah, the child section is not that long.
Okay, so we will wait that out, and then we will go over to the other layout where Marco actually joined us now. I managed to get him onto the race or onto the stream. If there's anybody else that will actually do both games and it's not on stream, please feel free to tell me, cause
And thankfully this time Mason didn't crash in forest and managed to get the bow. Oh no, it was the bottom floor.
also I will actually add my name to yours here on stream. Ha, that worked flawlessly. Check out the stream. What happens to the commentator thing in the middle? It actually works out like a charm. I'm so happy that works.
That was a really great transition there.
Yeah,
The commentary.
it's all HTML, so it works kinda cool. And yeah, Clochette's in the lead by quite a bit. He's actually about to get the silver gauntlets soon.
And in Glitchless, I believe that's the first time you get bomb shoes. You can get them way earlier in the game if you do the bomb shoe mini game. Or you can also use glitches to reach bottom of the well and get the shoes that are there.
Let's see how the others with the crashes caught up. 95 Shade is actually done with Forest Temple. And Chopper is actually about to get Gerudo's card. So, yeah.
Oh, that's good.
They really kept at it and actually are catching up a bit, I guess. Marco already has Gerudo's card, you will see that soon, and is up to get the Requiem. And Mason, you can see on stream, just gets the Forest Temple boss key. And who else do we have? Oxyjar is still in Water Temple. So, yeah, Clochette still in the lead by quite a bit.
Yeah, almost done with the child section of Spirit. Because the Iron Knuckle there, the exit is right behind him.
Yeah. And after he got silver gauntlets, we will switch over. I got you the link via Discord. Don't know if you saw
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I'm trying to load it right now.
Yeah, no worries. We have time.
And I believe after Silver Gauntlets, that's the last of that we'll see of Child Link in this race. At least not until Majora's Mask. The adult section of Spirit Temple is a bit longer, but not that much. Getting to the Mirror Shield is about the same time as Silver Gauntlets, but you also had to get the big key, the top area, to get to the boss. And then we have Clochette that is adult again. I think that's a good time to switch.
Okay, let's make the switch then. So I will. Oh, yes, it works. I'm glad. And Marco's on stream too. Okay, so let's see how Marco's audio is. He's a bit too loud. Hey,
So
we will
it
just
just
keep 95 shade. Okay, sorry.
it just got Requiem at the same time that Superman did.
Yeah, him and Marco and Chopper are pretty much synced.
Yeah. About a minute difference. It sucks for Chopper to lose that much time
Yeah,
in
true.
a crash. It would be so far ahead.
I messed it up.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that you have plenty of time in Water Temple. Especially if you have 7 hearts. That's like 55 seconds. 55 or 60, I'm not so sure.
That was bad equips.
Going back to Child, yeah.
I think something happened to RTA. But he just put dots in the IRC chat.
Thankfully, the save warp puts you right back in the Temple of Time. So it's really easy to get back to Child when you're adult. and you also get the song that warps you back there. So
Oh,
when
wow.
you're done with your child section, you
That's the first
just
time I
play
felt that in
Prelude.
forever.
You can go back adult.
I don't know why I felt that. He just beat never. Oh, really? Why does he have dots?
If you didn't know, I believe Danny is trying to get set up to skip the whole child 2 and adult 2 sections, so you don't have to watch the cutscene of Prelude going back to child. Basically, what he's trying to do is skip the gate in Gerudo Fortress without clipping out of bounds and without
Nothing,
overring.
just make sure I don't go offline or something.
Sadly, right now this is not possible, but it's really close to being something, and I hope you manage to
Have
do
you
that.
worried about him?
This whole category would change if that was the case.
Butter, are you okay? What's wrong? Why did you put 3 dots? What does this mean? Not like this is fine.
There's a third fairy spell that you can
Is that
get
why you couldn't
outside of Spirit Temple, but it's not a good one. It just gives you a magic projection that negates all the damage for a while. The reason is it's not that good is because it spends your magic bar, and people usually know how to avoid damage. So it's just a waste of time to get it.
How hot is it in your room? Do you know? I think I have decent dark link.
So we have Shade entering the Darkling fight with 8 hearts. So 8 hits is gonna get the kill. We also have Oxiga entering Gerudo Fortress.
Alright, this should be... Yeah, he's dead.
Marco and Superman are right behind each other.
Oh, that
Marco
is,
just a bit
yeah,
ahead.
that's hot.
He already has
Sorry,
Dense Fire.
that's not good. Even I would not like that.
Thankfully, he remembers to equip his Alien Shield.
Nice.
It's totally possible to do this room without burning the Deku Shield if you have it equipped, but
Is your AC broken?
this one is a bit riskier because you actually don't need the Deku Shield that much anyway. This part of the dungeon.
I saw I can get the quick shot. You don't have AC. Ooh. I see. Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm by the way still trying to find like somebody on the side who can take over when MM starts, so we don't have to sit through the whole thing and do MM as well. You seem to have problems with your mic again.
I'm not even talking.
Ah, okay, it just like had some static noise for a second.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, there was some weird noise in your mic. But it's gone now, so it's all good.
Nice. Yeah, the 2 quick shots.
So...
Literally Tess. No, it would be Tess if I Z-targeted and still got them both.
Checking out where Clochette is on this side. Oh, he's about to get the spirits.
Yeah, he's done with the
Brilliant.
mirror shield.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why that didn't.
So...
Adult side of
That
spirit
was my first time I
is
played this
really
game,
easy.
started practicing for this
I
race.
think child is a lot more dangerous.
And then in the race, I feel it.
He's about to
Nice.
get to Naboo,
It's not
right?
even that hard. I don't know why that didn't
Yeah, you
work.
still need the big key on
Oh,
the
yeah.
top floor.
That's not that
Yeah.
But
easy.
yeah,
Easy.
that section it does not take that long either. Basically, there's 3 sections in Spirit Temple. The first one as child,
Yeah,
the
probably.
second one as adult to get to the mirror shield. After that, the big key area, which is probably the shortest. Ooh, and Oxiga just got caught. That sucks because he has to get back to that room.
Alright. I'm gonna go for the fast track for this room.
That's a pretty bad time loss as well, right?
Well, not really bad because the rooms he
I don't
did
know why, but
already doesn't
Scratch
need
hard for
to
me.
do again.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, he has to get back up there. It's just a few minutes.
Just a few minutes, you say it just like that. Although...
Yeah, 1 minute and a half, maybe.
Although, thinking about the fact that, like, 95 Shades lost, like, 40 minutes, and Chopper lost, like, 15, and somebody else crashed in Forest. It's not that big of a deal, I guess. Also, we still didn't get somebody to update the stream title. I'm sorry, it still says Skyward Sword. This is still the back-to-back race for OOT and MM, as you can see on stream. Sadly, no ZSR editors around. Yeah,
That was a decent
95 Shade messed up the save warp, losing 40 minutes after. Where did he mess up?
And we both had Chopperman and Mason that crashed in Forest Temple.
Yeah. But yeah, the big problem was actually 95 Shade with messing up the save warp and having to do the whole thing after Jabu Jabu again. So he
Yeah,
lost
he
40
was
minutes
he was at the
hammer.
hammer and forgot to save. Went back to after Jabu. Yeah, that really sucks. And it seems like both Marco and Chopper just got the silver gauntlets. So Chopper had a really faster child spirit than Marco did. He was a minute behind before entering the dungeon, and now he's like 10 seconds behind.
I wonder if I'm close to anyone. I doubt it. Since I lost 40 whole minutes. Quick, Butter. Go make someone VC crash so I can get
And
rid of
Oxiga
them.
has the Jodo's card now. Can finally get to Spirit Temple.
No, no, not me. You doomed. Now I'm
Ooh.
gonna lose 40 more minutes.
I don't know why Marco waited there, but that just gave
Better.
Chopper enough time to get right in front of him. They're actually in sync right now.
Safety save. Oh yeah, I heard about that. That Chopper and someone else had VZ crash in forest. Yeah, I'm going, Ron. Why would I not still
And Shade
go?
just
I still
finished Water
compete
Temple.
in my back-to-back glitchless race.
And in the meantime, Clochette is actually
Roan,
in
I do
the
not learn.
fight
I don't quit.
against
Twin Rover.
Twin Rover. Genau. Right. So
Make your end too.
This is probably one of the most annoying fights in the game. It's really easy if you don't mess up, but if you mess up, it can be a pain.
I wish, Roan, but I don't got time for that.
There's a sequence on the last phase that you get either 3 fire attacks in a row or 3 ice attacks in
I
a
can
row.
save a lot of time on that because
And if you fail the one cycle, you don't get that chance again, so you have to wait at least 4 or 5
Before
attacks.
we do another race of that,
Even more if you're unlucky.
I want to edit the route a little bit, add those heart pieces and work around the ghost ship. Try and make that better. I gotta try and time for this.
And we get to see the Nocturne cutscene.
Well, like I just said, I want to work on the route though.
This is what is gonna give them access to Shadow Temple glitchless.
Oh yeah, I need to remove.
To get this cutscene, you have to kill Morpha, Majora, and
Yeah,
Phantom Ganon.
I have in the route to get the.
So you can technically do Shadow Temple before doing
So I
Spirit
need to take those
Temple.
out, finish taking those out of the route as well. I was also planning on putting equips in the route as well too.
It's funny how Link doesn't try to do anything.
But I don't think I should worry about equips until I actually get the route quote unquote done.
So I'd say after Clochette finishes the cutscene and goes into to Shadow Temple, we make another switch. Which is not really far off. Should be like within the next minute. Not sure how long this cutscene is.
Not that long.
I think it's faster to roll. Yeah, it's only 3 rolls, so it's alright. Let's not mess up this
Yeah.
side hop. I can never remember exactly where
So he's finished. So let's get over to the 3 others again.
I think it's like right here.
Yeah, thankfully Clochette didn't crash at all in his whole run. Oh, and it's funny, Astray is right behind Marco and Chopperman as well. The Nocturne cutscene.
Yeah, true. He's like also synced with them.
It's insane how everyone is in sync.
He's like maybe just a tad behind. Like a minute or something. But that's nice, so we can actually see different points of the run right now. Mason is still in Water Temple, about to get the long shot, and Clochette, as said, is going to Shadow Temple now.
Yep, that's the only dungeon he needs to do.
Yeah, he is really closing in already. Maybe
Yeah, he's almost done actually.
like 40 minutes to go, I guess. Yeah, around that, like 40 minutes, a bit more.
Yeah, Shadow Temple and then Ganon's Tower.
Yep.
Although he has to watch the light arrow cutscenes, which is also one of the longest cutscenes in the game.
Yeah, it's like 43, 44 minutes, something like that. Like that.
No, it's only 6 minutes.
No, I mean the rest of the run.
Yeah,
Cutscenes are, yeah, insanely long.
but yeah, the 6 minute cutscene is really a pain at the end of the run.
6 minutes. I mean, what's... How? Why would you do that? 6 minutes of cutscenes. That's like worse than Wind Waker or all these long cutscenes from later Zelda games.
Yeah, that's why we're glad that only Glitchless has to watch that cutscene.
Yeah. Like, if I think about Twilight Princess, the longest cutscene is, I believe, the final Squidna cutscene, which is like not even 2 minutes, if I remember correctly. I mean, it's like 20 minutes before the end as well, but 2 minutes is completely fine. It's a great bathroom break after 3 hours, so we gladly take that.
And the double damage boost to skip this chasm.
And he gets it. That's actually a Shrek one. I like that.
Thankfully, bomb shoes are really useful to do that. But that strat is almost only useful in Glitchless.
Because you have hover boots in...
Well, in other runs you can use Mega Side Hub to do that.
Oh, okay.
You don't even need to open the gate, I believe.
Oops.
Also, this is another really linear dungeon. And I don't think there's any sequence break in this dungeon. You can skip you can clip through a gate, a cage in a Shadow Temple, but that's not allowed in Glitchless.
So it's completely glitches. Right? There's
Yep,
not
this
really
one
anything.
is... Well, at least the dungeon can be interesting if you don't have the Lens of Truth. There are invisible platforms that you can walk on if you know where they are. Also, you can skip the puzzle in that room if you backflip there, but the backflip is has to be timed right. So I mentioned earlier that there are invisible platforms in this dungeon. There's one that is moving, so if you don't land on it, you fall. Thankfully, there's a setup to know where it is. Using the hookshot, you can see when it is moving, so you can land on it. Just like that.
I'm just trying to find out what Clochette's PP actually is. He has no time on the leaderboard, so... Oh, here. Is that him?
Bell, maybe?
Yeah, he is. He has a S339 actually. So... He won't... Although his splits say S338, so he probably didn't submit that to the leaderboards. And he is by far the favorite to win this whole thing now, because his time is as good as his OT time, and he's really quite a huge margin ahead.
Funny thing, when you blow up this big skull in Shadow Temple, the keys is always gonna fall at the same location.
Okay.
So you just have to stand there and wait for the key to drop.
Holy heck, I'm sleepy, but it's fine. I will pull through.
Also, you see that they are using the iron boots, but that's also the other optional option. You actually don't need the iron boots to do this run, but it's really tricky to do so. Because you have to roll to negate the wind moving you backward.
And you have the iron boots anyways, right?
So if you have the iron boots, it's better to equip them.
I mean, there's no way of skipping them anyways in Glitchless, I guess. So
yeah,
might as well have the easy one.
But if you had a way to skip iron boots for Water Temple Glitchless, which I doubt is gonna happen anyway, you could do Shadow Temple without iron boots.
Okay, that's actually interesting. More tech issues to keep me away? That's pretty damn mean. Actually, I'm really glad we have no tech issues whatsoever. For the last hour, it was just actually flawless, I believe. No lags. I didn't drop a single frame in almost 4 hours of streaming. And I'm streaming at 3.5k, so yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Don't jinx it. There's another race right after.
Yeah, after this, we will get over to Majora's Mask. And all of the people that are shown on stream will do the second game as well. I hope. There was one guy who wasn't sure if he would do and that was, don't let me lie, Mason. I actually should ask Mason if he's planning on doing I will ask him. Mason. Twitch TV/Mason. Oops.
And Shadow Temple is a bit different in the fact that even if you have the big key, you still have to get another key to get to the boss. And this time you have to kill an invisible enemy. It's a floor master. So it's the big hand that you saw in Forest Temple earlier. This time it's all invisible. And with a magic quick spin you can kill it really fast.
Okay.
And it looks like Astray is about to enter to the boss room.
Okay, Mason won't do so I will, as soon as we start I will actually change the layouts around to have 3-3 again, so it looks decent.
Ooh, and that's interesting that Fasha did the cutscene skip by falling in the chasm. So we might have 3 boss fights at the same time here. Mason just entered Morpha's room. Astray is about to enter Twindrova's room. And Clochette is about to enter Bongo's room. If you like bosses, then you have 3 at the same time right here.
Okay, I just prepared everything so I can make an easy transition later.
Thankfully, Bongo is also an easy boss, especially if you have the bow. Since Infinite Sword Glitch is banned in this category, you have to shoot an arrow at its eye, even if it's invisible.
Okay, so now I can. Now I'm back. So Clochette is actually. Did I say that right? Is he actually at Pollute? Like finishing Shadow Temple, right? Yeah.
Yep. And since he finished Shadow and Spirit Temple, he's gonna get an additional cutscene that tells him you can get the light arrows in Temple of Time. Well, actually, the cutscene tells him that he should go to Temple of Time, but I mean, that's where he's gonna get the light arrows.
So, and since the light arrow cutscene is that long, I'd say we just swap over again. Right? Like, I guess everybody here knows the light arrow cutscene.
Well, we're not gonna spoil you guys with the yeah, with the big twist of the game.
So let's just swap over, okay?
Okay, let's go.
Well, let's go. That is.
Yeah, we have 2 more Twin Rovers fight here. So 5 people in the boss room at the same time.
That's
That's
actually
really impressive.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, Oxiga is finishing the chart section of Spirit Temple. And Shade just entered it.
Okay, so I need Din's Fire and Hylian Shield.
Yep, Chopperman and Marco are toe to toe this race. Same with us 3. All 3 of them are finishing Spirit Temple right now. Sadly, Clochette is already done with Shadow Temple, so he's already climbing up. Well, he's probably watching the Light Arrow cutscene right now, but he's gonna be in Ganon's castle right after.
Yeah, he's watching the light arrow cutscene.
I knew that one.
Also, it could be that the stream is lagging for a second.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Way over there.
But it will be fine within a few seconds. Don't mind me. Like this.
That should work.
Alright.
Oh, I was worried a bit there that she could have fallen. And
We should be good again. Sorry for that if it lagged for a second. But like this, I can actually give you a small new feature for the stream. And that's actually showing whose audio is playing at the same time, at the time. Which I think is important. So I will
Not really. That was
give this to you right now. And now you can see whose audio is playing. So that's maybe not that bad of a thing.
I got bombs here. Just
That's really great.
to get extra, I guess.
Just so it's not confusing.
Yeah,
Well,
we
just-
see there at the entrance of Shadow Temple why Din's fire is better than fire arrows. You can just light all the torch at once. The timing is really tight if you use fire arrows there,
I never have to stop running pretty much.
but you can definitely do that with fire arrows.
Strat. What was that lag? That cutscene usually plays right after the other cutscene. What? That was weird. Oh, that was I jumped too soon.
And we get to see the double damage boost to skip the hover boots.
More bombs. I can't.
That's actually the only place you need the hover boots
And leave the other ones.
if you don't know the strat, but everything else can be done without it quite easily. And I believe that Marco failed to the skip. Oh, he failed to open the gate, that's right.
Okay. That's all I meant to do.
And Marco failed the double damage boost. That's gonna be annoying. So he's losing time now. I think that, yeah, I think it's the second time that he fell. And yeah, that cutscene is really long. Oh, he's just done with the cutscene, so he's about to enter Ganon's castle.
Where am I compared to my PB? Oh, I gained time on my PB on that split. I'm only 4 minutes and 19 seconds behind.
And it looks like Shade is done with his Chai 2 section.
Alright, Ocarina.
Matt Nyson is last, definitely.
The only thing harder than save warping, playing songs.
Well, Shade got a 40-minute loss as well.
Also, I just talked again without the mic on. Nice me. I wasn't being hearable on stream. I just said, so poor Chopper lost like 15 to 16 minutes due to the crash and is like 15 minutes behind Clochette. So if he didn't get that crash, they would be in a heads up to win or to reach first, which is a shame, but he's still going and about to finish for Shadow Temple in like a few minutes. So yeah. In the meantime, Clochette is about to, or is doing the trials. And yeah, second is still Austria.
Yeah.
Although he's not that far ahead of Chopper anymore, right?
You mean Astrech?
Yeah. He's not that far ahead.
No,
Like
Astrech is more about the same pace as Marco. Actually, Marco is ahead of Astrech right now. So, in order, we have Clochette, Chopperman, Marco, Astrech.
Oh, yeah. Where did Austria lose so much time? I must have missed that.
They probably failed the double damage boost as well.
Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, Chopper's second already again.
Still, I'm glad to see that most of these runners are in Shadow Temple. We just have to hope that... Oh, what the hell happened with Chopper? Oh, I thought he was still at the first area.
Yeah, it was confusing, but no.
No, he's right where he needs to be.
He just got the boss key. So not much to go here.
Yeah, just got the boss key, he's gonna get the key. And then blow up the pillar. Ooh, there's one more in me. And sadly you cannot shield from it, so you pretty much have to avoid the attack if he tries to attack you. Or shoot it before he does. If the mini floor master grabs you, they transform into a big floor master, so you have to redo the whole fight again.
Let's see if I can get this straight. Okay, that part always wrecks me.
And Chopper is about to enter Bongo Bongo as well.
At the same time, on the other page, Clochette just is in the next cutscene with the how's it called? Not in a cutscene.
He's doing trials.
Yeah, he's still doing trials, but he's well, yeah, maybe like 5 more minutes till trials are done.
Alright.
Yeah.
It's not much anymore. And as said, Chopper, Austria, and Marco relatively close. Like Chopper's like 2 minutes ahead of both of them,
Very bad shot though.
or
Yeah, he got-
1 minute
he
ahead
got
of
the
Marco.
Yeah, he
and
got
then
the double damage boost on first try, I believe. That's what gave him this lead in Shadow Temple.
Also, let's talk about Ojiga for a second, who is still in Spirit Temple but still going strong as well.
Yeah, he's about to enter Twin Rova's room.
Yeah.
He's at a good pace, I guess. I mean, he's ahead of his personal best.
Yeah, and by quite a bit also. If 440 is his actual PB, yes it is. So yeah, he's ahead by almost 3 minutes, or like 240. That's not too shabby.
Why did I do that? That was my fault.
So second trial finished for Clochette.
Yep, he's gonna have to watch the Light Arrows cutscene. Chopper Man.
I think this spot works.
So yeah, I'd say we might as well, while he is going into the light arrow cutscene. Again, we don't want to spoiler you because it's such a huge thing. We go
Such
back.
a big plot twist.
Yeah.
Better not spoil it.
So let's go back, I guess.
Okay.
Okay, let's go back.
Although I think that we might see it on Astray's side.
Yeah, well, when we can still focus on Clochette finishing the game now. So that's good.
Yeah. And
Alright, let's go over.
right now he's in light trial.
Good fight.
It's funny that almost all the items are required in trials, but there's like only 2 or 3 required for each one. For example, the light trial that it just did, it only needs Zelda's Lullaby and the hookshot. And also the golden gauntlets to remove the obelisk that is in front of the door. I believe that he did the trials in an anti-clockwise order, so that might be his last one. Spirit trial, need the hookshot, bomb shoes, and the mirror shield, and the bow. So there's something here that usually the intended way you would need the fire arrows to shoot this thing on the ceiling, but this torch is placed at the right place that you can shoot it with a normal arrow. So that's why you don't need the fire arrows actually. And he's pretty much done with all the puzzles in the game.
Yeah, he's about to wrap it up. Like,
Yep. everything that is left is enemies and bosses. There's no more puzzle.
Finally, we see stuff that's also in any percent again, like collapse.
Well,
And
actually, the inner
Ganon.
tower you don't see in any percent.
yeah, you just see collapse pretty much, and well, Ganon. That's all.
For people that are here for Majora's Mask, we're shortly about to get to see that game.
Also, I sadly couldn't get a commentator for that, so we will likely just leave you with the videos, with the streams of these guys. I mean, if you want to keep going, you can definitely, but
Sadly, I don't know enough about Majora's Mask to explain anything.
me neither. So yeah, we tried to get you commentary, but sadly our commentator that was planned couldn't come. So yeah.
People would think that the two games has the exact same mechanics, but that's not true. There's a lot of different mechanics actually. For example, the explosions in Ocarina of Time, I believe the explosions radius is really small and expands, but in Majora's Mask it's instantly at the biggest radius. That's interesting stuff to know about differences in these games. And it seems like we have people that are done with Ocarina of Time. On the SRL page, we have real-time attack that finished Ocarina of Time, and
Oh
he's
yeah,
not,
he's
not
already
gonna
done.
do. Yeah, he's not gonna do Majora's Mask.
So he is pretty much actually the first one to finish Ocarina of Time. 338 is actually pretty solid.
Yeah. That's actually the PB of Clochette 338. That's not so bad, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Too bad he's not doing OOT, not doing MM. But hey,
By the way, do not watch Austri's stream right now.
why not?
If you don't want to be spoiled, he's watching the Light Arrow cutscene.
Oh yeah, that's a bad thing.
So do not watch that.
And poor real-time attack, just to let you know, actually was 2 seconds ahead of his PB at Ganondorf. 3 seconds and finished 18 behind. So he lost it all to Ganon. He lost like 20 seconds to Ganon and missed by his PB by 17.6 seconds. Poor him, but
that's sad.
still a great run by him.
We get to see the Ganondorf fight that we don't see in any percent. This is a really straightforward fight with Deadman Volley and just slashing at him. But if you get hit, you take a lot of damage. And then we finally get to see Collapse. Finally, a place that we see in any percent.
Yeah. It's not. It hasn't been much. Yeah,
Nope,
you.
we barely see anything in any percent.
Yeah.
Kokiri Forest, Zara River, Kakariko Village,
Forest Temple.
and Deku Tree. No, we don't see
Yeah.
Forest
Oh
Temple.
yeah, only see Deku Tree. True.
We see Deku Tree, Gamo, and we go straight to Collapse after that.
Yeah. True. And Collapse is way less intense in Glitchless than it is in any percent.
Yeah,
Like-
you have a lot more hearts. And you don't try a stupid glitch that allows you to get back to the bottom area.
Yeah. In this case, you just escort Zelda. It's actually way more intense from like a story point.
Yeah, and you would think that the timer is not that long, but with all the cutscenes and screen transition, it's actually a really wide time. Every screen transition takes about 5 seconds. Like it just did 3 areas within 20 seconds of the timer. The timer might actually make this really intense, but it's not at all. And there's only one enemy left. Kill on Clochette's stream, which is Ganon. Well, there's another enemy I can kill, but there's really no point to do so. When you get to the last area of Collapse, there's a Redead on the bridge. But there's absolutely no reason to kill it.
At the same time, as we can see, Mason is actually in the Child Spirit Temple.
And he's having trouble with this. He probably doesn't know that you can just use the boomerang to hit the switch. Or doesn't know the setup.
He probably doesn't know the setup, yeah. Looks like
Yep.
yeah, and he died. Poor him.
Oh, he still had this fairy from Fire
yeah.
Temple.
And that's it with Collapse for Clochette.
Yep, only the final fight.
And he's about to finish. So yeah, for people on stream, on the stream that are waiting for OT to finish, you can start as soon as Clochette finishes OT. Yeah, that's how we will do it. I just remembered that I have to stay awake until everybody here is finished with OT, and then I can take a break. Which, wow, okay. Rip me. Who did put this race at this late of a time? It was actually me, but yeah, whatever. So Ganon fight, anticlimactic. Ganon fight in OT. Every time I watch it, I feel like, that's surprisingly not very like intense. I don't know. Feels not so hyped. The whole Gen fight doesn't really feel hyped to me. No OT.
Yeah, this is not such a hard fight if you know how to do it.
That's
Sadly, in Glitchless, you cannot get the glitch that allows you to keep the Master Sword in this fight.
I mean,
So
if you think about it, the Ganon fights in the whole 3D Zeldas are not really hard. I mean, we have Ganon in OT, it's not hard. We have Ganon in Twilight Princess, it's super easy. SS doesn't have Ganon. The Wind Waker is easy. MM doesn't have Ganon. Okay, the only Ganon that's hard is like Breath of the Wild. That's
what?
That's not entirely free, at least. Like,
the Ganon fight and well, if you mean the first part of Ganon's fight, that one is hard, but the last part is ridiculously easy.
Yeah, I mean, like, Calamity is not easy. Not entirely easy. It's kind of weird. I mean, the best finish end fight is like the, in my opinion, is like the Skyward Sword one. That's like, the best one. Like, Demise and Shurheim are really cool enemies. Like,
I love how Clochette is making Ganon spin, and he's about done.
He's about
Just
done.
a few more seconds. And he's done.
And go.
Actually, he could switch games right now. The timing to end the game is when you press the B button to get this cutscene, so he's done. I guess he wants to watch the cutscene.
Or maybe he just needs a bit of time to switch. Although, yeah, he could just switch, I guess.
Yep, he's switching game now. And we finally get to see Majora's Mask. So that was Ocarina of Time, guys. We still have a lot of runners playing that game. Yeah, that was a really good run. We probably would have had 2 other runners that would be done by now. They didn't have to reset. Superman lost 15 minutes in Forest Temple because of a crash, and Shade lost 40 minutes because he didn't save after getting the Megaton Hammer.
I I don't know if Clochette's actually waiting for anything, or if he doesn't know he can start whenever.
Yeah, I'm telling him on this chat.
Ah, okay. And yeah, that was a pretty solid run. He finished with like a 348 or something. Not sure. Also, in the meantime, Australiava is doing trials. No, he's not doing trials. Sorry, he's still.
Yeah, that's fire trial.
Oh yeah, that's fire trial. He didn't. Yeah, true. I was just a bit confused by his splits. He's in fire trial. And actually, we can skip over once more to the other people.
Okay.
And here we see.
Okay, last time.
Yeah, everyone progressed really well on
Yeah.
this side.
Shade in Shadow Temple, Marco in
Shadow trial.
Shadow Trial.
Superman is in Spirit trial, and Oxyga is in Bongo.
Yeah. Actually, Chopper is almost done.
Yeah, he's done with the trials.
Austria doesn't know what to do in Shadow Trial. Apparently.
You mean Astrich?
Yeah. Austria is a bit confused by Shadow Trial, apparently.
Yep, and Clochette just started his Majora's Mask run.
That's cool.
Okay, so if I get the big one next to the door, then I'll have full magic. I might have full magic if I got the little one.
No, bottom right, it's not Clochette. I'm confused. Why is it saying Clochette? Oh, yeah, I know what I made. Sorry. Now it's correct. I made a small mistake.
Yeah, bottom right is Marco.
Yeah, it's fixed now. I actually took the wrong one.
I have plenty of arrows, so I'm gonna skip getting these arrows.
So I could actually include a force guy from the race now. If I find one, that is.
Double damage boost, let's go.
Also, for everybody who just joined, yes, we know the title is wrong. Sadly, we couldn't get a
I remember I used to have trouble with that. It took me
we
forever
couldn't get somebody to
get
fix
that
the stream title for us.
Not perfect, but I'm very
So we have to just deal with
still
that.
managed.
We are terribly sorry, but yeah, this is still the OTMM glitchless bug limit back-to-back race, and Clochette has already finished up.
See if I can do the very fast strat for the bongo.
Finished up. The Clochette finished already finished OT and is now starting in Majora's Mask, and as you can see, Chopper is closely behind him, about to finish as well, and on his way to collapse.
That was very bad. What?
Ça va être simple, mais j'ai oublié.
So we have Superman almost done with the Iron Knuckles. He's gonna be on his Ganondorf fight.
Ocarina m'a plus.
Done bongo.
Marco is almost done with the trials as well.
Ouais.
Parce que je te vois sur le.
Mais en vrai, j'avais réussi à lancer les deux en même temps.
Ouais,
tu sais, faire
la roulade elle semblait bien. Genre.
And by the way, if you don't know, Marco is the current world record holder for the MST run, which is
Very bad.
all
Yeah.
medallions, all stones, and all trials.
Might be low on arrows.
So he's
Try and get
he
arrows.
pretty much knows everything about this place, the trials.
Oh wow, I have a lot of parts.
Okay, and actually, Amataseru decided to keep going and
I
try
definitely need to
try out
fire trial, I don't think.
MM. So I will add him because he did OT
Especially if
before.
close attacks me.
So we need.
I just sent you the name of another runner that does both games. Flo Flu.
Gets up, I
He
think
does
it
both
gets
games.
Yep.
4:30.
Okay.
Because my PB is 3:49, and I have 2 minutes to save over my PB at
Yes, midnight. Clochette is bell.
Gauntlet, so as long as I don't play bang, gets up 4:30. Alright, that will be my goal now.
Okay, so I will be gone for a bit to adjust layouts and stuff.
Again, another light arrow cutscene. Please do not watch if you don't want to be spoiled. Actually, we're gonna have 2 of these cutscenes. I'm sad that no one is using the bottle on Ganondorf. You can reflect his projectile with the sword, but
Alright, so I need
the bottle works as well. That is if you want to swag a bit.
time for the 5-minute cutscene. I think it's 5 minutes. It looks like Amataseru is gonna do MM. He said earlier he was just gonna do OT, but looks like he changed his mind. That's cool.
Interesting. Marco is not done with the trials yet. He's not doing them in the usual order. I guess maybe he didn't have enough help to do the fire trial first, well before the others. And Chopper is in the
I wonder
collapse.
who the guy is.
It's almost done with the game as well.
He's always hiding his face. And he has red eyes. Man, they might be brown eyes. Although they look pretty red to me.
I'm surprised that Shade caught up with everyone. He's watching the Light Arrows cutscene.
Plot twist, Sheik is really Zelda. Wait a minute, the eyes are different. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking Sheik and Zelda aren't really the same person. Sheik just teleported Zelda there.
Yep, just a bit more for these runners to be done with this game.
Yes, that seems the most logical explanation.
And we'll get to see Majora's Mask right after.
Well, if you don't want to be spoiled, then you shouldn't be watching someone play the video game.
I like how 95 Shade actually joined in on our don't get spoiled by OOT meme. Okay, so I added Amethyst server to our second layout, so but it's MM anyway, so you probably... or I will still give you the corrected link.
Well, I'm not gonna commentate that part anyway, so I don't think that's necessary.
I would be
Yeah, yeah, you're right. So, okay, I won't then. We have Clochette, we have Austria Lava, here we have Mason who will stop after this, and we have Amaterasu. And who's the guy who you said is running Flow? Okay.
Yep, and it looks like Marco is done with the trials as well. While Chopperman is at the final boss. If I look on the other side, Austria is still doing the trials.
Did Flow do all runs or like both?
Well, apparently he's still in Ocarina of Time. He's at Ganondorf right now.
Okay.
Ah, il y a eu des discussions.
Yeah, I got him. And it seems he does both, yeah, you're right.
That was weird.
Yep, and Noxica is about to start the trials. Or, no, he did first trial already.
You know what? In that role, I can put.
Okay, now I'm good to go and can
I wonder how hard that
watch
was
with you
to
again.
after pressing this
So, yeah, Chopper is about to finish here.
Yep, and you might go for a small break after Ganon as well.
Yeah, probably.
Probably a good idea to take a small break.
How are the others going?
Tried on X.
Shade is in the trials. Marco is
At Ganondorf.
at Ganondorf. Mason is still in Spirit Temple.
This guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
I'm gonna probably
And
gonna play
who's left besides that? Austria. And Austria is about to get to
off. I didn't get blown off.
Ganondorf as well.
That was gonna get blown off.
So I hope that's all of them.
Yeah, we have a lot of people in Ganon's castle right now.
Yeah.
I was in the Wind Temple. Yumi is 14.
And
Now,
it seems
I
like
am
Chopper
in
is
the Wind
done.
Temple. I just defeated the boss. That big
He closed this game as soon as he got the final cutscene.
Yep. Oh yeah, that was really quick. Really quick there. I will actually fast forward a bit.
No time wasted watching that cutscene.
He's still. Oh, I
This is
just
the ice
froze 95 Shades stream for a second. Okay, it's back.
Yep. Oh, we got arrows. I'll take it. Arrows are nice.
And he saved time switching the games.
Yeah, he made up
For their
at least like
hammer or
2 minutes there.
sword for that block. So I just do
I guess he cannot lose any more time with this 15 minutes reset turn here.
Also, really nice. Chopper had a split for switching games that he like saved over a minute on.
was too high. That one was too low.
Oh, also I just made a mistake, but
Killing
should be
these
fine.
boss battles.
Okay. So the
That
next
was,
one to finish is
Probably Marco.
Marco, yeah. And after Marco is done, we will switch to the other layout again to see
Oh, it's interesting to see that Asuka got the overboots. I just noticed right now.
Yep.
oh, I meant to do it. That's right. Took me a moment. Alright, let's not fail this.
And Marco is in collapse right now.
This isn't
It's
that
almost done. Yeah, Flo is also collapse.
Yeah, we sadly can't see that on stream yet, but I will add him as soon as Mason is finished, because Mason won't do.
See what I mean? Not that hard.
Actually, I will swap them out now, because Mason is not finishing the race as it was planned, so yeah, I will swap them out. Give me just a second. Oh, you can't see that on stream anyways, because he's not shown right now. So yeah, that should be what I wanted.
Sometimes he jumps there.
Yeah,
sometimes
that's
he
good.
doesn't.
So Mason gone, Flow in.
Okay, that should
Asuka is having a lot of trouble in the fire trial.
Magic.
Who is trouble in the fire trail?
Asuka,
Okay.
he doesn't know that you have to backflip to get to that higher area. Yeah, now he remembers.
So if you want to see the final, like what was I about to say? God damn it, Austria finishing as well, and will want to have the same 4 players as me. I will just give you the final link I made up with everybody on there. There are these 2 MM people on there too, but I will still give it to you. So after Marco is done, we will just switch over to this. It has Clochette on it, it has Ostra on it, it has Armor on Flow on it. Yeah, it's good.
Wait, Emma wasn't running Majora's Mask?
He said at the get-go that he will only run OOT, but he decided against it and started MM. He just said, okay, I want to do it, and just did it without without any preparation. So he will just try it. But I think that's pretty cool. So yeah, I want to support that.
Maybe he got pressured by his chat.
It could be. He actually pressed done in the
And the bottom
SRL
line is
channel,
flexibility as
and
well.
then thought, okay, I will do MM, and undid his .done. So yeah, he's actually still going, which I love. It's a good, it's like good.
And Marco is at the final fight.
Okay, so
While we have Bullshade and Oxygen light trial.
what happened to? I just missed something apparently. What happened to Oxygen? Oxygen?
Him and Shade are both in light trial right now, so Shade actually caught up with him at this point.
Okay.
That's really impressive, considering that he had a 40 minutes reset.
Yeah, true.
I'm gonna go for fast boulders. Even though last time I went for it, I failed it miserably, but we'll just see how it goes. That's the same. That's what happened last time. He's like instead of
And we finally get Majora's Mask action.
to a small
Chopper
circle,
just
they
got control of
bring it
Link.
all down. I guess I need to figure out exactly how that works. If I okay, that was not what I meant to do.
I'm wondering where Clochette is on Majora's Mask right now.
I would tell you if I knew. Like, he's talking to Grandma. He got his first mask. Just right now. So yeah, Marco's about to finish up.
I wonder if he's gonna have a faster game switch.
And actually, Flow just finished. And yeah, he just finished OOT and is switching to MM. And he was really, really fast on the switch. He just started.
Probably all set up.
Yeah.
Maybe he's playing on emulator. It's really fast to switch games on emulator.
Won't be full for long though.
So after Marco finished, we will switch to C95 to see Ostra finishing.
Yep, Marco is done in a few seconds.
Alright, overall the trials was, I think, decent. Wasn't great, but also wasn't bad.
And he's done.
And that's it for Marco. So let's swap over so we can see. Actually, wait. Yeah, Ostra is just fighting. So let's get over to the others.
If I could load that page.
And I need to swap audio to Ostra.
Wow. Putain.
He just finished Ganondorf.
Putain de glitchless de merde. Oh, j'ai la haine.
In the meantime,
J'ai trop la haine.
Oxyja got the boss key, and 95 Shades is
J'ai pris
in the same area roughly.
passé 2 heures sur la Fire Boss Key en enfant.
Yep.
En 4h16.
It's good to see that we have 5 runners already in Majora's Mask there on the side.
Oh, c'est énorme.
I believe we only have us 3, Oxiga and Shade, that are still playing Ocarina of Time.
And Mason, but Mason is pretty far behind, and he will only do OT. So yeah, we took him off stream,
Qu'est-ce que c'est que cette merde?
and we placed him with Flo because Flo is actually doing both.
Putain. J'ai qu'une envie, c'est
So
de
yeah,
faire
Austria is in collapse and about to finish soon.
Aïe aïe aïe, mec.
Also, his audio is cutting out from time to time, so that's not me, that's him a bit. Hope it's not too bad for you guys.
It's funny that we have that many French runners.
Yeah, true, we have like 5, right? Amaterasu, Austria, Chopper, Marco, so many. Flo, yeah, 5. Interesting.
There's so many, it's really funny.
Putain de manette de merde comme ça. En race quoi, vraiment en race quoi.
Looks like Austria is about to be done with Collapse as well.
La manette c'est de la merde.
Or is he climbing up? No, it's Collapse.
Eh, arrête de target Zelda. Allez, la pire RNG du monde mec, je te jure. Et viens là. Je vous jure, de toute façon je savais déjà que j'allais avoir la pire RNG du monde quand j'ai su déjà que le Starfus du Bosquet il a mis 15 secondes à m'attaquer, 15. Je suis resté pendant 15 secondes à le regarder. 3
So yeah, Austria just
Il s'est passé quoi? Il
pretty
s'est
much
passé ma manette,
gets
c'est
done
dingue.
with the collapse,
Hyper salé.
and
La manette, c'est de la
the
merde,
other
c'est
3 on
pas
stream
comme
are
ça.
already deep into
Putain,
MM.
Je suis mort 2 fois sur Ganondorf. Oh ta gueule, allez, avance.
Well, I believe Amaterasu is doing the game glitchless for the first time. So he
Yeah.
probably doesn't have any idea
Merci.
what the route is.
Still cool he's trying it.
Clairement, ça m'a trop-
But I know he plays the game with glitches, so he has knowledge about most of it.
Yeah.
And Austria is about to enter the final fight.
Quick spin mon gars, comment faire un quick spin avec une manette de Gamecube à la con là. J'ai trop envie de couper le fil là, puis de la bouffer. Foutre un micro-ondes là, faire un foot, un baseball, tout ce que tu veux.
Oh, nice, Manu. A new bingo PB.
Du coup Manu, Marco il a fini je suppose. Il est sur MN. Je suppose que Chopper il est déjà dans Woodfall. Tous les coups.
Yeah, we're almost done with Ocarina of Time. At least for the people that we are restreaming, there are only 3 left, I believe.
Putain.
We have Shade, we have Oxiga, and
J'ai mon
Astré.
Oh mais non, je te déconseille.
All three of them are in collapse. Well,
No.
Astré is already at the final fight.
Fais pas de knowledge, mec.
So we're almost done with the Ocarina of Time part of the restream.
Calendar. Dans la cutscene du début. Genre... D'accord. Il est encore humain, quoi. Parce qu'au début de MM, il y en a beaucoup des cutscenes. Il y a que ça.
It's funny, I barely know about the game, but I still remember the maze in this area that Amaterasu just did.
Yeah.
The layout is not that hard to remember anyway.
Scrub. Bon, par contre là, si je meurs... je forfait. Ouais, je vais pas la chercher. Y'a pas de truc.
Yo, Mino.
Funny, you just noticed him.
Ah oui, très bien. Tu peux m'attaquer, s'il te plaît?
Oh wow. We already have the Goron mask.
Oui. J'aime bien.
Yeah, since he got the Goron mask this quickly, I believe he does a bug limit run.
Oui, c'est pareil.
I actually have no idea what bug limit is in Majora's Mask.
Me neither. So yeah, we're still sorry that we can't really say a lot about MM, but we both gave our best with OT. By the way, again, Number, a huge shout out to you for jumping in on such quick notice.
Yep.
Like, thank you. You did a really great job,
welcome.
actually. You did a really great job, actually. I had fun and I learned a lot.
Yep,
So-
I've been sitting here for the last 4 hours and a half, commentating on the Ocarina of Time part. And I guess now is a good time for me to leave, since every runner is done with this game. I can't actually do anything in the Majora's Mask part. I don't run that game. And I believe you're gonna leave as well.
Okay, and Austria just finished.
He did quit in SRL, but he's still playing, so
Yeah, he undid it immediately.
yeah. Well, it was a really fun race.
Yeah, we are still waiting for 95 Shade and Oxyja are the final two to finish up. And after that we will leave you alone here with the pictures, with the streams and of the runners. So you can still follow the race. Sorry for no commentary. And thanks for watching anyways. So we had a blast. I had a blast. I hope you had a blast, Number.
Yes, I
And-
did. That was really fun. It was really interesting with the crashes and resets that happened.
Yeah, true. We saw pretty much a bit of everything. We saw 95 Shade losing 40 minutes to a messed up save warp. And he actually still finishes with a 425. Imagine, minus 40 minutes, he finishes like with a 346. And 346 is pretty damn solid, I'd say. Like, I mean, I'm not sure what his PB is, but let's see what his PB is. He would have... Oh, the poor guy. He finishes with like 427, I guess, right? He's almost done.
Yeah.
And
27, 28 maybe.
and his PB is F349. So he would have PB'd.
Ooh, that sucks.
That sucks. Poor guy, but actually we
Yeah,
will I will go over for the final part. I just forgot about that. Yeah. So we're back to the first four, and as you can see, Oxygen and 95 Shades are about to finish.
Oui.
Nah, sadly not Manu. I didn't find anybody
T'inquiète.
to
Concentrer un peu.
jump in for
Ooh!
MM. So
Oxiga just died. Ganon.
yeah, Oxygen just died. Fuck. Poor him.
He has to do the whole collapse again.
Oh,
That sucks.
that really sucks. And yeah, Test Runner was meant to actually change stream title and everything, and he got lost. I don't know. He's just not here. We couldn't reach him. So yeah, stream title is not right either. Lots of things that went wrong, but at least the stream is absolutely fine. We had no problems whatsoever, which makes me personally happy. But yeah. So congrats on 95 Shades to finish with a 428. Poor guy would have PB'd without the 40-minute save warp mess up. But still great, he finished. And now we just wait for Oxygen to finish up. Who will get a PB? And that's great for him. His PB is 4:40:16, and he will finish with like, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe they just one practice round.
Yeah. No, that PB is a year old. He will beat his year-old PB with this, which is actually great. So yeah, he's the final one on OOT.
Well, at least among those we restreamed.
Yeah, true. I believe we streamed everybody that was playing
Both games.
OOT. Yeah, that was playing both games, and we were streaming everyone that was playing OT except for Real Time Attack, I believe. Who we just missed, but he stopped after OT anyways.
Well, it did finish first before Clash Up.
Yeah, he did finish first. He actually won OT in that sense. So yeah, we're still waiting for Oxygen to finish up. I will actually enable his audio.
If it's not too loud.
Yeah, well, his voice is pretty loud, and he's talking to several guys, but we will give him the credit he deserves.
Oh, and he got the kiss.
Oh, give me some hearts and shit, guys. Give me some hearts for the kiss he got.
That's really great.
Okay, I don't get hearts in chat. Maybe I'm too fast, too quick into expecting things. Oh yeah, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. Good job.
And that's his second try on Ganon.
And we hope he will finish this time and will get his well-deserved PB.
Oh, j'ai eu le texte skip de la sonate.
Quel héros.
Imaginons un 10% glitché,
Ce
c'est à
serait
la fin
perfect.
du round, ça.
Ce serait perfect ou pas?
I'm glad to see that we had so many runners having trouble and still going.
Tu te calmes.
Ouais,
Reste
bâtard,
souple, c'est
ça.
du vache. Hein.
Oshiga Dixit Monsieur, je meurs sur Ganon. Hein.
Ouais, mais Ganon, c'est pas du match là. Sa mère, il tournait,
Ouais,
là.
c'est ça.
Tourne.
m'a puni. Le sale.
c'est un peu ça, Molkez, ouais, c'est un peu ça. Ouais.
Si je remeurs, par contre, je suis pas sûr MM. Hein. Bah, les couilles.
Oui.
You said that earlier that the final boss was
C'est pas dur.
disappointing, but still we had a runner die to it.
Yeah.
Alors, ça se passe
And we hope he will be able to finish now.
Je pense qu'il a épique.
Looking good. He's about to finish.
Mal. Ah.
Aïe.
Frappe moins fort.
Non, j'écrase.
Ah, ça.
C'est une 24, 43, je crois, le record du monde.
Will you get it this time?
He can do it. I'm sure he can.
Yep, he has plenty of health. That's it. It's at the final hit.
Boss avec deux grosses cités jaunes.
And he actually PBs by 7 minutes. That's actually a great accomplishment for him, I guess.
J'ai dormi vers 20 minutes.
After 1 year to PB by
Yeah.
all.
He's
But-
checking his splits.
Il a combien? Il a 4
Yeah, and he was he like 10 minutes behind up at some point? Okay.
Bah non.
So he caught up.
And he's done.
Slash.
Tu es donc éjecté de la boue.
Nice. So he's done as well, and he immediately swaps games as well. So okay, with this, I will lower his audio, and then I thank you again, Number, for joining me and doing the commentary. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, you're welcome. It was really fun.
That's cool to
And
hear.
I hope that everyone had a blast. Just stay tuned, we're still doing the Majora's Mask race.
Yeah, Trevor, if we know, sadly we didn't get Test Runner here to change the information. He just didn't show up. He wanted to change it before and then forgot. Also, Trev, you don't want to commentate the MM part, right? Because I couldn't find a MM commentator, and the one who wanted to do it got sick. I'm just asking. You'll like that?
Well,
Yeah.
thank you everyone. I think I'm gonna take my leave now. I need a break.
You deserve your break. Thank you, Number.
Thank you to you too.
Bye bye. Okay, so Trev will handle the commentary like in half an hour, which is great. Until then, I will actually swap over the layouts again to the other 4. Yes, please, Trev. That would be awesome. To the other 4, I will. Okay, that's more like it. So for now, we will stay on these 4, and soon, pretty soon, Trev will join me to do the commentary for MM, which is freaking great because I couldn't find somebody to commentate this. And yeah. Okay, I will take care of all this and I will mute myself for now. Thanks guys for watching already, and see you soon. Or hear you soon. More like it.
We're good. Are we live? Like on the stream. They're all actually... Okay, they're all in the swamp or woodfall. So we're fairly early in the run still. Past first cycle. Looks like I jumped in at a good time. Out of all of these on the screen at the moment, looks like we got Chopper the furthest ahead right now. It's the only one who has reached Mountain Village. At least on this set of 4. I believe they are all gonna... So let me see. Yeah, out of all these 4 runners... Now, this race for Majora's Mask is actually... there are 2 categories that are allowed for this back-to-back race. Some of the runners are doing glitchless, some of the runners are doing bug limit. The glitchless racers... Well, the 2 categories are about the same length. Bug limit is just a tiny bit faster. There's the small difference between the rules. The bug limit rule set bans save and quit, but allows for a couple more things besides that glitchless does not allow, being recoil flips, long jumps, clipping through ice, and escaping Clocktown. So overall, bug limit is about the same speed, but it's very similar to the glitchless rule set. So, and the routes, especially towards the second half, the routes are almost exactly the same. It's mostly the beginning. Being able to clip through ice benefits bug limit by being able to get Goron Mask earlier, but otherwise the routes are fairly the same. Chopper just finished getting Goron Lullaby intro. He's going to be heading to get the Goron Lullaby. Like I said, he's the furthest in out of the 4 we have on stream right now. Looks like we got Marco pretty close behind because he's entering Mountain Village right now. And then got Shade actually on the boat ride to Palace, and I believe that is Oxy, who has just entered the swamp. So out of the force, Oxy's a little bit behind, but he's at least in the swamp. So it's not a huge deficit. You don't spend too much time in the swamp. Now, Chopper's entering a cutscene, but I think I want to draw attention to Shade right here, because Shade doing Deku Palace. Deku Palace is actually one of the toughest parts of this run. It's a really short segment overall. It's got a couple really tight damage boosts and quite a few tricks. So, and I'm also curious what route he's going to go for. It looks like he's going to go for right side Palace route, indeed. So he's going to do that. So he's going to damage boost over this. And what he wants to do right now is he's going to be getting magic beans. That was an interesting strat. The side hop jump slash. Never seen that one. He's going to gainer up here. He's got plenty of money. He needs 5 sets of magic beans. These will be used later in the run because Gibdo Well is a necessary part of the glitchless category. So he's going to need to grab 5 magic beans for the Gibdo that requires those 5 magic beans in order to pass him. And then after that, he's going to have a tight cycle to make involving a platform in the left side of the palace so that he can make it to Sonata really quickly. Alright.
No, I don't want 6 ones. Go away.
Meanwhile, We got Chopper just finishing up the cutscene, so he's gonna be heading to Snowhead shortly, the first like temple you complete of the run. Well, all the runners have already been in well, sorry, 2 of the runners on screen have already been in Woodfall. Both Shade and Oxy are going to be heading there eventually. Shade being pretty close to entering Woodfall, but when you do enter Woodfall, you actually just go in there for Bow. Shade struggling with the damage boost. Looks like he's just going to abandon it and save the bombs he has. Bombs aren't super tight, but they're definitely useful, especially later in the run. The bomb count you have is not super strict, but there's not too many places to fix it quickly, at least. If you waste too many. Shade actually missed the side hop onto the platform. So what that does is he missed the cycle. The platform is on the left side. Once he gets there, he's gonna have to wait a little bit for it to move. Not that long though, but he missed a platform cycle. We'll be popping out shortly. Let's head into Palace. So while he's doing that cutscene, it looks like we got Chopper about to enter Snowhead. Marco about to cross the invisible platforms to grab Lens. Hopefully he does that well. So these 2 runners are actually like the runners aren't all that far apart. Oxy definitely trails quite a bit though. Like he's got at least a 10-minute deficit to Chopper. It's actually quite a bit more than that. Not quite sure. I was not here for the OOT race, so I don't know how much of this is. I mean, I'm sure a good deal of this is just OOT. In fact, it looks like Oxy is doing a really old route. Oxy just took damage from the Deku Baba on his way to Pictograph Box here. And that is a setup for a Death Warp that isn't done anymore, at least with the most recent route. So it looks like he might be using an older version of the route. So I'm actually going to definitely be looking at what he does in Deku Palace there. Because if he's taking that damage, it looks like he's definitely setting up for the Death Warp in Deku Palace. Part of an older route.
Just to give you a quick information, Oxy died to Ganon in OT and lost like, I don't know, like 10 minutes. Like
that's really unfortunate. It definitely looks like it put him significantly behind, because at least just comparing him to Chopper. I know Chopper doesn't play too much OT, but he definitely has a significant lead here. It's going to take Oxy at least like 15-20 minutes to get to the point that Chopper's at right now. So, Chopper in Snowhead Temple. Now, this temple is actually one of the more difficult, and if done really, really well, this temple is very interesting in the glitchless category. A lot of damage boosts that allow you to skip some rooms, and a couple neat tricks, especially towards the end.
Nice.
So, hopefully, Chopper has a nice one. It's definitely a cool category or a cool temple to see done well. So already, you're going to see him pull a bomb here, do a damage boost that'll allow him to bypass needing to the intended way to get through the temple, at least. Normally, you would need to... Sorry. I actually forget. Or at least I know, but... Normally, you can't access this area. Normally, you need to grab the key and go around and use the key back on a door towards the beginning of the temple in order to access the room he's in now. So that just skips a little bit of backtracking, sorry. And right here, he's going to grab another key. He needs 2 keys. There are actually 3 keys in this temple, but because he, again, skipped that aforementioned backtracking, he didn't need to unlock the door that he'd also go back there, so he only needs 2 of the 3 keys to complete the temple. Normally, you would need all 3. So he's going to open this door. And then this damage boost is a little bit tighter. It looks like he's going to head over here. A little odd. I guess just to dodge the bows. There are bows in this room that can sometimes get in your way. He gets it.
I think I'm gonna go with the
Meanwhile, I did say I was going to pay attention to Oxy. Oxy is doing a very older, like a lot older Palace route. He's managed his health well for it. Looks like he had trouble with the damage boost, though. He can still make this cycle. Does he know that? No, he does not know that. So now he can no longer make the cycle. Unfortunately, he's going to have to wait on this platform. That is unfortunate.
Haha, so long, dick you nuts.
Alright.
Can I get this? Wait, no.
We got Chopper fighting Wizrobe. There's a cutscene skip that we will likely see him attempt here. Wizrobe is vulnerable for 1 frame every time he pops out of this switch while he's trying to start a cutscene. So he's gonna, we see Chopper using a Goron Pound here, just because Goron Pound actually has many active damage frames, making the cutscene skip a lot easier. Even though Wizrobe is only vulnerable for 1 frame, the Goron Pound actually has, I mean, it's so many active damage frames, I couldn't even tell you, honestly. It's nearly half a second of active damage frames. It's rather insane, rather silly.
Oh yeah, I have nothing stored right now.
So picking up fire arrows, gonna now head on his way up. Now for anyone, no one on the screen is doing the bug limit route, but actually in the bug limit category, that route has hookshot for this temple. So anyone that you might be watching for this race doing the bug limit category, they would not be doing what Chopper's doing right here. They would just be able to hookshot up to the next level. So that's one advantage that the bug limit has, at least in the bug limit category has, at least in Snowhead. Speeds up Snowhead significantly at the cost of having to watch an extra cutscene earlier in order to get hookshot that they're not able to skip, but that Glitchless can skip, however.
So I have to take. I might get some damage from some bows.
So now we're gonna see. Normally, the way Snowhead is completed is you raise a giant pillar in the middle of the room, and then you can take out sections of it to lower it to the level you need in order to cross the various rooms that are all kind of spread throughout this big central room. But you notice that Chopper, despite it being a glitchless category, has managed to skip ever needing to raise that pillar. And you're going to see him actually do something right here again that would normally require the pillar to be raised. It's just a little Goron roll, exiting the side right there, so he can get over to the bridge that would normally you would use the big central pillar and it would connect the bridges, but by doing that, he's able to skip needing that. And yet another Wizrobe fight. Both of the mini-bosses in Snowhead are Wizrobe. In a casual playthrough of this game, you actually see this mini-boss quite often. But in this run, there will just be these two. He's heading to Wizrobe a little bit too early there. If you approach him too quickly during first phase, he teleports away. Now we're just going to see him do the same cutscene he did earlier with the Goron Pounds again, because Goron Pounds have nearly a half second of active damage frames. So it's very easy to hit the 1 frame that Wizrobe is vulnerable for. Alright, and that'll get him the boss key. So that's pretty much it for this temple. There's one more thing he needs to be careful of. It looks like he's going to do a similar little safe jump here into that snowball bridge. He already did it once on the other side, so he just needs to make sure he's lined up. He'll be jump slashing in there, and then that pretty much is going to be it for the temple for him, because once he goes up the stairs, he'll be at the boss. Now, the goat fight has a couple ways it can go wrong, and it's a little bit dependent on RNG, but the case that really makes it slower is not likely, so hopefully he gets good luck there. Meanwhile, checking up on the other runners, we got Marco, just getting Goron Lullaby. So he's going to be heading to Snowhead momentarily. Shade, heading to Bo. He's actually just about to get it. He did had a pretty good Woodfall. 1, at least. And then, meanwhile, Oxy still trails a little bit. But he is getting Song of Soaring and about to enter Woodfall himself. So he can definitely catch up. But let's see how Chopper's goat fight here goes. Hopefully, the really worst case scenario is while he's going to be lining up for these arrow shots here. There's a specific spot he can stand where you can shoot goat, but goat doesn't shoot back. And then he's going to be shooting and just hoping a stalactite, which fall randomly from the ceiling, does not block his shot. So like that one that just fell on the right, they can block your shot if they fall right in front of you. Thankfully, both of them fell to the right, though, so it looks like he's going to have a perfect fight. Well, that's good for him. So that finishes up Snowhead for him. He's going to be going through the cutscenes to learn Oath to Order. Meanwhile, actually, we have Shade here going for a recent route addition. He's going to be getting the boss key. on his first trip to Woodfall. The boss key actually used to be obtained on the second trip to Woodfall, because you could come back and do this fight with fire arrows. However, it turned out upon timing it, and this was just, again, this was a recent change to the route, that doing it now saves a little bit of time just because of the movement saved. And it also allows for something called just a fast death warp. By dying right after certain text boxes and certain sound effects are played, you can get a faster death warp where the death jingle or like song is skipped completely and it just immediately returns you to the beginning of the temple. So you can see he's really low health now, setting up that death warp. And definitely gonna be going for that. It's a fairly big window. You'll see when he dies, he'll just... There will be no death jingle played. He'll just immediately return to the beginning of the temple. All right, Marco making his way up the ramp. There's actually a lot of runners who have fallen off this ramp. He seems to be just fine. Now, Shade might have actually messed up the fast death warp. He may have opened the chest too quickly to get it. He needs to die before the jingle finishes playing. But it looks like that is a... Yep, that is a slow death warp. So he messes that up. He's going to lose a couple seconds to that. Unfortunately.
I should just change that in my PB then.
Make his way out nonetheless. Meanwhile, we got Oxy just entering the temple. So that puts him not too far behind Shade, because you only spend like 3 or 4 minutes in this temple. And also because Oxy seems to be running a lot of older strats for this category. So from my guess, he will not be getting the Woodfall boss key in his first trip here. He'll be getting it in his second trip. Because like I said, that is a more recent addition to the route. So it'll probably appear that Oxy is a lot closer to Shade than it does right now after the temple. Or than he does right now. Just because he's not going to be getting that boss key and Shade did. Alrighty. So, Chopper just finishing up the cutscene. There's a rather... The cutscene after Goat is unfortunately very long, just because you have to learn oath to order. And then Snowhead turns, or Mountain Village in general, becomes springtime. That's a rather long cutscene as well, but he'll be regaining control just in a second or so. And he's probably, and I say probably because he can choose not to for race safety. And a lot of people do choose to do so for race safety, but he's probably going to be heading to do Goron race. Actually, looking at his splits, he's still running with splits that have gold dust on them. So it definitely looks like that's what he's going to be doing. The reason that's often considered not race safe is there's a bit of RNG in that race. If you're really good at it, you can win that race more often than not. It's a little bit of RNG, but it's mostly in the player's control. But it's still not really considered race safe for that reason. It's like a very difficult race. Like, it's very easy to make a mistake that costs you the full race. And when you lose Goron race, that's a full minute and a half lost each loss. So definitely can be
happened last time. Right?
Definitely can be justified not doing it in a race, but looks like he's going to be doing it. And the reason he's going to be doing Goron race, even though it's not normally required to beat the game, is approaching Great Bay. He's going to want multiple bottles so that he can minimize the number of trips that he does to both Pirates Fortress and Pinnacle Rock. You need a bunch of Zora eggs to get a song New Wave Bossa Nova in order to enter Great Bay Temple. And just by getting that bottle, he's going to be able to cut down on the number of trips to Pinnacle Rock and Pirates Fortress. Both the Glitchless and Bug Limit category do 2 trips to Pirates Fortress and 1 trip to Pinnacle Rock, because they will be getting 3 eggs or 3 bottles total, so that they can carry 3 eggs at once. So that's the whole... And then, additionally, while the Goron race is mostly done for that bottle, it also has the benefit of coming with gold dust in it, which sells for 200 rupees, and they'll actually be selling it as well in this route, and using that money to get a powder keg that they need to complete the route. So, Goron race overall saves a little bit of time. It's not too much time, though. There are routes without Goron race that only lose 20-30 seconds. Ooh, did that Ooh, that was really scary on Chopper's part. He nearly threw that keg into the water. And if he'd done that, he would have lost a minute having to go back and bring a completely new one here. That was really scary on his part. Worked out, though. So he'll be entering Goron Race. Meanwhile, Oxy just made his first trip to Goron Shrine. So he's setting up to learn Lullaby. You need to talk to the baby first so that the Goron Elder will teach you the beginning of the Lullaby.
Shout out to Box Movement.
Marco is in a scary spot in Snow here. His health is really low, and you really don't want your health to be really low here. He still needs to do a damage boost. I believe he was having trouble with it. He's looking for some RNG hearts here. Gets it. That drop is not guaranteed. Definitely made that part scary for him. Because he wants to do a damage boost in this room that he just entered right now. And he didn't have the health to do it. The bomb would have just killed him immediately. He's actually killing the bows to make sure they don't get in his way.
Good enough. I just wanted to get a couple drops.
Hopefully he gets this. With his current health amount, he only has one try before he needs to farm hearts again. Because the bomb does half a heart. And he failed it, so he can't try it again. He could just complete the puzzle, but I'm not sure if he knows how. Like, rather than looking for hearts to continue going for this damage boost, he should just do the puzzle. Because all that damage boost does is skip doing that room's puzzle. Like, he has the means to complete the room right now. So he's wasting time. He should just complete the run, or the room, the intended way. Seeing like he's going for this RNG heart drop that I already mentioned is luck-based. He's not getting it now. Really just needs to complete that room the normal way.
Okay, so
So if we jump back to Chopper real quick, he'd actually just won Goron Race. 111. Looks like he had a little bit of an iffy Goron Race in that case. 111 generally signals a few seconds lost.
That probably could have worked.
But he gets his gold dust first try. So that's definitely, I mean, getting a slow Goron Race is better than losing it, for sure. So he has that bottle. He has the gold dust available to him. He's going to be able to sell that later.
Actually, yeah,
And then he's going to go over and get what is referred to as the powder keg license. It enables you to actually use powder kegs besides the one that the big Goron gives you. And he's going to be... That's just a free powder keg that he gets, basically. He's going to be using that to enter Romani Ranch.
Okay, I gotta think. I think I need.
And it looks like Marco is... He still was struggling with the damage boost. He's actually just going to do the puzzle now.
After I finish Snow,
And that's good on his part. Or, wait, is he? He started it, and then... Now he's leaving. Okay, he's not going to complete the puzzle. He started to complete the puzzle, and then he stopped. I'm not quite sure what he's doing.
15 going back to get the thing, and then like 30 getting Girl Mask.
Alright. Hopefully he gets this. This is definitely wasting a lot of time, and what Marco really has to be worried about is if he wastes too much time. Looks like he inverted early, so he has time slowed right now. But the way the glitchless route works out, you need to make it to Romani Ranch before the night of the first day, because otherwise you can't learn a Pona song anymore, and you do need a Pona song, and in order to finish the run. So he does need to make it to Romani Ranch before 6. But right now it's just approaching 3. He does have the time to do it, but it's definitely it's getting tight. He can't make many more mistakes like that.
Thank you, Goron.
He's gonna go ahead and pick up Fire Arrow. Meanwhile, we got Chopper. He's just reaching Romani Ranch himself. It is actually about 5:15 for him in game time, which is ideal. It's approaching night, but he's already at basically the event he needed to make it to. So that's good on him. So he's going to be learning a Pona song, and then in the same time, before it turns night, he will also be getting Garo Mask, which is necessary in order to beat the game without glitches. That's really all
Okay, so I need
you
Ocarina
need
and
as far as
Boss.
in-game time is concerned in this early segment. Although coming up, they're also going to be managing in-game
Except
time for the
Ocarina.
aliens, but that will be once it becomes night.
I guess it doesn't matter.
Alright.
I don't need Goron Mask or Ocarina.
So Marco picks up his fire arrows, and he really needs to have a nice snow hit here. His in-game time is actually a little bit more concerning than I originally thought. 3:15. You really want to finish this temple by the latest at 4. There are ways to reroute when this happens, but considering that Marco really was like absolutely... I'm not quite sure how Marco will handle being behind on in-game time here. It's certainly fixable, but during the puzzle room, he was really stuck on doing that damage boost rather than just completing the room the intended way. So we'll see how he decides to reroute if it becomes necessary, and it's very likely it will become necessary. Meanwhile, Chopper doing opponent archery. Looks like he's going to get a 30, so that's terrible. Absolutely, nope, disgusted. Nope. Nah, that's actually not a bad time, not a bad time. 32, fairly okay. So he's going to be getting a Pona Song, getting Garo Mask, like I mentioned, and then from there, he basically, that's like getting Garo Mask is the last thing he needs it to be first day for, and I mean, he's managed his in-game time incredibly well, so it'll be turning night shortly after, and then from there, he's managing to hit aliens for his third bottle, which again will help him do Pinnacle Rock in one trip, since Pinnacle Rock has 3 Zora eggs, and having 3 bottles will enable him to do that in just one trip. Marco actually fell down to the bottom here. This is really not good. Like, his in-game time is in such a bad spot. He really can't afford for stuff like this to happen. He's almost certainly going to have to reroute. Hopefully he manages that, especially since he fell down again. This is not good. His best way he could reroute this, he will not have time to do Goron Race before getting a Pona Song. If he goes to do Goron Race, is after he finishes this temple, then he just will not be able to, he will not have enough in-game time to make it to Romani Ranch before 6, before it turns night. And at night, he can't learn a Pona Song, and he can't get the Garo Mask. So he needs to put Goron Race later. If he goes and tries to do Goron Race after this temple, he's going to have a huge issue. It's not going to be good for him. He might not make it to Romani Ranch and get the song and Garo Mask. And if that's the case, then the level of rerouting he needs to do becomes that much worse. Like, even if he does that, there's ways to reroute it, but it just loses so much more time, and it's going to be more difficult because you actually need a couple different like tricks in order to manage at that point that he may or may not know. They're actually 100% glitchless tricks, but they can be used in the situation Marco's in to potentially fix that problem. But it's very unlikely he's familiar with them unless he's run that category. So hopefully he just skips Goron Race, puts it later, and that would be ideal. Because, yeah, you need to complete this temple by now. Marco needs to be done with Snowhead already. He does not have the in-game time. Chopper just got Garo Mask, so, I mean, Chopper has made his in-game time deadlines. It's still only 5:20 for him. He's probably going to need to uninvert soon. You do need to uninvert at some point in this route. Just because, he needs, again, remember, he's going to be selling the gold dust he got from winning the Goron Race earlier. And, like, that is absolutely required. He needs to get that gold dust out of his bottle, right? Because he needs it to put Zora eggs in later. The only way to get rid of gold dust in a bottle is to either sell it at the Curiosity Shop or to actually turn it in with the Razor Sword to the smithy. But turning it in with the Razor Sword to the smithy is not going to happen. He's going to be selling it to the Curiosity Shop to clear that out of a bottle. And Curiosity Shop opens at 10. So he needs to make sure he uninverts so that after Pirate's Fortress, he can head to Clocktown, and it's already 10. If he doesn't uninvert at some point, then it won't be 10. And the Curiosity Shop won't be open for him to be able to do that. So he won't have that bottle available to him.
I think my in-game time is fine.
Marco looks like he's having a good goat fight. That stalactite came very close to blocking his shots, like I mentioned earlier, but not quite. Looks like he actually messed it up, though. He started missing his shots, and he's lost control of the fight. This is just wasting more in-game time. Ooh, and killing Goat there. So, Goat dies at the nearest corner he's running to when his health runs out. So killing Goat where Marco just did puts Goat as far away from him as he physically can be. Marco now has to roll around the entire room just to reach the blue warp because Goat died on the other side of the room. The strat for Goat, make sure that Goat is running towards the player as he dies so that he dies right next to you and the blue warp is right next to you. Didn't happen. Sorry about that. So I didn't see if Chopper uninverted, but really quickly, Chopper probably should have uninverted by now, or he risks getting back to Clocktown too early to sell his gold dust. But I think he has not yet. Is he about to? It's really early. This is Song of Healing. I assume he's gonna do it afterwards, but he risks getting there early. All right. Either way, I think we're going to be switching over to the other set of runners. We have 4 more runners, and I believe we're looking to switch over them. So now would be a pretty good time, actually, since Marco just finished Snowhead. So since we switched over, just to update you on what we got going on our screen here. We got Australava, Floflu, Amatsuru, and Bell. Bell is actually a Japanese runner who mentioned the aforementioned. He's running the bug limit category, so his route is a little bit different. Although at this point in the run, it's gonna definitely resemble the glitchless route a little bit, and actually looks like Austria has forfeit, unfortunately. So we have Bell, Floflu, and Amatsuru. Oh my god, it's impossible. I'm sorry. So, Bell and Floflu look like they're really close. They're both doing Goron Race, right? So they must be really close. But again, they're running 2 different categories, which have 2 different routes. Bell running Bug Limit and Okay,
so I got
Floflu. Sorry, it's not even him. It's Floflu. Floflu running Glitchless. So Glitchless does Goron Race actually much earlier in the route than Bug Limit. Bug Limit is actually currently, if you look at Bell's in-game time, it's actually nearly 1 in the morning. So he's actually managing to head to Aliens pretty soon to get his 3rd bottle, and he just got a 2nd from Goron Race. Meanwhile, Floflu still has to do quite a few things to get to where Bell is at. So Bell actually has a very significant lead. Meanwhile, we got Amatsuru, entering Pirate's Fortress. So Amatsuru is actually not very far behind Bell in terms of comparing the 2 routes. What Bell has done over Amatsuru is done Akana Graveyard and PF, which individually don't take that long. Together, that gives Bell a decent lead. But Amatsuru can certainly catch up. So Bell actually looks like he might just be in the lead overall. I know Bell is actually a very good OT glitchless runner, so I could definitely see him being in the lead. Because after Woodfall, he's basically just going to be heading straight to Milk Road with just a short detour to Clocktown to, again, sell the gold dust that he actually just picked up. So he's still got that. He needs to get rid of that. So he'll be soaring after he finishes Woodfall, heading straight to Clocktown, sell his gold dust, and then go do Aliens. And just to put it into perspective, what the runners are managing for here, the Aliens start at 2:30. They arrive at the ranch at 2:30. You do not want to be there before 2:30 because if you're in the ranch at 2:30, the cutscene plays. Now, the Aliens, the first wave of Aliens, every single alien reaches the barn at 3:49 in-game time. Now, you want to reach the barn in order to save the maximum amount of time. You want to manage your in-game time in a way. This means inverting and uninverting to manage how fast it's going. Where you get to the ranch as close to 3:49 as possible, but at a time where you can still win. Now, generally, this means reaching the ranch around 3:30. You only need about 19 or so minutes to clear the first wave. It doesn't take too long, especially if you know a trick called Barn Shot, let you get all of the aliens from standing in one spot. Bell is likely attempting to do that. So, approaching the end of Woodfall Temple here, he's probably going to be uninverting soon. Just because if he doesn't uninvert soon, he will actually be very early. And that's what he's doing right now, because there's actually no reason for him to have Ocarina here unless he's going to do that. So he is doing that. So now it's on him to clear the rest of this temple, which all he has to do is kill the boss. He needs to clear the rest of this temple and then get to the ranch by like 3:30. So he's got about 2 in-game hours. It should be plenty of time, but if he makes a mistake, then he'll either be late to aliens or it will force him to invert time again, which will also cost time. But he should have enough. I think he made a good call as long as he plays well. So we got Flo-Flu just reaching the ranch. It's very early in-game time for him wise. He must have done an additional cycle. You can't really reach the ranch this early unless you Song of Timed at some point. So it looks like Flo-Flu might either have made a mistake or is running a safer route. But means he's fine on in-game time. So he's going to be doing the same thing we saw Chopper doing on the other set of runners.
Not sure.
Now, Matsuru reaching the end of Pirate's Fortress. I'm actually going to explain something coming up on a Matsuru's stream, because what's going on right now is he's going to be entering, because he's on the Japanese version of Majora's Mask, all the pirates that are indoors actually have their vision affected by nighttime. On the English release of this game, all of the pirates have normal vision if they're indoors. The vision of the pirates outdoors is exactly the same on both versions, but on the Japanese versions, the ones that are indoors inside the lit buildings still have worse vision than the ones that are outdoors, or the same as the outdoors ones. So he can just walk into this door right here, and because it's nighttime, this pirate that normally would catch him will not catch him. It needs to walk closer. He can just sidestep around it. He's going to break this barrel, and then before that pirate on the right walks to him, he needs to hit the beehive. But he did it in time. A little bit of extra time, actually. He had about 4 or 5 more seconds. And that allows him to skip the cutscene that would normally play in this room, which is actually a cutscene that Bug Limit has to watch because it doesn't have Bow, and it also arrives at Pirate's Fortress during the daytime. Bug Limit actually doesn't have that luxury. So that's one big difference between the 2 categories that are being run here. Now, Bug Limit Bell has finished Woodfall. We need to check his in-game time. It looks like he did fine there. We definitely want to double check his in-game time to make sure he will be on time for aliens. If he does not make it on time for aliens, that's not going to kill his run, but that will waste so much time. That will be a huge time loss. Like, the run is still finishable. Again, aliens isn't a mandatory part of beating this game casually, but he's going to be down a bottle. And another big benefit, aliens bottle actually saves a lot of time. Because not only is it a 3rd bottle that helps you save a trip to Pinnacle Rock, but it comes with milk in it. And that's important because in Gibdo Well, a necessary part of getting Mirror Shield, one of the Gibdos wants milk. So not only does this bottle help you with the egg collecting quest, but it also helps you complete Gibdo Well more quickly. So it's a really good thing overall. All right. Bell's in-game time is iffy. 2:30. He can definitely make it on time, as long as his movement is good and his shooting is good. But this is actually going to be a critical part of Bell's run right here. So he's got about 1 hour and 19 minutes before the aliens win, and he needs to get there in 1 hour. So he's going to go quickly sell his gold dust, pick up a fish, buy powder keg and shoes, and then head there. So he's actually going to enter all 3 of the shops in West Clocktown. He's going to sell the gold dust for the money, pick up a fish for Gibdo Well, and then pick up a powder keg and shoes just for later in the run. Meanwhile, Flo-Flu did not quite, or Matsuru, I keep mixing them up, my bad. Matsuru did not manage his in-game time correctly. It was not 10 o'clock when he reached Clocktown, so he was unable to enter Curiosity Shop. You saw him just standing there. He was just waiting for it to open. There was nothing he could do. He needed to uninvert earlier than he did so that time started going faster. He would not have been early. But, I mean, that's also... He must have been playing safe, because this entire segment that he's in right now is also managing 4 aliens, just like Bell is. Alright, getting scary for Bell. It's now nearly 3 o'clock. Now, Bell does have an option here to just soar to Milk Road. He's close to Milk Road right now, right? Milk Road isn't that far from Clocktown. It's faster to roll there just because the soaring cutscene takes so long and he's so close. But it looks like he's going to soar there, just to be safe. So this will save him in-game time, since soaring gets him there without passing any in-game time, but it's losing him real time, if that makes sense. Because he could have rolled there faster. But if he had rolled there, would have wasted in-game time. So this is the safe play for him. Makes a lot of sense. It's not that much slower real time. It would have been a little bit better for him to roll there, but really not that much slower. It makes aliens a lot easier for him. So he should be fine here. See, he actually is, yep, he's here a little bit early because he chose to soar. So he's going to get on the box, and from this box is one of the few places you can stand where you can shoot all of the aliens, as long as you're early enough. If you're a little bit later than this, then the box actually you cannot reach every alien. The final alien is blocked by the house from the box if you're later. But because he was early enough, the box is a good spot to stand. If you were a little bit later, you need to stand at a certain spot to the right of the barn where you can shoot all 8. Because you can see all 7 besides the one behind the house. And then you can do something called barn shot to shoot the final one just through the wall. Alright, so it looks like Bella's got that under control. Meanwhile, Matsuru, has inverted time again. So it looks like he's just playing this segment really, really safe. Because done really, really well, he should be fine in-game time. He has plenty of time before he needs to head to aliens again. It's only 10:30 right now. He needs to head to aliens after he's reached Akana. And so he needs to do the graveyard, and then he just needs to get up onto Akana and hit the owl statue so that he can come back later before he heads to aliens. And he's got plenty of time for that, so he's definitely playing it very safe by inverting. And that might cost him time later. I assume that he must be out of sticks because he's in this grotto. Luckily, there's also a chew chest here, and it looks like he didn't purchase chews either. So he's picking up some chews and also picking up a stick, I assume, so that he can use power crouch stab here to kill Kita. And a neat strat you're going to see Matsuru do, he's actually already set it up. He's dropped a bomb before playing Sonata, and during the cutscene of Kita getting up, he's going to get hit by that bomb. And that will mean you catch up to him a lot more quickly, and it speeds up the fight, because it just delays Kita walking away from you for so long. Like, as you can see, he's right there. Normally, he gets very far away from you. You have to do a little bit of chasing, but this slows down that quite a bit. So very good on him. He really should uninvert. Like, I expect he'll be very early to aliens and end up waiting on that too, just because of how safe he's playing. So we'll see. Alright. Bell, however, is still very much in the lead. And heading to Gibdowell here. So he's going to be picking up Mirror Shield. And the reason that Mirror Shield is in this part of the run is because he has a lot of items and bottles right now. The milk, specifically, and the fish that he needs to complete Gibdowell. So he can't go get New Wave Bossa Nova yet, right? If he went and got New Wave Bossa Nova right now, he's got to get rid of those other items in his bottles. And that would just not work out, because then he wouldn't have them for Gibdowell. So he needs to do Gibdowell first, get rid of those items in his bottles. And then he'll be, actually, looking at his splits, he might be doing a route that's very popular in Japan, but is not used in the West. And he might be doing Stone Tower before Great Bay Temple. You can actually do them in either order, but Great Bay Temple before Stone Tower is faster, but for some reason Stone Tower before Great Bay Temple is really popular in Japan. Like, it's been timed, and they're aware of it, and they just say like, a lot of Japanese runners just prefer it. It's very odd. And the main reason that Great Bay Temple before Stone Tower is faster is ice arrows speed up a couple fights. Specifically, Garo Master and Twin Mold are both sped up by having ice arrows already. Meanwhile, light arrows do not aid you at all in Great Bay Temple. There's no reason to have them. Great Bay Temple generally is preferable, but it looks like he's definitely going to be doing... He's at least going to be getting Elegy after this, according to his splits. Oh. Flu. Or sorry, lost track of where I was. But Amatsuru in the graveyard. He's going to be getting Song of Storms. His in-game time is only 11. That is really bad. It needs to be a lot later than that right now. He's almost certainly going to end up waiting for aliens unless he really anticipates himself making that many mistakes. Not quite sure what his thinking is there. Meanwhile, we got Flu, who is on the bottom left, who is also kind of iffy on in-game time. And in-game time seems to be a problem for a couple of these runners, because right now it's only 640 for Flu, and after Pirate's Fortress is, again, when he goes to Curiosity Shop to sell the gold dust, and that's open at 10. But unless he uninverts like now, he's going to be early and end up waiting in the shop to open. See how that goes. Alright. Bell picking up Mirror Shield. So he'll have that. So it looks like Bell is definitely going to be heading to Stone Tower now. Yep. So his splits do have him going to Stone Tower before Great Bay Temple. Very odd choice, but like I mentioned, very, very popular among Japanese bug limit runners. I have no clear reason for it other than it's just a thing. They really like to do it. So he will not have ice arrows, unfortunately, for Stone Tower. One potential reason for that, I guess, if I had to theorize why they go to Stone Tower before Great Bay Temple, is at certain levels of play, it makes in-game time work out better to do Stone Tower before Great Bay Temple. However, done optimally, Stone Tower after Great Bay Temple works fine. So, I mean, it's a decision you can make to potentially help make in-game time work out better so that you don't get like a day transition during Stone Tower, for example, while you're climbing it. Because during the climb of Stone Tower, you need to use Elegy of Emptiness a lot. And if a day transition happens there, it deletes all your Elegy statues. So, like, I guess that's a concern. But really, that doesn't happen unless you go really slowly. So, I mean, it can be a concern. Still a very odd decision. So now what you're going to see Bell do is he's just making his way through Akana Castle. The powder keg he picked up from the bomb shop earlier is for this purpose. There's a hole he's going to need to blow up. Actually gets hit by the Skulltula there. It looks like he was trying to land on the platform just to the side of the Skulltula, but that jump is precise that he went for. So he ended up paying for it. We'll see if he chooses to shoot the Skulltula. Yeah, okay, he is going to kill the Skulltula this time. Say, I've never seen somebody try to stand there without killing the Skulltula. Skulltulas have a much larger hitbox than what it looks like. Ooh, that's interesting. So Bell just picked up Deku Nuts there. I guess another advantage of coming here is you can pick up that Deku Nut drop, and Deku Nuts actually speed up the wart fight a lot in Great Bay Temple. However, he had plenty already. He didn't need that many, so that's really just extra at this point, so it doesn't make a huge difference. Like, he has 20. You do not need 20 for the wart fight. I would challenge somebody to find a way to use 20 Deku Nuts in the wart fight and be fast. Alright. Neat trick being done by Amatsuru right now is he actually just did a very precise hook shot. It's not as precise as a few, if you're familiar with like Pixel Shot and OT, definitely not as precise as that. But there's like a small range of places you can stand that will allow you to reach that tree that he hook shot without needing ice arrows. Normally, you need to cross the river with ice arrows, so getting here requires ice arrows, and having beaten Great Bay Temple beforehand. But with the hook shot that Amatsuru did, he's able to access Akana early, which is good since he really has no reason to head to Great Bay Temple yet. So he needs to do a few more things, ideally, to burn time until aliens, and Great Bay Temple is far too long for that. And he finally uninverted, but it's only 12. It's 12 right now. Like, the only things that Amatsuru can do to burn time until aliens is play Song of Storms in this this cave that he's doing right now, which he's gonna do at like 12:20, and then he's gonna pick up Gibdo Mask. But at that point, at the latest, for him, it's gonna be 1 o'clock. He's gonna end up waiting over an hour of in-game time for aliens. So that was not managed well. So he's gonna lose a lot of time coming up to just standing there, doing nothing. Ooh, does Bell have a fairy? No, Bell does not have a fairy. He just died to Egos. That's very unlucky. Egos gave him a couple of quick attacks in succession, and Bell just was not prepared for it. He just died to Egos, so he's gonna have to re-enter. Thankfully, that's not a gigantic time loss, but it's still significant. He has to watch the intro cutscene for Egos again, and he had actually already killed his two subordinates, the two soldiers before Egos. He has to kill them again. So that's a minute and a half of time loss, probably. So that's unfortunate on Bell's part. And the reason Bell was so close to death there is he's actually setting up for a death warp. You really want a death warp out of Egos' room because you can't soar out of it. If you want, like, the next best strat, if you don't death warp out of Egos' room, is to soar out. And because you have to exit the room completely in order to soar, it's just really slow. Not only is soaring just slower than a death warp, but you also have to leave the room just in order to do it. So it just makes it that much slower. You really want to avoid that. But unfortunately, in Bell's case, it bit him in the back. He is gonna have to redo the fight. All right. Meanwhile, I mentioned that Flo uninverted really, really late. We can now see him standing in front of the Curiosity Shop door, waiting for it to open. He has another in-game hour before it does that. Just poorly managed in-game time. If he'd uninverted sooner, it would already be 10 right here. That's costing him time. I mean, the same thing's going to happen to Amatsuru, just at aliens. So we'll see how that goes shortly. So Bell played his second Egos fight a little bit safer. He did not let Egos knock him as low as probably he would have liked. He still has 1.5 hearts, and ideally you end the fight with only half a heart so you can die instantly. He's actually going to have to waste several bomb chews just to kill himself now after this cutscene is over. But he probably just didn't want to risk dying again. Maybe that, or just Egos wasn't giving him the right attacks. Didn't quite catch it. But either way, his death warp is going to be rather slow. Still faster than soaring out, however. We'll put him down a couple bomb chews. The last place he's going to need bomb chews is in Stone Tower Temple. He needs at least, ideally, 3, but he can get by with just 1. It's better to have 3, but as long as he has at least 1, he's fine. If he doesn't have at least 1, he's going to have to do something rather slow. But as long as he has at least 1, he can avoid that. So I'm not quite sure how many he has, or he's going to need 3 to kill himself. Hopefully he has a little bit more than that. Meanwhile, Flo picking up, heading to the Clocktown shops. It finally turned 10 for him. As soon as it turned 10, he re-inverted, so he's really scared for aliens, but he's gonna run into the same problem that Amatsuru is gonna encounter, where he's just gonna be super early for aliens. There's like not much he can do about it. Like, it's only 1 o'clock for Amatsuru right now. He's gonna end up waiting. And I mean, if Flo stays inverted, the same thing's gonna happen. So Bell just killed himself. He actually still has 4 chews, so he has plenty. He's actually quite fine on that front. Gonna be heading to Stone Tower now. Probably be checking up on the other runners soon enough, but I'd want to see what exactly Amatsuru is thinking here for the aliens. What he plans to do about this. Like, is he just gonna end up waiting, or is he gonna, like, he has time, like, he could buffer and go do Woodfall right now. It's not ideal, but it would be better in his situation to go do Woodfall. Wait a minute, what is he doing? Oh, this is interesting. Now, see, since I missed the beginning of the run, I didn't know he's doing this. So maybe he actually, I may have been falsely accusing Amatsuru of managing in-game time poorly. Oh wait, what's he doing now? What? Not quite sure what he's doing. Okay, so never mind. I was right. He did manage it poorly. I thought what he just did, soaring to Southern Swamp, is something the beginner route would do right here. And I guess he may have been accounting for that if he was running the beginner route, but it was just a false soar. He is going to buffer the time to aliens by doing Woodfall. This is something you can do if you're going to get to aliens really early, and it's not particularly fast, but it's something he can do. Or wait, maybe no, I'm wrong again. He is running the beginner route. Woodfall isn't raised. He saw him have timed at some point. Okay, so yeah. He actually managed his in-game time pretty well, considering that fact in that case. Considering that he has to head into Woodfall now, and beat it now before aliens, so that he can get magic beans, this actually makes quite a bit of sense. Interesting. So I believe we can probably switch over to the other runners right now. Bell is just going to be climbing Stone Tower. We got the other two runners doing the same things to get ready for aliens that Bell just did. Probably can check up on what the other runners are doing right about now. See how they have fared since we last left them. So right away, I noticed Marco waiting at the Curiosity Shop. Not quite 10 o'clock yet, so in-game time not managed exactly the best. Chopper, meanwhile, just completed Woodfall, so he's actually behind Bell. Out of all the runners we've been looking at on these streams, Bell definitely has a rather significant lead on all of them. Considering he's already got Mirror Shield and he's already heading into his third temple. For most other runners, their third temple will be Great Bay Temple, but like I said, thing that the Japanese runners like to do is do Stone Tower third. But everyone else will be seeing going to Great Bay Temple, so we'll just call it the third temple for now. Bell is already approaching that. But we got Chopper, just finished Woodfall. Gonna be heading to Mirror Shield right after. But that doesn't put him too far behind, but definitely at least like a 10-minute difference. Meanwhile, Shade entering PF. So that puts him slightly behind Marco. In fact, these runners are still basically in the same state that we left them before. Out of these four runners, Chopper is the furthest ahead. Marco is trailing behind quite a bit, so Chopper's got actually grown his lead since we last checked. Shade behind Marco, and then Oxy in the back right now, but not too far. Oxy is actually heading to where Shade is right now. So that doesn't put him too far behind. Although, because Oxy is running the beginner route, he does have to do a couple more things than Shade, which will come into play later after he's beaten Woodfall. This is interesting. Okay, Marco took a path through Clocktown to reach Ocarina Canyon. A little bit slower just because it has a couple more load zones, and also you can't check for items on your way here. A big thing that you do in this category is after doing all the shopping in West Clocktown, you exit through West Clocktown and roll all the way around, which, while being more movement, saves time because there's no load zones. And because you can also check the bushes for bombs, which at this point in the run you usually need. So he might be planning to get a different bomb drop coming up. Probably the Ocarina Canyon one. Because otherwise, unless he got some bombs earlier while we weren't watching, he's going to be short on bombs. Now, what I do like to see here is that Marco is one of the first runners we've looked at who is not playing this segment really safe and is probably going to, you know, result in him being really early for aliens. He is not inverted. His time is still at normal speed, and that is what you want for this segment because there's only enough stuff really to buffer up to aliens here. If you invert and then you end up playing well, then you just end up getting punished. It's like you played poorly because you're just going to end up waiting at aliens regardless. So you really want time to be going normal speed here. Notably, though, Marco did not drop the bomb before this fight, which means he's going to have to chase Kita down. Hopefully Kita doesn't get away. As long as he keeps shooting Kita, he can keep him relatively in place. But he's going to have to at least kill the first wave of stall children here. He's going to have to chase Kita down a little bit. Should be able to catch up to him right here. All right, not bad, not bad. It's the best case you can have, really. All right. So meanwhile, on Chopper's screen, you saw him launch a Chew. It's going to wrap all the way around the walls, hit the big Poe. Then he's actually going to use bombs. Just like Wizrobe actually earlier in Snowhead, the big Poe here has 1 frame of invulnerability before it starts spinning, where it can be hit. And if you pull a bomb as soon as the big Poe gets hit by your previous bomb, then the bomb's explosion will actually hit it. He did mess up on that last bomb pull, though. That was a little late. But he got all the other ones, so still a fairly fast big Poe fight. He's going to grab that just to give to a later Gibdo. So while he does that, Marco watches the cutscene. We got Shade in Pirate's Fortress, just grabbing the hook shot. Something I failed to mention earlier is that Pirate's Fortress, it does have 4 eggs in it, and I've mentioned that there are 3 bottles obtained in this run. So Pirate's Fortress does have to be done in 2 trips. So the first trip is done while we're waiting on aliens, so he does have time going, obviously. It's first night for Shade, and this is done as a buffer while waiting on aliens. And you get the hook shot so that it can be used for Woodfall later, which speeds it up significantly. Also, you need hookshot to enter Akana. So you come here from your first trip just to grab hookshot and 1 egg, which are both in the same room before soaring out, and then you do the other 3 eggs in the next trip. But having hookshot early definitely speeds up quite a couple things and is actually what allows you to enter Akana, so it's very necessary. Actually, what is Shade's in-game time? It's 10:30 for him. Perfect. So he'll be able to enter Curiosity Shop, which is where he's going right now. Any time between 10 and 11 is ideal. Like, if you make it to Clocktown at 11, you can still make it to Aliens just fine. You might make it there a little bit later, and so it'll be tighter. But that's honestly faster, so... I mean, really, Shade has... As long as Shade plays well, he's managed in-game time quite... really perfectly, so it's good on him. We'll have to follow his alien segment, see if he makes it without having to slow down in-game time again. If he makes any significant mistakes, he's going to have to slow down in-game time in order to make it. In the meantime, Chopper, reaching... He got his Mirror Shield, entering new Great Bay again, so he's going to be doing all of the egg collecting now. This is why he has 3 bottles. So he's got 1 more trip to Pirate's Fortress ahead of him, 1 more trip to Pinnacle Rock, 3 eggs in each, because there's his first egg that he actually collected a lot earlier. So I believe he will be heading to Pirate's Fortress first. You can actually do them in any order, technically, and it's about the same speed, but Pirate's Fortress first actually works out better for equips. And as I say that, he ignores me completely. He's going to Pinnacle Rock. Not a big difference, it just matters for equips, and Pirate's Fortress first generally works out a little bit better in regards to equips. But that is also fine. Just means he's gonna have to like pause an extra, like 1 extra time. Not a huge difference. So Shade actually taking a weird route to Akana. So he entered Termina Field from West Clocktown, and then he has to go all the way around because Termina's in the east, right? And the reason for that is so you can pass through multiple bushes on the way hoping for bombs, and also because there's no load zones. But there's less bushes with the path Shade took, so he had less opportunity to get the things he needed. Weird decision. Chopper, rather cut and dry, just getting the Zora eggs. It's done in a slightly different order in Glitchless because you can't use the Glitch Ocarina items to exit the area. You have to swim out. So it gets the eggs in a slightly different order. It gets one of the top ones, then gets one of the bottom ones, and then gets the other top one. That way it's already near the exit once it's finished. But besides that, fairly similar to any glitched category. Marco's in-game time. Now this 130. He can do this. So neat little tidbit about how Akana is done. There are up to 3 things. So with in-game time being like as tight as it is during this segment, runners are trying to make it to aliens on time, and a lot of things can go wrong on the way. There are various ways this can be managed. The bare minimum before he heads to aliens, since he's here, he wants to make it to Akana Owl statue because he needs to be able to soar back later. If he can't get to Akana Owl statue before aliens, he's going to lose a lot of time later because he has to do all the movement to get here again, right? He can't just soar back. However, if you hit Akana Owl statue and there is still time before aliens and you don't want to sit there waiting, there's 2 more things you can do. You can go play Song of Storms in the cave, which will prep Gibdo Mask, and if you still have time before aliens, you can get Gibdo Mask. After you get Gibdo Mask, there's nothing else you can do before aliens, though you have to go do it at that point. So like in-game time managed poorly will be like you don't, like you get Gibdo Mask and you have nothing left you can do. And you just have to go there and wait. But depending on how in-game time is managed, you can do a different number of activities in Akana to burn time while waiting on aliens. Again, the bare minimum is hitting that owl statue, but if it's still too early, there's things you can do to buffer, and it doesn't lose time. So, it looks like he's going to hit the owl statue, and it's going to be around 250. So he has time to go to the cave if he wants to save the maximum amount of time. But if he wants to be safe, he might just soar right away. Let's see what he chooses to do here. So he hits the owl. He is going to the cave. He will not have time for Gibdo Mask. He does not have enough time to get Gibdo Mask, so he'll have 2 of the 3 things done. And then when he comes back later to do Beneath the Well, the Gibdo Well, he'll just get Gibdo Mask right before, and it doesn't make a big difference. So that's a neat thing about this segment and the way it's like structured. Like depending on how well you play and how you manage in-game time, you can fix it and like adjust it with the amount of activities you do in Akana. It's really neat that way. So Marco will have 2 of the 3 things done, and then he'll just do the 3rd when he comes back for the well. That's that. Meanwhile, Chopper, finished Pinnacle Rock, going to be heading into Pirate's Fortress for a 2nd trip. Not much going on there. It's just going to be slightly sped up because he already has Hookshot, and if you already have Hookshot, then you can enter Pirate's Fortress that much more quickly. May not have noticed it, but that little trick, that little movement he did to get into the water, he actually just barely beat a pirate cycle. He was very close to being caught there. That cycle is a little bit tricky to beat, but he did not get caught. Made the fastest cycle for the boats that were going around Outer Pirate's Fortress. The rest is fairly standard, so he'll be doing that. We got Oxy here. Just finishing up first trip to Pirate's Fortress. Is actually fallen further behind Shade here. His in-game time is good, though. Credit to him for that, because it is about actually the same in-game time that Shade had right here, which is he's going to be leaving around 10:30. So Curiosity Shop will be open for him. Perfect. And Shade seems to have re-inverted at some point, so he must have made some mistake while I was not looking, because ideally, you don't have to do this re-invert. I know Shade tries not to do it unless he really makes a mistake that merits it, so something must have happened. So while time is slowed, Shade is losing time because, you know, he wants aliens to happen as soon as possible, and it's not going to be happening quite as quickly as it would have if time had been going at normal speed. Actually, like for every second, so okay, time inverted in Majora's Mask. When you play the Song of Inverted Time, time goes at 1/3 its normal speed, right? So
it's 1 right now. So
every second that you spend inverted, you lose 2/3 of that second, right? Because time is going at only 1/3 of the speed. So every 1 second that passes, the same amount of in-game time passes that could have passed in 3 seconds. So you're losing 2/3 of all the time that passes while you're inverted. So you lose, like, times lost from being inverted builds up quite quickly. You really don't want to be inverted. You're losing 2/3 of a second every second. That's gigantic. So inverting is really bad. You really don't want that to happen. So Shade is losing quite a lot of time for every second he spends inverted. Ideally, he uninverts as soon as he's comfortable again with the in-game time. So we'll see when that is. Meanwhile, Marco heading to Aliens. He just finished the cave. I actually think he just soared to the wrong place. So he's going to have to fix that. It's not going to really make Aliens harder to make it to. Yeah, he did soar to the wrong place. That's fine. He'll just pull Ocarina again and soar again. Actually, notably, last time we were watching Marco, his in-game time leaving Snowhead was quite poor. It looks like he did skip his Gold Dust split. I haven't been checking. Next time he pauses, I want to check his pause menu to see if he has Gold Dust. He was waiting at the Curiosity Shop, so he must have found some time to do it. Interesting. So Marco arriving at Aliens. It's nearly 3:30. They will win in 20 minutes, in-game minutes. So watch that clock. He has to get all 8 aliens. This isn't the latest you can absolutely arrive, but this is not a safe time to arrive, regardless if you don't know what you're doing. They're pretty close to winning, so we want to make sure. That's 2. He's moving. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That should be all of them. I don't think he missed any, so he won't lose. And, yep, he would have lost already, so he did get them all. Good on him. So his in-game time management was not that bad, and he has 2 of the things in Ocarina done. So Marco actually did that little latter half of Aliens very well. He may have been early for Curiosity Shop, but as far as the rest of Aliens goes, managed it really, really well. Honestly, not much he could have done better there. That's good. He'll be getting his milk bottle and moving on to Woodfall or Gibdo Wells. Depending on the route, you do them in different orders. Gibdo Well first being a little bit faster, just for equips, but honestly, you can do them in either order. So Shade setting up for that same little precise hook shot that lets him access Akana early without ice arrows. Gets it pretty quickly. He's uninverted, so he stopped losing the time from being inverted. It's very early, though. It's only 2:10. Aliens don't start... Aliens haven't even started yet. So he's probably going to be doing a number of things in Akana. He's probably going to get both Song of Storms here and Gibdo Mask before heading to Aliens. He'll have all 3 things done before going to Aliens. Yeah, and he equipped Choose, so he definitely plans. The only reason he equipped Choose right there is so that he can get Gibdo Mask afterwards. So he definitely plans to. So he'll have all 3 things done before heading to Aliens. He at least has that over Marco. It really isn't slower to do what Marco did. It's not, actually. You can do any number of things in Akana based on how in-game time is managed. It's just you're doing things in a different order. So Shade will have more things done in Akana earlier than Marco, but it's not actually faster. He just did things in a different order. So Chopper, I'm going to be entering Great Bay Temple. Now, I don't want to hype it up too much, but I'm going to, because Great Bay Temple is actually the single coolest thing in the entirety of Glitchless, especially at a high level, if he does all the different, cool, like, really optimal strats. I know there's one, he'll probably admit, there's one strat right at the beginning of Great Bay Temple that's probably the hardest strat in the entire temple. Most runners don't do it. It's very difficult. But I expect Chopper, being quite adept at this category, will go for pretty much every other strat in Great Bay Temple. There's a lot of neat things you can do. Picking up a safety fairy right there, filling up on everything he needs, and then he's got a brief cutscene before we head into Great Bay Temple. But Great Bay Temple is definitely going to be something fun to watch. Honestly, a really exciting part of the run. Just like a lot of the other runners, Oxy has re-inverted for the segment leading up to Aliens, so he's playing a little bit safe. Hopefully he doesn't get there early. His in-game time is honestly quite fine. So if he does end up playing well, he will be early. But maybe he's accounting for anticipated mistakes. Marco getting the boss key. So this is Marco's second trip to Woodfall, so he's also not doing the updated route. Getting that boss key in the first trip to Woodfall does save about 15 seconds. But getting it now isn't too bad either. I'm really just pretty excited for this Great Bay Temple, honestly.
Oh yeah, Roan.
So we got 3 runners in cutscenes actually right now.
The internet kept cutting out.
It's interesting.
Roan, you probably know. Since
Marco fighting Gecko. By doing it in his second trip here, he does have the advantage of using fire arrows, which reduces the number of cycles on the boss by 1. It's only going to be 2 cycles with fire arrows, but it's 3 with normal arrows. Despite that, due to the extra movement he did doing this on his second trip, and it still loses a little bit of time. But not as much as it would have, thanks to fire arrows. Wow, we got Oxy just getting Captain's Hat, heading into the grave at 12:30. It's really early, honestly. He's nearly like an hour ahead of like the ideal in-game time right here. You want it to be like 1:30 right here.
Never really been there for me for some reason.
If he does play well, I have a bit of a struggle, or really just end up waiting. Like I mentioned, Shade is getting Gibdo Mask, so he's got all 3 things, like objectives in Akana Canyon, done before even going to Aliens. So when he comes back for to do the bottom of the well, or beneath the well, he will not need to do anything else. He'll just head straight there.
Okay, so after this,
Marco, on the other hand, he's trying to do a backup. He seems to have fallen down to the lower level at some point. And he's trying to do a backup that gets him back up to the upper level and was struggling with it a little bit. But as I say that, he gets it. So that's good. He fell down a few times there. That backup is a little finicky. You have to stand in a pretty specific spot. Oh, wait a minute. Chopper's going for the... Oh, my God. Okay, watch Chopper for a second. This strat is really cool. It saves 20 seconds, and it skips needing to use the turn key at the bottom of the room. And it's honestly one of the coolest things in the temple. So he's going to land on this spinning water wheel. Ooh, unfortunately, putting on Goron Mask there, though, is... Oh, no, he's giving up, too. He only went for it once. Getting it second try is about as fast as doing what he's doing right now. I'm really disappointed. I was psyched to see him going for it, but he does not get on Goron Mask before he slips off there, so he was 1 frame late on putting Goron Mask. He was buffering to try and put on Goron Mask on the correct frame. You need to put Goron Mask on a specific frame there so that you don't slip off the water wheel. He didn't do it, unfortunately. He was a frame late, so he slipped off. That's unfortunate. His goal there was to put on Goron Mask while he jumped onto that spinning water wheel and then roll off of it at its highest point to make it here, skipping needing to push that lower turn key completely and saving 20 seconds. Very difficult strat. The hardest strat in this temple, honestly. That being said, there's quite a lot of other tricks in this temple, and you're actually about to see him go for one. That door over there that you see he's about to turn and face it. You normally need ice arrows to activate this door. However, with a little neat swim, precise angle, he's going to swim into the water and bounce right up, skipping the need to come back here with ice arrows later. And then normally to get up there, you need an ice arrow as well, but doing a gainer, you can access that early as well. So he completely skips needing ice arrows to access this room. Shaded aliens, actually, so we'll keep an eye on that. Looks like he's already made it. It's 4:30. He is on time, so he will be getting his aliens bottle. All right. Now, right here, it's very likely, since Chopper is doing the no ice arrows early, he's doing the ice arrowless route. So, there's a route that gets ice arrows earlier and then comes back for all these things that he's getting, because you can use ice arrows to do a lot of what Chopper is doing. But Chopper just did a very precise jump in order to just make it straight to the boss key without needing to even use ice arrows. A lot of people are familiar with the trick where you just shoot an ice arrow in front of the hole and then use the platform to reach that hole. But actually, the jump is it's possible to make that jump just from land without even ice arrows. So that saves a lot of time, and that Chopper does not need to backtrack to any of these rooms with ice arrows later, because he's already got all the things that you normally need ice arrows for. Like, a big thing with this temple is that that key he just got in that last room he was in, you need it to access ice arrows, but then there's a bunch of things in that room that also you normally need ice arrows to access. So he got that key, but he also already got all the things that he normally needs ice arrows to access. He just got it all at the same time, so it just skips a whole bunch of backtracking. Alright, so this is one of the worst mini-bosses in the game, Wart, honestly. Getting a fast fight here is not only difficult execution-wise, but it's also very random, since any eye cycles, the eye opening and closing, beyond the first cycle is random. The first one is guaranteed. There's actually a music cue you can use to know when it's going to open. But otherwise, the other ones are random. And this boss fight is actually awful, to the point that all 3 of his C item equips are just for this mini-boss. So he's going to be using bombs to damage the eye whenever it opens through the bubble shield. And then he's going to be using Deku Nuts to clear the bubbles. And then when he gets to the second phase, he's going to be using arrows to hit Wart. But right after one more bomb hit here, you're going to see all the bubbles are going to drop down. And he wants to clear them as fast as possible, using both bombs and Deku Nuts. It's pretty hectic right now. But using bombs and Deku Nuts, he can clear them quite quickly, like as fast as possible. And then once most of them are gone, he has more freedom to just line up shots on Wart's eye as he bounces around. So like the real difficult part of doing this fight quickly is like gaining control of the bubbles and clearing them all quickly to the point that you have time to shoot arrows. But that was a really nice Wart fight. That was definitely very nice. He actually gained control quite quickly. And that will get him ice arrows. Alright, so because Shade actually managed in-game time better than Marco, at least leading up to Curiosity Shop, Shade is actually gaining on Marco. Marco's going to be heading to Gibdowell right after this cutscene, but as soon as Shade completes this boss, he'll also be heading to Gibdowell. So, I mean, Shade's only slightly behind. He's got a bit of a cutscene to watch after he kills this boss, but he's losing control of it too a little bit, so he's got to get that back under control. But after that cutscene, he's like going right to where Marco's going. Shade has caught up significantly, just due to better in-game time management.
That was very slow. I was
like I'd say he's only a minute and a half behind now. Probably a minute and a half.
To just that fight.
So I'm interested to see how Chopper approaches the upcoming room. There's a very neat strat. So what he's going to do, he's going to go head back to the main room, and he's going to climb up to the top, and there's a green turnkey he needs to push, and there's a strat you can do in there to access the green turnkey very quickly. Ooh, and he's doing this strat. Okay. So this strat, he's going to line up so that he's standing in front of the ladder. He's going to shoot this water pillar here, and then he's going to start climbing the ladder during the cutscene. And he'll actually be at the top. But he missed it. He missed the ladder. He was not on it. So if he'd actually hit the ladder before that cutscene played, he'd be at the top at the end. And therefore skip the ladder climb. Didn't quite get it. A little bit late. Didn't hit the ladder before the cutscene started. So he missed that. Now this room, there's a really neat strat you can do to circumvent... he's going to do it too. There's no reason to put on Zora Mask unless you're going to do it. So watch this. See if he gets it. So what he did right there is he did a little setup to get the camera angle correct, and then he did some Zora dives, and right as he was about to dive up, he canceled the swim by pressing the B button, and when he canceled the swim by pressing the B button, he did it right as he popped out of the water. So Link canceled swimming right as he popped out of the water, and that put Link in a state where he could grab ledges right as he popped out. So he was able to just jump up and grab that ledge, and it skips using ice arrows to reach that green turnkey. Very fast. Very neat. And what we got going on here, he's going to push this red turn key, jump down and push the yellow one. And this is going to completely inverse the flow of water in the temple. And then he's going to actually void with Goron to get back to where he was, because otherwise he'd have to go through this room again. So he's just going to jump into the water as Goron to actually head back to where he was.
Alright, let's get some extra bombs.
And then you're actually going to see
That's not
what is
bombs.
probably the second coolest trick in the temple. Unfortunately, he failed the first one, so hopefully he gets this one.
I think
Because honestly, this trick is really neat. He's going to head up to a room where you have to normally use a bunch of ice and fire arrows in order to stop a water wheel at a certain point that allows you to cross the room. But you can actually traverse the water wheel while it's moving. And I'm just not even going to say anything. I'm going to let it happen and hope he gets it. So here he goes. He's actually about to set up for it. Hopefully he gets it. This is on Chopper's screen. Bonked. He's going to have to go around again. That's fine.
I need thick bombs and sticky nuts. This guy wants nuts.
Oh, looks like he got it. Nice. Very well done. That bonk is actually very precise. If you do not have the right angle jumping onto that water wheel, then you actually just go right through it. Funnily enough, the collision isn't quite good while it's moving. And if you hit it too low, it just looks like you pass right through it. So it's a lot more difficult than it looks. And the timing is very tight. Now he's just going to push that last green turn key and then head to the boss room because he's just about done.
I don't think that's gonna work. Nope. That means I need bow.
Because, yeah, Chopper's just finishing up the temple. He's pushed... This is the last green turn key he needs to push other than the one in the final room, which is right before the boss door, and then we just have the boss fight. So, actually, like I said, Marco and Shade are not that far apart. Marco just soared from well, so he just finished well, and Shade has well, like, half done. So, I mean, they're very close to each other. Shade and Marco definitely could go either way there. Oxy is waiting outside the ranch right now because aliens didn't arrive until 2:30. He didn't want to enter before 2:30 and watch the cutscene. So, unfortunately, Oxy was very early for aliens, ended up just sitting there and waiting. Not the best in-game time management. One moment, actually. My Discord is glitching out. We'll be right back.
So, in the meantime, until Trevor's back, I'm so happy he does this. Thanks for watching, guys. And he will be back. Actually, still trying to fix stuff up. I hope you enjoy commentary as much as I do. Yeah, we will make a switch soon after GBT is finished for Chopper. And then we go into the final leg of Bell, who's about to finish the game in like 25 minutes.
I apologize for that. I have a weird
good.
glitch that occurs with Discord sometimes. I've messaged them about it. It doesn't seem to be a fix, but that's okay. So, Chopper doing the Georg fight right now. You actually see him doing a little bit of a stun lock here by getting him stuck in between the platform and the wall. Like the center platform and Georg, I should say. Like, he gets himself stuck between the two. So they can continue just running into Georg, stun him over and over and over again without Georg really getting the opportunity to do anything. So, he has to stop between the first and second phase, but on the second phase, he'll just do the exact same thing. So I believe Marco is actually doing Pinnacle Rock first as well. Despite me saying Pirate's Fortress is not normally done first, these runners are determined to prove me wrong. So both the runners we watched doing Pinnacle Rock first. With Chopper just finishing up Great Bay Temple, now might be a good time to check up on our other runners, actually. We got a lot of egg collecting ahead of us here. Alrighty. So, checking up on our other runners. Still got Bell actually is in Great Bay Temple now, but keep in mind that Bell has already done Stone Tower Temple. So between the two, before we switched, Bell has done Stone Tower Temple. So Bell has a gigantic lead by already being in Great Bay Temple. This is his final temple. Something you're going to see him do here is a long jump. It's allowed in the bug limit category, but not the glitchless category. Bell just happens to be running the bug limit one, which is the one more popular in Japan. You'll see him do this long jump to access this red turnkey a little early without ice arrows. Doesn't save too much time, but a little bit. And since Bell has already done Stone Tower Temple, Bell will be heading straight to Majora right after this, like he's got nothing else he needs to do. That was a neat little setup for that long jump right there. Ended up right on the red pipe. I've never seen that one. Not as familiar with the bug limit category, although I have run it briefly. Need to learn that one. It's very similar to glitchless, but some of the long jumps I'm a little unfamiliar with that you can do in certain places. So it actually looks like Amatsuru in the first room of Great Bay Temple himself still has to do Stone Tower Temple after this. So Bell has secured a significant lead, because not only is Bell ahead of Amatsuru in the current temple he's in, he's done the whole nother temple on top of that. That is an incredible lead. Bell is playing quite well to be this far ahead in this race. Really ahead of everybody. See here, how will... So, okay, Amatsuru is not going to do a lot of the strats. It seems to skip needing ice arrows this early in the temple. It looks like he's going to do the bit of backtracking with ice arrows later, because he did not push the red turnkey in that last room. So he's going to have to come back with ice arrows. The strats can definitely be tricky, so that's understandable. He's at least going to go for this boss key jump, though. Doing it now, even though he's going to have to backtrack later, will save time if he gets it. Didn't get it, though. Looks like he's just going to get the key now and come back later anyway. Now, Bell is actually in a really scary situation. Thankfully, he has the bubbles under control, but he's at half a heart. There's no reason to be low health here. There's no benefit to a death warp. No, actually. No, I'm thinking wrong. In bug limit, there is a benefit to a death warp. So actually, he set up a death warp here on the warp fight. In glitchless, there's no benefit to a death warp, but I assume we'll see him do a death warp here. Just so he can invert the current a little bit earlier. Or will he? No, he is. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, so that's a big difference between the bug limit and the glitchless category. Because he was able to push the red turnkey before fighting Wart, which is like... It was right outside, right? You saw him do the long jumps to it. Because he has no reason to do anything in that room anymore, he can just head back to the beginning of the temple right away. Whereas in glitchless, because you can't do that long jump, it's banned. You can't head back to the room this early. And thus, you can't do a death warp because you need to go back and push that red turnkey. Little differences between the bug limit and the glitchless categories just brought about by the fact that recoil flips and long jumps are allowed in one and not the other. Funnily enough, though, actually, despite that, the world record for glitchless and the world record for bug limit are tied to the second. Bug limit is a little bit of a faster category, the world record just isn't quite as optimized, but they are about the same speed. Like that kind of puts it into perspective. They are almost the same speed to the point that their records are same down to the second. It's just one's a little bit less optimized, but that's how close they are in terms of what their rule sets allow for. All right. Amatsuru is in even a scarier position because he's running the glitchless category, does not want a death warp, and he was just at a quarter heart there. Thankfully, he got an RNG heart. The pots around the room can randomly have hearts. It's not guaranteed, but he did get one. So he's in a little bit safer of a position now, but at a quarter heart with bubbles still active, he could have died to anything. And that would have been quite bad, lost over a minute. Thankfully, it looks like he's fine now. Got it under control. Very little can probably kill him at this point. Alright, so scary warp fight for him, but no death. Thankfully. Alright. So Bell is actually likely going to do the same strat here on the turnkey that we saw Chopper do. Hopefully he'll gets it, where he will ride the turnkey as it or the water wheel as it rotates around. Gets it as well. Very nice. It was a little bit later than Chopper, but still worked fine. Really well executed. So one thing you may have noticed is actually on Bell's screen, he's got the final, the timer counting down for the final 6 hours here. And that is actually very good. This is exactly what he wants to see, because in Glitchless, you need to be in final hours. As soon as, like, after you clear your 4th dungeon, you just want to head right to Majora immediately. There's no reason really to do anything else. Like, that's all you need to head to the final boss is the 4 boss remains. But in Glitchless and Bug Limit, you can't access the clock tower unless it is the final 6 hours of the 3rd day. So in-game time is managed in such a way that it hits the final 6 hours while you're in a dungeon. So that as soon as you complete it, you can just head straight there. So that is what Bell will be doing. So Bell will be finishing up shortly, since he's actually heading to Georg right now, and then right after that, he's going to be looking at Majora. Meanwhile, we're looking at Amatsuru doing that bit of backtracking. So Bell or Chopper didn't need to do this, but because he didn't have ice arrows up until now, he's going to need to get up onto this platform, and I guess he's going to be using ice arrows to get there. Indeed, he will. He's going to probably be doing a similar thing for the boss key chest coming up. He's using ice arrows so that he can access that without having to fight the mini-boss. But in the meantime, we'll actually see Bell's Georg fight from the beginning. Didn't quite catch Chopper since my Discord was not quite behaving. So you'll see here, he's going to set up to have Georg charge at approximately the center of the platform. He doesn't want him to charge at like a corner, because then when you're underwater trying to stun lock Georg, you have to deal with that corner getting in the way, and the angle can often result in bonks near corners. So you definitely want to avoid that. So you'll see, since Georg just charges at the platform wherever you are, you're going to see Bell probably stand approximately in the middle. Maybe off to the side slightly. Or he can just stand in the corner. You know, screw what I'm saying. Bell likes the corner. Apparently. Apparently he does. This looks iffy, though. Is he gonna... Ooh, this is an interesting strat. I've actually never seen Georg handled this way. He actually stunned Georg a little bit farther out from the platform, which can be risky just because if Georg's too far out from the platform, he doesn't behave that way. Like, his behavior is consistent if he's near the platform, but Bell stunned him, like, really far from the platform. But thankfully, it was close enough that Bell, or Georg was just going up and down, which is what you want in order to stun lock him, instead of swimming away. He can just, if he's too far away from the platform, he'll swim away, instead of swimming up and down like that. He gets a very nice fight, and he'll be heading to Majora now. plenty of time left too. Still over 2 hours left. 2 hours 41 minutes. Which common misconception, that is hours, minutes, and seconds, not minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. It just doesn't convert to real time very well, because obviously it's not real hours, minutes, and seconds, but it also does not one-to-one convert to real minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. It's still a representation of hours, minutes, and seconds of in-game time. So he's got this final cutscene, then he'll head to Majora. The door will already be open since it's past 6. Meanwhile, we actually see a Matsuru going for a backup strat to the little pop-up that we saw others runners do to grab this green turn key. Not that much slower. It's definitely faster than using ice arrows, but he's just going to jump down to it. Almost didn't make it. And access it that way. Got Oxy trailing still a little bit behind. Or Flowflu, sorry. Flowflu is trailing a little bit behind. Just finishing up Pinnacle Rock, I believe has already done Pirate's Fortress. So he'll be entering Great Bay Temple shortly. But he's actually 2 temples behind Bell and nearly 1 behind Matsuru here. He's got a lot of work to do to catch up. But yeah, it looks like Bell is on the pace to just win the race, because that's he's really just about done. There's not much left for him to do. Just Majora. He's gonna have a rather long cutscene, but then just the boss fight. So hopefully that fight goes well for him, but otherwise he's just pretty much done. And we did miss his Stone Tower Temple, but we'll actually be catching all of these other runners doing Stone Tower Temple shortly, since they will be doing it afterwards. Just the biggest differences with what, like, again, since he is the only runner we have doing bug limit and rather than glitchless, his Stone Tower actually does a couple things that look similar to many glitch categories, since there's a couple uses of recoil flips in Stone Tower Temple. Not many long jumps, but there's actually quite a few recoil flips you can make use of in Stone Tower Temple. So bug limit takes advantage of that, saves a little bit of time in Stone Tower that way. Convenient magic drop actually on the clock tower, and it actually works out really well that magic drop is there, because he's going to be Goron rolling on the moon all the way to Majora, which will waste a little bit, and wasting a little bit is actually really good. The way the Majora fight works out in pretty much any category that doesn't have Fierce Deity is it's handled with a Deku Stick, Light Arrows, and Zora Mask, and you need Light Arrows for the Wrath fight. And you want light arrows for the mask fight, because light arrows do the most damage, tied with fire and ice arrows. But again, because you need light arrows for the wrath fight, you don't want to do extra equips, you use light arrows. And then you actually want to have magic for the mask so that you can do that extra damage. But then, because light arrows are fired much more slowly in succession than normal arrows, in order to get Incarnation under control, the second phase of Majora, he actually wants to run out of magic. So by getting the magic drop on Clock Tower, and then proceeding to use a little bit in approaching Majora, and then subsequently using the rest in fighting the first phase of Majora, he'll actually run out of magic, but still have light arrows equipped for the following phases. It's very nice that way, that it works out like that. So we see what a Matsuru is doing right now is the normal way of completing this room. If you do not do the water wheel jump, the jump that we saw Chopper and Bell do, where they did a jump slash onto this spinning water wheel, this is what would normally be done if you do not do that strat. It looks like a Matsuru either missed it or did not go for it. But he'll just be freezing it and crossing it normally. That actually took him almost a minute more. That trick saves quite a bit of time in order to being able to skip that room the way it's normally done. So what you see him doing right here is he needs to get on the top part of this little seesaw thing, and then jump before it lowers too much so that he can make it here without needing to raise it, which saves a little bit of time. And for a second, I thought he was going to go for the second seesaw jump, but the second seesaw jump is very precise, so it looks like he's going to raise it. You can jump from that side of the seesaw to the green turnkey, but the jump is very tricky. Most people do not go for it. You know, he made it look like he was going to go for it for a second when he started walking up, but eventually decided not to. And so with that last green turnkey pulled, he'll be heading to Georg. Meanwhile, we got Flo-Flu just about to enter Great Bay Temple, so he is a full dungeon behind, pretty much. Really, we're just gonna waiting to see how Bell's Majora fight goes. Hopefully Matsuru should be fine as far as the Georg fight is concerned. His magic, while a little bit low, as long as he's conservative with it, will not run out. If he wastes a lot of magic, then getting more magic in the Georg fight is actually pretty annoying, because it's only in the corners of the room and it's difficult to avoid being eaten. And actually, in acknowledgement of that fact, he's getting extra magic here and losing a little bit of time just to be safe. That may have been a good call. I think so. Jumping off the pipe, though. A little bit tough with the pipe movement. The pipe, like the actual plate like area that you can stand on this pipe is pretty small from left to right. The edges are more like a seam, and once you get on them, it's hard to get off of them. So the pipes are actually really annoying to walk on, unfortunately. Alright. Bell just about to enter the moon. Final cutscenes are over. We'll see how this fight goes. We'll see him burn a little bit of magic here, which again, as we mentioned, is ideal. And then hopefully he just has a good fight. I don't know if he has a fairy. He does not have a fairy, but he does have 5 hearts. So 5 hearts is pretty safe. He equipped a bomb. Ooh. This is interesting. Okay, so the Majora fight we get from Bell is going to be very different from a lot of others, because there is a couple bomb strats that you can use on the Majora fight, and what's interesting about that is most Western runners don't do them, but the bomb strats are very popular among Japanese runners, so actually I'm not surprised Bell is doing this. Japanese runners are much more likely to use bombs on Majora than Western runners. So hopefully we'll see if he does that. Should go pretty well. It's actually pretty fast done well. He's going to be using bombs, I believe, on Mask and Incarnation, or maybe just one or the other. I'm actually not sure. There is bomb strats for both Mask and Incarnation. I'm not sure which he plans to do it for. Ooh, okay, he plans to do it for Mask, but he messed it up. That is... oh, that is Mask's hilarious hitbox in action. As you saw, those light arrows very clearly went right through Mask, but at certain angles, Mask's hitbox is a little bit weird. Like, depending on, like, Mask's hitbox is like a solid box, right? Or like it's drawn pretty much correctly, but at certain angles, for some reason, they pass right through. But here's the bomb strat that you're seeing right here. He's using a bomb to re-stun Mask as soon as Mask gets up, instead of using Zora Mask. It needs to be timed well, and if Mask gets up too fast, it might miss. But and you also just need the bombs to do it, but it is fairly fast. And notably, due to losing control of Mask earlier, he's actually run out of magic earlier than he wanted. He wanted to run out of magic heading into this phase, but because he had a little bit of trouble handling Majora in the first phase, he ran out of magic early. So he did a little trick that lets him get more Zora boomerangs earlier, so he can fire those off again to hit him right after stunning him. Now what you want to see here is he's going to be holding Magic Shield, hoping Incarnation runs right into it, just like that, so you get an instant stun. on Incarnation. And now he's just going to mash power crouch stab and potentially use this bomb to restun him. Gets it, just so that he can stun him again and get right to the third phase. That was the best possible Incarnation fight you could hope for. Honestly, you don't get one much better than that usually. Really nice on his part. Bombs definitely make getting that kind of fight a lot easier. So now, Wrath will normally dodge any weapon you use on him, but because he doesn't dodge light arrows, even though he doesn't have magic, all it does is check what's on your C button. So he's able to use light arrows to stun Wrath, and now he just needs to stun lock him with crouch stabs. 10 total. I believe that was 7, 8, 9, 10. So that would be time for Mr. Bell. I believe he did complete the race before anybody. And a 2:55 in bug limit is not a bad time at all. That is quite a good race time. Record is 2:47.08. He was about, and the record is actually by Bell in bug limit. So, had a nice run for his race. Ended up winning the whole thing, I believe.
Yes, indeed. Congratulations to Bell for winning this race. Official time, if we believe Speedruns Live, is 6:47.48 for the whole thing. So yeah, congrats to him.
Nice. I believe Bell used to have record in OT glitchless at 1.2, actually, so he's definitely very adept at both categories. I'm not surprised he won. Actually, I thought Oxy, or Floflu, sorry, Oxy's the other one, had died on Wart there, but he had a fairy. Scared me for a second. In the meantime, actually, the other runners should be getting to Stone Tower. Do you want to switch over to them now that Bell has finished his run here?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Definitely congrats to Bell from finishing. But I think we can catch Stone Tower now from the other runners.
Yep, let's go.
Now, looking at the other runners, Chopper is actually in Stone Tower. He's actually an inverted Stone Tower. So he's finishing it up just now. The other runners are finishing up Great Bay Temple and will be heading to it shortly. So we should be able to catch the entirety of Stone Tower, which we unfortunately missed in Bell's run, but can't catch it all. So, Chopper just picking up Giant's Mask, actually. You can opt to skip Giant's Mask. Some runners who are bad at using arrows and just prefer using Giant's Mask because they're better at it, can do that. It is slower. It is not in any way faster to use Giant's Mask. Depending on the category, it actually can be either equal or faster to use Giant's Mask. This is not one of them, though, however, because this category has fire and ice arrows. And because each twin mold, there's a blue and a red twin mold, they are actually both weak to the elemental arrow of the opposite color. So when you have fire and ice arrows, they are faster. Now, if you only have fire arrows, which some categories do, because a lot of categories skip ice arrows, then Giant's Mask could be opted for. It's about equal when you have only fire arrows. And if you have neither elemental arrow, then Giant Mask is definitely faster. So Chopper does look like he's just going to opt to use Giant's Mask just because he's more comfortable with it. Which is fine. He has a stick, so he's going to be using that to use Deku Stick Power Crouch Stab in order to kill the twin molds quickly, which you can use while you are using the Giant's Mask. So he needs 5 power crouch stabs with his stick jump slash stored to kill each twin mold. He's actually going to start with fire arrows. This makes a lot of sense, actually, because the beginning pattern that both twin molds have is set. It's set by the cutscene, so they move the same way every time. So that first shot, Chopper is very likely practiced at quite a bit. So that shot is easy. Reduces the amount of crouch stabs you need to do by 1.
Alright, got that.
So he only needs 4 more on blue now.
At least
Did that on blue. And 5 on red. Hopefully he does not run out of magic.
So that I won't get the day transition anywhere else.
You can get really fast fights with Giant's Mask. What he's trying to do is he's trying to line up an angle like he has actually with red right here, where red is just running into his shield repeatedly as he crouch stabs its head. You can get 4 or 5 in a row easily when that happens, and can get very easy 1 cycles with twin mold. So even though, so you may be asking, well, if you can do that and you can get really fast kills on twin molds, why isn't Giant's Mask faster? And it's really just because opening the chest cutscene actually makes it slower. If a category is required to get Giant's Mask actually becomes a lot more viable option. But this category has the option to just completely skip Giant's Mask. So because of that, opening the chest is just pure time loss. So it actually adds a lot to the time it takes to use Giant's Mask for this fight, since the mask could have just been skipped and you could have just never opened the chest in the first place. So for that reason, Arrows is definitely faster. But because you can get really good fights with Giant's Mask, it's not too much slower if you do. Just like actually I mentioned with Bell, you can see Chopper, final 6 hours. This is his final temple. So he's got the clock tower door open for him as soon as he gets there, like he wants. He finishes up Twin Mold. That was the second one. So he'll be heading to Majora just like Bell. I believe he will likely be our second finisher, unless I'm mistaken. Meanwhile, we got Marco finishing up Great Bay Temple. So we'll definitely be able to catch his stone tower, because he's just about done right as Chopper finishes his stone tower. Ooh. Shade there just went for the water wheel jump. Missed it, unfortunately. He's actually going to go for a backup here instead of doing the casual way. Going for this backup still allows him to get the water wheel jump. And it's still faster than beating the room the intended way. So he's going to do this backup, go for it again. And just gets it this time. That was very close to missing. Almost very late, or just almost late. Hits the green pipe, but backs it up with a jump slash. Good. So he gets the backup, not quite as fast as getting it instantly, but better than going through the room the intended way. Still saves almost a minute, probably. That room's really slow. So he'll be finishing up, pushing the last green turnkey. Marco's fighting Georg, and actually, Oxy just heading to Great Bay Temple now. So he's quite a bit behind. Oh, Marco losing control of Georg. He messed up the stun lock. His best option at this point is to abandon it and get back on the middle platform before he gets eaten. Don't want to see that. Getting eaten by Georg actually does a lot of damage. It does 2 full hearts, which for this stage of the game, it would kill Marco if it happened twice, actually. He may have picked up a fairy, though. There's definitely a lot of people I've seen die to Georg, just because it can be... Like, stun locking was actually just not easy. I mean, he's gonna get eaten. He accidentally took off Zora Mask. I don't know what he was doing. Oh, wow. That was a nice backup, actually. Still managed to get it. And that shouldn't have worked, but Georg gave him just a really long cycle before Georg came to eat him. Like, Georg just wandered about for a little bit, so he actually did not get eaten. Ended up getting pretty lucky despite the mistake, so no harm done.
And Majora's Mask.
Ended up being a pretty okay Georg fight. A little bit of mistakes. Messed up the stun lock once. Not the fastest, but didn't get hit, didn't die. Definitely much better than either of those things happening. Meanwhile, we got Chopper just entering Clock Tower, so he's definitely got a sizable lead over all these runners who are still need to complete Stone Tower. Meanwhile, actually, I just noticed that even after all this time, Shade and Marco are not that far apart. In fact, the difference between them is even smaller than last time we watched them. Last time we were watching them, Shade was about 1.5 minutes behind. Now he's only like 1 minute behind. So he's like steadily pulling closer to Marco. We'll see how that goes, if he can manage to pull ahead in Stone Tower if any major errors happen. But it's likely they're having very similar runs right now. Because their lead has not, like, Marco's lead has not changed too much. It has been getting smaller, but very, very slowly. Like, the biggest change was when, mostly with the alien segment, just because Shade handled that very well. It allowed him to catch up to Marco. But besides that, the lead hasn't grown that much larger. It's actually grown smaller. So we'll see if Shade has a better Georg fight than Marco, then that would help pull him even closer to Marco, since Marco made a few mistakes. Shade messes it up right at the end, but not before getting the final stun, so that only wasted like 2-3 seconds.
I'll take it.
Not a huge deal.
Uh-oh. I did that last.
Uh-oh, that's bad, though.
No,
He's gonna get eaten.
no!
Okay, that's gonna
Yay.
waste him a good 20 seconds, because he's gonna have to float and climb back up there now. He'll get dealt 2 hearts of damage. He's still not in kill range. He thankfully actually has 2 1/4. So he's safe, not gonna die. Getting eaten there cost him a little bit of time, though. The animation for it is rather long, actually. It's a little silly. Just gotta get one more stun lock, hopefully no mistakes. Only 2 more hits. So there's one. Ooh, but he drops the magic shield. Why?
I don't know.
All that happened there was he released R. There was no reason for that to happen. He just let go of the button.
Why?
That's very odd.
Do this and just shoot him down.
I don't know why he did that, but he's gonna have to restun Georg, and it's only 1 more hit for the kill, so this will kill him. That caught, like, he actually had a worse fight there than Marco, all said and done. So he's gotta do a little bit more work if he wants to catch up. So Marco proceeding through Ocarina Castle. Actually had trouble crossing the lava floor. I don't know what that is. The red glowing floor. It's not exactly lava, but
What I got earlier while practicing.
got hit by it more times than you need to. Ooh, what's he doing here? It looks like he's gonna play this safe. Is he gonna use the Deku Flower? There are invisible platforms in this room. It doesn't look like Marco knows where they are. Yeah, it doesn't look like Marco knows where the invisible platform is. He's using the Deku Flowers instead to circumvent needing to use the invisible platform.
Behind my Majora's Mask PB.
So that's one way of doing it. A little bit slower because it has a couple extra mass transformations.
But pretty good. My last 2 runs I finished were both around 320.
Every mass transformation in this game that you do actually is 1.5 seconds. And actually, when you do one, normally there's obviously a subsequent taking off of it later. So when you do extra mass transitions, it's often 3 seconds lost every time. So you definitely want to try to minimize those. He did 2 extra ones there for 3 seconds lost just by using Deku Mask there. So what we're seeing Marco do here is there's a wall or a hole in the ceiling right there that he needs to blow up with the powder keg. So he threw it over the wall and then he's using a damage boost to follow it over. Hopefully it's actually close enough to the hole to blow it up. The hitbox is weird. He should be. Okay. So that could have been bad. If that powder keg didn't blow up the hole, he had no way to complete Ocarina Castle without another one. And to get another one, he'd need to get 50 rupees and go all the way back to Clocktown to buy another. Definitely could have been costly. Worked though, so that's fine. And now he'll likely do the Egos fight, and actually I'm noticing right away he has a fairy, so he's not going to attempt any sort of death warp here because he can't. The fairy will heal him instantly. No death warp from Marco. We will likely see him just leave the room and then soar out, which is going to lose him like half a minute. So if Shade decides to play it risky and go for the death warp, actually, he could save quite a bit of time over Marco. But he has a lot of health, notably. Shade has 6 hearts. Losing that before the fight would be hard. Ideally, you only have like 4 or so right here. It's actually one of the main reasons you skip the Georg heart container. The Georg heart container makes health management difficult here because it will heal you back to full. So that's normally one that's skipped in Glitchless, just to not heal you before Ocarina Castle, so that you can still do the death warp. So we see Shade making his way along the platforms, not doing the Deku Flowers like Marco did. That will save him a few. And I guess we'll see how his fight goes, because actually Marco's having a bit of trouble with the fight here. He just finished it up, but he took a lot of damage, especially for someone who doesn't want to go the Death Warp. Ooh, that's actually brutal. Egos was too far away from the light so he was not able to use the mirror shield on him. And he's really close to death now. He might as well go for the death warp. Oh no, he died. Does he have a fairy? Okay, he does have a fairy. Okay, yeah, that's right. I even mentioned that. I'm silly.
The normal arrow.
I was really concerned there for a second, but yeah, I mentioned that fairy. So it all works out for him. Slow Egos fight, though. Shade is actually caught up significantly because of that Egos fight. Shade's entering the Egos fight right as Marco finishes it, and it takes about a minute.
Nope, that's not what
All of the time, Shade just lost. He actually makes up. And actually, I was so fascinated with that, we didn't even notice. Chopper is now in the first phase of Majora. Majora's in a really bad spot right now. You can't really hit him when he's right there, so thankfully Majora leaves quickly. Sometimes he can just sit up there. Seems to be a good mask overall. His magic is ideal, so let's see if Chopper gets as good of Majora as Bell did, actually, because Bell had a fantastic Incarnation. Incarnation ran straight into him, gave him the instant stun, which is just purely luck-based, and then he got a 1 cycle, so let's see what we get out of Chopper here. Does not run into him, so he's got to shoot him, but he gives him the moonwalk. It's very easy to shoot Majora while he's moonwalking. It's not too fast. However, immediately loses control of him again. Give him the moonwalk again, but nope, didn't shoot him in time. Bad attack is pretty bad because he always dodges if you shoot at him. Sometimes he'll fail to, but usually he does. Got him, though. Actually just happened to run right at him. Can you get a restun here, or just... Oh, no, just finish the fight. Alright, not the best Incarnation, but definitely seen worse. Sometimes you just lose control, and it's difficult to regain control of Incarnation. Oh, let's see if he can get the stun lock on Wrath and finish it up. Three, 4. Remain shoots at him, and sometimes that can mess up your timing because it stops you from stabbing. However, he gets it, maintains the stun lock, and ends up having a pretty solid Majora. Not as great as Bell's, but I mean that phase is a lot of luck, and Bell just happened to get insanely good luck. To be fair to Chopper, definitely a very good run by him. Yeah, very nice. Actually finishing a full temple before most of the other runners, since Marco's heading to Stone Tower right now, and Shade will be following since Shade has just finished up the cutscene himself. Marco and Shade still very close. It'll be interesting to see who finishes first among them. Marco still has like a full minute lead though.
As well, so me and Chopper would have been close. I think me and Chopper were close at the beginning before I made that error. And
so there's a lot of really neat strats for climbing Stone Tower. We haven't seen a Stone Tower climb yet on stream. Generally, the way Stone Tower is climbed is there's a bunch of different puzzles involving 3 switches that move a pathway of 3 blocks over for you, so that you can like create a bridge, right, to cross back and forth across the temple. There is not a single time that you will see Marco here, if he does it the fastest way, where he makes the full bridge of 3. It's never necessary. There's almost always a way to circumvent it because these puzzles, I don't know what it was, whether they were rushed or just not fully thought through, but there's just alternate solutions to them that make creating the full bridge of 3 platforms unnecessary. So right here for this first one, he's just going to move 2 blocks over. This is actually the simplest one. He just moves 2 of the 3 blocks over. And the second block is close enough to a hookshot pillar,
nice,
so it completely circumvents needing the third one, which is a rather silly way of doing it, but it's just... What is he doing? Okay, Marco's doing something a little bit slower. He's using Elegy to remove a statue from one of the switches, and then he's going to ride this block back, which is actually not going to work. He's doing this wrong, I think. What's he doing? What? There's no reason to do what he did. I actually have no explanation for that. That makes no sense. Because he's just gonna play Elegy here, and that would accomplish the same thing. Okay, yeah, that was completely unnecessary. Everything he just did was unnecessary. Like, what he's doing right now is what he's supposed to do, but playing Elegy back on the block to
Genius,
remove
that's only
his
RTA.
previous statue
That's
makes no
different.
sense. It didn't accomplish anything. That's a little odd. So for this next set of 3 blocks, what he's going to do is he put a statue on one switch, and that moved a block a little bit, but then that block got moved by the other, like it got blocked by a second block, so he stepped on this switch, but he's not going to put a statue on it, because all that switch did was move the other block out of the first block's way. So now the first block made it all the way to him, right? And then he's going to hookshot up to the right, and step on this new switch that he brought over, or this new block, and then he's going to play Elegy to remove the statue from the first one, and then he's just going to be able to ride this block back. So as you see, like normally you're still supposed to create a bridge of 3 blocks, but you can just get on the first block and remove your Elegy statue and ride it back to where you need to go, like this. Pretty neat. He's actually going to do a similar thing for the next block puzzle, because again, there's 3 where you need to create bridges of 3 blocks, and you can actually skip the third one the same way by just bringing one of the blocks over and then riding it back.
Hit the switch. No, actually,
Fire Keys, lighting him up. He's actually on fire and his health is draining. It goes out, but
just to get it out
if you
for
don't
you.
move after you get hit by a fire enemy, it continues to drain your health. He might actually have an odd health amount now. Something not known about actually both OOT and MM is it tracks your health in eighths, in increments smaller than fourths. But only certain damage types do damage that way.
Okay.
Fire and ice damage deal damage in eighths rather than fourths. So you can't see them draining your health sometimes unless it's something that would update that. But
Could instantly hit you.
he may very well have an odd health amount right now. Like actually with a...
Okay, we're good. It hit
Well,
me,
and actually
but
never mind. He got the fairy, so it doesn't matter anymore. So he may have.
didn't-
And it would only really matter that his health amount is odd if he was going to go for the Death Warp in Stone Tower, which, considering he's been playing it fairly safe throughout, so probably
Oh,
not.
I can't go for the death
Probably
now
wouldn't have mattered.
after light arrows. Does have the fairy. Oh well. Guess I shouldn't set up for it then.
But actually,
Wait, wrong
Shade's
button.
Stone Tower
Doing it.
climb was significantly faster than Marco's. So he's actually going to be finishing it up very shortly. He caught up to Marco significantly in that Stone Tower climb. So these runners like continue to be really close. It's actually keeping it pretty interesting to watch these two.
Actually,
Very interested
I
to
just
see who
might.
will finish first out of the 2 of them. Because Marco's in the first room right now. Shade, just heading in right now. He's on the final block puzzle. Hits Stone Tower Owl for safety, I assume. He'll be heading in himself, so definitely keeping it interesting. One second, I'm actually going to update my Khadgar. It looks like we have 4 racers remaining. So let me make sure I have all of them on screen. So we got Amatsuru, we got Shade, we got Oxy, and Marco here. So Amatsuru is actually fairly far into Stone Tower. He's at a similar place where we joined Chopper. He's about to fight the mini-boss for the boss key. And he's jinxed, which means he's unable to use his sword, which is actually really bad. However, there is a small little... whether it's an exploit or just the way the flags are set, but if you play Song of Storms, it actually instantly cures a jinx. It's not known whether this is intended or not. It may just be too many things sharing the same flag. But Song of Storms would remove his jinx and allow him to use his sword to fight this boss. But it looks like he's going to break one of his sticks, but he needs to hold on to that other stick. He can't break it, and he did die. But does he have a fairy? He does. With that Jinx going, though, he's going to have to wait for it to go away. Unless the death removes it? Alright, I actually was not sure of that, if the death removed it. Apparently it does. Either that or the timer conveniently ran out right then. One of the two.
Let's have a back twin mold.
So that's interesting. Either way, he needs to hold on to that last stick. He wants that last stick from Majora, so he was not going to be able to break it.
I think.
Thankfully, he still has it. Jinx ran out, killed the boss. Be moving on. Meanwhile, this is the room in Stone Tower I was talking about earlier that you really want Chews for. In order to get a key in this room, you need to kill all the Armos in this room. And there are 2 Armos behind the sunblock. And without a Chew, you need to remove that sunblock to kill them. Or actually, alternatively, Deku Nuts can reach them if you stand in the right spot. But that's a little bit less well known.
I'm gonna miss those bumps.
Shade's still trailing behind Marco by about the same amount here. He's entering Mirror Room. If either runner messes up in Mirror Room, that could definitely create a larger disparity between the two. Shade missing the little jump up to the small key. It's actually a very... Because, like, you can see how high that wall is, actually. The Zora jump on top of that wall is a little tight. And then he's trying to do a backup where he swims in this corner. Just got it, but he bonked a lot.
What?
Now he's doing it again. He's having trouble with this backup.
Well, there goes 30 seconds. Just because.
Marco gets through Mirror Room, no problem. No issues there. The bows in that room can prove a problem. If they are, if they bump into you or push you out of the light while you're trying to chain it. It's Shade's turn to do the same thing. And something of note, there's a trick that Amatsuru could have done called Early Igor to skip doing all the things he's doing right now. So like right now he's spawning a chest that he's going to hookshot to, and then he's going to use the door nearby to reach the end of the temple. But you can actually do something called Early Igor, which is just a bunch of precise shots on an Igor from a weird angle that makes it difficult to hit him. But if you do, then he just dies. And he spawns a chest that you can hookshot to. But this, the route that Amatsuru is doing circumvents needing this trick. Only a little bit slower.
So I need to you ice arrows and stick.
And it looks like Amatsuru is actually going to go back for Giant's Mask. So similar to Chopper. Not going to use arrows on his Twin Mold fight. So he's getting the Giant's Mask chest. So definitely going to take a little bit of a safer fight, do what he's more comfortable with. Fire and ice arrows does make that option a little bit faster, but if you're not comfortable with arrows, Giant's Mask is also an okay option. Alright, and actually, Marco just completed it, but what you see here happening with Shade entering the Garo Master fight is one of the reasons I said that doing Great Bay Temple before Stone Tower is faster, just because you have ice arrows for this fight, in addition to having it for Twin Mold. By using ice arrows on Garo Master, not only do they freeze him, as you saw, they also do damage at the same time. It's not just a stun, it's a stun that does damage. So it lets you kill Garo Master in 2 cycles. It's very fast. Without ice arrows, that fight's generally 4 cycles. So ice arrows for that fight nearly have they have the time it takes. It's pretty good. And then having the bonus damage against Twin Mold is another good reason to have ice arrows for this temple. And Matsuru entering the Twin Mold fight. We'll see the Giant's Mask fight from him as well.
I like how I'm hovering around.
And, in the meantime, though, Shade and Marco... Shade had a very nice Garo Master fight. He's soaring out right as Marco is prepping to flip the temple. Shade hot on his heels still. And Shade is about to exit it and do the same thing. Shade hit the owl earlier, though. Is he going to soar to it? No, he's going to do the hook shot across. Okay, so Shade may have hit the Stone Tower owl by accident. Very possibly. Earlier, because there's no reason to hit it. Unless you're going to soar across to it, which is definitely a lot slower than what he's doing now, but... believe Matsuru has already started the fight. He stored his damage, and he's got a really good pattern off of blue here. Did you see that? Ramming right into him. Honestly, when you're using Giant's Mask, that's exactly what you want. He was able to essentially just get a one cycle on blue Twin Mold there. Get a couple hits in a row is all you need. Each Twin Mold actually only dies in 5 hits. It doesn't take that many. That was a very nice cycle on blue. He wants the same thing from red for a very nice fight, but it is RNG. So you kind of just hope for a pattern like that. Twin Mold doesn't want to give it to him. Twin Mold didn't really give it to him, so he just gave up and went for the tail. So it looks like he got 3 hits. He needs 2 more. 1 more. Looks like he should be able to get the hit there. Yep. So pretty good Twin Mold fight, all things considered. Like, Giant's Mask is a much more random fight than Arrows, because you do kind of rely on getting certain types of patterns, but he did get it from blue. So he may not have lost too much time to getting the Giant's Mask, honestly. He managed to get good luck there. We see Marco getting a key. So Marco is planning to also skip the early Igor trick that we saw Matsuru skip as well. Since you need that key if you want to skip that trick, since you need to go through the locked door. If you do early Igor, that key no longer becomes necessary. All right. Marco entering final hours. This is good. He's nearing the end of the temple. Is he going to play Song of Storms here to remove the Jinx? Let's see if he knows about that. He is. So he did get jinxed. He's going to remove it with Song of Storms. Only lose a little bit of time. Immediately gets jinxed again. That's unfortunate. That's really unlucky. So he's going to have to play it again. So once again, remove the Jinx. And notably, Shade right now is going for early Igor, and this is his first attempt. If he gets it first try, he might pull ahead of Marco, and he did. Just getting that trick, actually, assuming Shade makes no mistakes, would actually probably put him ahead of Marco, considering how close they've been. Because we've already determined Marco's not going for that trick since he got the key. And since Shade just got it first try, he stands to save a lot of time on Marco if he executes well. And that's the hardest part of this route. Marco not getting early Igor is going to mean it's going to take him a little bit longer to get to the boss room. So even though Shade is only just entering the mini-boss that Marco's in now, Shade's route is faster, and he will pull ahead more than likely unless he makes a mistake. Marco does have to look out. I actually don't know. Marco lost his fairy, didn't he? Unless he picked up another one. And no, he didn't. I've been paying attention to Marco. Marco has no fairy. This guy does 2 hearts of health if he hits you. Thankfully, he's fine. That was a little scary. But makes it through, doesn't die. He has fallen behind Shade now. And not only has he fallen behind Shade, like, in the present, but Shade also has a faster route. So, Shade is quite ahead of Marco by this point.
Guess I won't go for the bomb strat on Twin Mold since I didn't put bombs.
Yeah, in fact, it even looks like Shade's behind right now because he's behind in the chest opening animation, but he has Goron Mask on too, so he's just going to save time on movement right here. Yeah, Shade definitely has a fairly large lead at this point over Marco. It's going to come down to the Twin Mold and Majora fights more likely. Both of those fights definitely have plenty of things, plenty of RNG and difficult execution. So it's still either runner's game, but Shade has definitely taken the opportunity and also executed the route he's doing quite well. Now Shade skipping Giant's Mask, so he'll save time there, at least over the other runners. We actually do not know whether Marco will be getting Giant's Mask or not. And actually, Marco seems to be a little scared of his in-game time, so inverting. He is in final hours, but he has enough time to complete the temple, but I think he'd rather be safe than sorry. Moon Crash at this point would undo like 3 hours of work. With the optimal route, none of the runners have saved at all. since starting second cycle. Like, this is still the second cycle of the run.
Wasting time
So,
here, but
if the moon were to
just in
crash, it would
case,
undo 3 hours of
Twin was
progress.
horribly wrong.
Actually, similarly to Marco, Shade is inverting, worried about his in-game time as well. Honestly, both runners should have waited a little bit before inverting. Marco died, but that doesn't matter. Actually, it doesn't matter at all. He pushed the switch already. That's fine. He can hookshot. So that switch he pushed spawned a chest that he wanted to hookshot to. Dying moved him to the same room, just to a different place in the room, and he can still hookshot the chest from where he is. So this is fine. That death actually means very little, other than like a short little 10-15 second loss. Not that bad.
I only got him once.
Alright. So Marco fighting the Igor. I'm actually not sure where he's going to go. He didn't make it clear. A lot of runners will back up after killing the Igor if they're going for the chest, but he didn't like back up a ton. Oh no, he's going for the chest. Alright. So you have Giant's Mask fight on Marco's side and Arrow's fight on Shade's side. Arrow's fight is faster, but it needs to be executed well in order to be faster. It looks like Shade's having a little bit of a rough start here. He missed his shot.
I appreciate it.
Now he's lost track of Blue Twin Mold. He's got fire arrows out right now, so he wants to target exclusively Blue Twin Mold. Just like each Twin Mold is weak to the arrow color of the opposite arrow color of their color. So Blue Twin Mold being weak to fire arrows and Red Twin Mold being weak to ice. They both resist the arrow color of the same color. So if you use fire arrows on Red Twin Mold, it actually does half damage. And half damage of fire arrows, which normally does 4, is 2. And that's actually just the same damage as a normal arrow. Normal arrows in this game just do 2 damage. So your fire arrow damage on a Red Twin Mold gets reduced to normal arrow damage. Meanwhile, if you use the arrow type that a Twin Mold is weak to, it does 1.5 times the normal damage. So since fire arrows is normally 4, it does 6 damage on Blue Twin Mold. And each Twin Mold has 20 health, so that reduces the number of hits needed to kill from 5 to 4. Or in the case of Blue Twin Mold, since there's a bomb strat that you use on Blue Twin Mold most of the time, it's actually only 3 arrows on Blue Twin Mold, because 3 fire arrows is 18 damage, and the bomb that you use on him does 2, bringing it up to 20. Definitely saves a couple of necessary hits to use the correct arrow type.
There's your tail. Hello, Benendorf.
Marco has been struggling a little bit, but both runners really have been struggling a little bit with their Twin Mold fight. I actually think Marco had a really good Blue Twin Mold, and he's just been struggling a little bit with Red. Meanwhile, Shade has been missing a couple shots. In fact, Shade missed enough shots to the point that Marco is pulled back in the lead, despite him entering the Twin Mold fight after Shade. But Shade is right behind him, dude. We have a difference of about 10 seconds between the two runners. That is insane. So it's really just going to come down to the Majora fight. Oh, wait, no. Never mind, I'm a liar. I thought... Oh, I'm a liar. I thought Marco had killed Blue. My bad. I am an atrocious liar. For some reason, I thought Marco had already killed Blue. So, and he actually has run out of magic. Never mind. Marco's having a rather brutal Majora fight. Because he's out of magic and has to use regular arrows now. Shade actually has a fairly large lead in that case. With regular arrows, it's going to take 10 hits here to kill Blue Twin Mold unless he has some crouch stabs on him already. Matsuru about to enter the Majora fight. Shade about to finish this cutscene and then head to it himself, although he's actually like 4 or 5 minutes behind Amatsuru just because the cutscene is really long. And Amatsuru just finished it. And then Marco, only a little bit behind Shade, but Shade actually saved a lot of time with that Stone Tower Temple. He did the faster route with early Igor, and then he had a better Twin Mold fight too, which just furthered his lead.
Actually, you know, in Glitchless, you don't even have to get any of the Hurricaners either. I just wanted to get them all to.
There it goes. So Marco just finished it.
So I was actually gonna go for that one, but
He's actually almost exactly
luckily
1
for
minute
me, it
behind
was right there.
Shade with that twin mold fight. Just a little bit more than a minute. Meanwhile, we got Mr. Oxy chugging along. He's got just entered Stone Tower, so he's not that far off from finishing himself. But he's still got another temple to do. Meanwhile, we should have all the other runners finishing shortly. See how Amatsuru's Majora fight goes as he says hi to us, and I can't see now. The heck? See, he deserves this Majora he's getting for what he did. Majora got a chance to fly away because of what he did. He didn't stun him immediately, and now Majora's out of control. All deserved for taking the time to block my vision.
Yeah, I did just in case.
Majora finally stopped spinning. He still has yet to get him under control because Majora's actually being like really mobile right now. Majora doesn't always move this much. It's really random. But Majora seems perfectly content wasting as much of his time as possible. Finally gets the stun. Notably using fire arrows, which is really bad actually because you want to run out of magic by the end of this fight. Fire arrows uses half the magic that light arrows uses. So you do it if you want to conserve magic. But it's better to run out of magic by the end of Mask so that you can rapid fire arrows on Incarnation without doing an extra equip. Oh, but this makes sense. Okay, this is why he's using fire arrows. He's killing all the remains. So he's conserving magic, so he has magic for fire arrows against the remains. This makes sense. You should really have taken the opportunity, though, to reflect that laser. On this category, you have the mirror shield, so that laser can actually be reflected right back at Mask. You could have used it to deal some damage real quick. Like, there he goes.
Okay, so when I get to Majora, the arrows are onto my left, I think. So I need to equip Majora, my arrows.
Okay. Finishes him off with a Deku Stick Jump Slash, which is an interesting strat. Means he can't start the next phase as Zora, so he can't get the instant Zora barrier hit, which is again luck-based, but he doesn't even have the opportunity now. Since when you put on Zora Mask, or any transformation mask in this game, you lose any stored damage. So since he broke his stick, if he were to put on Zora Mask at any point, he loses his stored damage. So you can't put on Zora Mask to do that, basically. Since he does not have a stick to restore his jump slash, if he did. Incarnation's running around, not really maintaining control. It can be difficult. It's very hard to maintain control since you can't one-cycle Incarnation, and you have to get another stab after he starts running again if you want to restun him. Finally, we're about coming up to the end for Amatsuru. He just needs to stun lock Majora. Notably, he equipped light arrows, even though he's out of magic. Again, because light arrows, Wrath doesn't dodge those as long as they're on a C button. So we'll be using that. Wrath won't dodge. It's the final stun lock. Made even easier by the fact that there are no remains around to interrupt it. You should have this. Yep. Good run by Mr. Amatsuru. Finishing before Mr. Shade and Marco. I believe he's the fourth person to finish. Wait, we've had Bell, Chopper. Or is he the third?
Yeah, he comes in third place with a 7:31.15. About that.
Very nice.
And if I'm informed correctly, that was actually Amatsuru's first glitchless run.
That was his first glitchless run? A 3:36 is not a bad first run at all. It's quite impressive, actually.
So, at least he wasn't sure if he could do at all and wanted to only do OOT, so I guess it's his first run.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Well, good on him for doing it, and that's not a bad first run at all. That's a very nice first run, actually. 3:36?
chat.
Most people don't get that with their first run, so he's definitely capable.
Right now, they're not really used for anything. You can use them for.
Alright. Oh, we still have Oxy behind, working on Stone Tower.
Pretty much useless though.
But now with Amatsuru done,
Costs 10 rubies to do
very interested to see how we the Majoras of Shade and Marco go.
that. And you don't have.
They are very close to each other, but Shade maintains about a minute-long lead. Majora can definitely waste that.
One every
Majora can absolutely
5
waste
minutes, I
that
think.
if the fight goes poorly.
Yeah. Gives you one every 5 minutes.
But if Shade manages to keep it under control, then he should win.
Maybe
So
change
it's
that,
on Shade right now
because then Dempe
to have a
is
bad
gonna use
Majora.
that so
Majora
much.
is a little bit of random, has a little bit of RNG going on, but he shouldn't lose a minute unless he starts making mistakes too. Love you too, Amatsuru. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing your name right though. I'm so bad.
Oh, I broke 293 frames. No.
246 soon. Dang.
The frame
He's
drop.
already calling that he's gonna beat me. I'm gonna get a 246 first. Nice, nice. Oh my god. Alright. So, Shade just about done with the cutscene. He's about to enter the moon. Marco just started the final part of the cutscene, so he's got a little bit to go. So this is Shade's buffer period. It's his to lose if he wants to beat Marco and come in 4th place. It's really cool, actually, that these two guys have been running for 7.5 hours. They've been running 2 video games across 7.5 hour span, and they are a minute apart. Like, think about that. That's quite insane.
Okay, I
So
might
really-
I might want to add in. Actually, Shade messed up the first save warp in Fire Temple and lost 40 minutes.
Thank you for talking to the kid.
That's insane.
He messed up the save warp and just reset without saving, so he had to start again from Jabu Jabu. From after Jabu Jabu. After
That's
Hammer.
awful. I mean,
Yeah.
props to him for continuing that.
Yes.
Money to make more money.
That's
mean, he
insane.
doesn't
Like,
look
most
good
people,
either.
if they had done that, they would have just stopped. They would have quit. They'd be done.
But the
So.
Dempe command.
Yeah, his mindset is
Shade
pretty
got
insane.
through that, repeated 40 minutes
Oh,
of
wow.
gameplay to get here, and now he's a minute
wow.
ahead of
2 50s in a row.
Marco.
What is this RNG? There you go. I was looking for that one ruby. Maybe I should change it. That's a lot of 50 rubies.
We'll see how his Majora goes, whether he can keep it under control. Ooh, he gets his Zorafins out a little bit late, and Mass starts moving. Didn't quite fire those off as fast as he could have. If you get, like, the fastest boomerang fire, he, like, even the earliest Mass can move, he can't get away. If you're a little slow, the Mass can start moving and get away. He gets it under control again almost immediately, though, so. Not a giant blunder. Meanwhile, Marco opting to roll all the way to Majora Kid instead of Goron rolling. Costs a little bit of time, honestly.
Alright. Phase 2. Let's go.
He's also out of magic, so he's gonna have to refill with the pot in here, which is less than ideal, actually, because starting the Majora fight with full magic,
My tempo's
you
really
don't want that,
bad.
actually, because again, you want to be out of magic
Yeah.
by the Incarnation fight, if you can be. It's gonna have to use a light arrow or 2 to get rid of that, and that will be slow in the Incarnation fight. Meanwhile, Shade actually has enough magic for 1 light arrow, so he didn't waste it properly either. So his first arrow is gonna be slow, because now he can't fire another one for a few seconds. Incarnation is refusing to be hit. He seemed to have trouble getting him under control. Finally gets a hit. Walks to the side of Incarnation to not lose his stick, and then gets hit by remains. Unfortunate.
in the
Definitely
wall.
not
No,
having
don't
the
put
best
him
of
out.
luck with Incarnation here.
Then
But
my
manages to
Ruby
restun
invalidated.
him, so that was a
Oh, wait, no,
turn
it's only
right
by
there
2.
at least.
Never mind.
So now,
Alright, final phase.
for Shade to win, he just needs to get these
looks like
10
my
crouch
second one is
stabs, and
my
hopefully the remains don't
TV's
interrupt him,
done
and he can get it.
now.
'Cause that would secure his victory over Marco.
Much time. Oh great, one that remains.
There's a remains hovering right there. Oh, and he drops it. He was actually a little too late. Now, notably, he has not done enough damage for Wrath to enter his second phase. It's not like a cutscene or anything, but once Wrath has taken a certain amount of damage, he'll start using different attacks. Most notably a Beyblade type attack, which they target you and they interrupt your crouch stabs and get in your way. So with that extra crouch stab, he's now in that phase that Beyblade's swinging around and is gonna hit him, but manages to get the stab and does finish it off. Lost a little bit of control there, but got it back, but really before it got out of hand. If Majora gets more than one of those little Beyblades out, it gets really hectic really fast. But he only got one, and even though he got hit by it, because there was only one, he had time to crouch stab him. With the second one, it would have just followed up, and he wouldn't have had any time. Congrats to Shade. Finishes in 4th. 7:37:44. Meanwhile, Marco right behind, entering the Wrath cutscene. And get shot immediately. That is unfortunate. And gets perfect stun lock, not interrupted by the remains. So finishes 50 seconds behind Shade. Very, very close. In the meantime, we got Oxy actually not too far off from finishing himself. He's in the second half of Stone Tower, but he's the last one. Which, he's actually not the last one, because there were several people who forfeit, so nonetheless, he beats all those quitters. Oh, how dare they. But finishing a race this long with 2 different games, props to all the runners. Props to Shade and Marco, which they were so close for so long, made it very interesting to watch too. We will finish up watching Oxy, probably, and then we'll head out. He's got another 12 minutes or so, 12, 14. He's got to finish the rest of Stone Tower, and then his in-game time's a little bit early, but he should actually still hit final hours with that time before Majora. Can we do the jump slash? Nice. So of the people who finished, I believe we had Bell, who finished first, Chopper shortly afterward, then Matsuru, then Shade, and then Marco. We're going to have 6 people who finished above, I believe, the 11 who started? So over half. All the quitters, though. Oh, dear. Oh, and Oxy's going for early Igor. This is something not even a couple of the runners who finished before him did. See if he gets it. He got the first hit. Misses a light arrow. Still has magic for 2 more. But misses that one. So that's what makes that strat really hard, is the shots are a little bit precise. And if you run out of magic, you lose a lot of time because you have to go get more. Now, missing it that first time isn't that bad because he can refill his magic here. And then when he exits, he'll have a chance to do it again. But then any failures past the second failure waste a lot more time because then he has to re-enter that corridor again to refill magic. And at that point, there's no reason to do it other than to refill his magic, right? The first time, he still has to go fight the mini-boss anyway, so entering that corridor is fine. But any time after that, he really wants to get it first or second try, because then it starts wasting a lot more. The first time, he still has to go fight the mini-boss anyway, so entering that corridor is fine. He's losing control of the fight. He's now in kill range. Do not know if he has a fairy. This guy does do 2 hearts of damage. So if he gets hit, he's going to need a fairy to survive. But ends up being okay. Not sure if he did, but now a moot point, thankfully. Good on him. Now he just needs to... He does need to go for early Igor again, though, notably. So hopefully he gets it the second time. Because after that, he's just going to have to keep re-entering the corridor and getting more and more magic until he finally succeeds. But early Igor Does save enough over the alternative as long as you get it within the first 2 tries. If he gets it, it's very much worth it still. Oh, and he did have a fairy actually, looking at his pause menu, so he would have been fine. Oh man, we got the title updated. Yes.
Yeah, we finally got the title updated right before the end. So at least the WOD will have the correct name. Also, before we
We'll have
finish,
the correct title for when there's a giant Skyward Sword race right after this.
also, Trev, before we finish, huge thanks to you for just jumping in on short notice.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I actually didn't even know. I was just watching a couple people doing the race, and then Armageddon actually told me that you guys were looking for commentary. So I wouldn't have even been here if not for him. I didn't even know that you needed someone.
Yeah, it all got a bit out of hand today, so we had nobody for OOT first either, and yeah. But it worked out in the end, and it was great. So thanks again.
Yep. Glad you had me. It was fun. My voice is shot now.
Oh
I'm gonna
god.
go die.
Also, we will give Oxygen a bit of power and strength from the stream. Give me a second.
Dude, Oxy's got this. He's gonna own. I believe in him.
Give me a
He actually just got early Igor, so he's good to go. 3rd try. Not super bad.
So, let's make that a bit pretty. Oh god. Okay. Here we go.
I actually got a double of Oxy. Because Amatsuru hosted.
Oh god.
Nice. We need all 3 streamers to host Oxy, so that we have 4 windows of Oxy going.
That
all
would
at
be
once.
actually great. Although I might be able to do that myself. Let me see if I can do this.
Oxy's gonna be heading into Twin Mold himself. I actually was not paying attention. Did he pick up Giant's Mask? He's got a stick equipped. So
I wasn't
maybe...
watching. Sorry.
Oh yeah, he does have Giant's Mask. He'll be using that then. Another Giant's Mask fight. We'll see if he gets the RNG that makes that fight fast. Hopefully he does.
I wasn't watching. Sorry.
It's a little bit more luck based than an arrow fight. Another Giant's Mask fight. We'll see if he gets the RNG that makes that fight fast. Hopefully he does. We go for the guaranteed fire arrow shot. No, he's just gonna go right away, store the damage. Not go for that shot in particular.
Okay, so now we have 4 times Oxy.
Very nice.
This is so close. They are tied to the frame. Jesus.
It looks like Oxy just did a jump slash. This is a problem. He doesn't have stick jump slash stored anymore. He's not doing as much damage. He needs to take off Giant's Mask and restore Deku Stick, or else this fight's gonna take a really, really long time.
Also, I really like that Oxy is playing our stream on his stream, so we can hear you twice now. Oh, nice.
Oh, is he really?
Oxy,
Very
if you can
nice.
hear us, please mute our stream.
Wouldn't that cause like an infinite loop though? Because I do the audio and then it plays again on our stream because he played it, but then he picks it up again.
Yeah.
So it wow, that's gonna be bad. Really fast. That's gonna get bad really fast. Yeah, he needs to turn that off. Oh man.
Okay.
He's still got plenty of time. He's killed red. He's got his Deku stick restored. He's got an hour and a little bit over a half left for in-game time. That's plenty to kill Twin Mold. Because, I mean, right after he kills Twin Mold, he's going straight to Majora. So it may look scary that it's so close to Moon Crash, but this is the last thing he needs to do. So he's fine, as long as he can get this under control. He isn't inverted, though. I don't know if he knows he isn't inverted. Maybe he should invert if he's worried. The last thing he needs to do, so he's fine. I'm just going to let him know. Get this under control. Like, he can get away with not inverting, but it's how risky he wants to play. He has 1 in-game hour left. He can complete the fight in that time, and then get to the moon. But if he's at all worried, he should invert, and I think he's going to.
I actually feel like it wasn't even him, but another stream running in the background, still from another runner, so it should be fine now.
Yep, looks like we're good.
I forgot to invite.
Maybe he was watching someone else in the race who then proceeded to maybe host him. I don't know.
Oh, maybe hosted. He probably hosted us. So yeah, it should be good now.
So he's inverted, so he's now got triple the time. So with this amount of in-game time left, he actually has about 2 minutes to complete this fight. That should be plenty of time, unless he runs out of arrows. Now, if he runs out of arrows, then we have a huge concern. But as long as we don't run out of arrows, and he only needed 1 more hit, wasn't counting, but he's fine. He didn't even need to invert. How dare he waste time that way? Jeez. Jeez, what a waste of time, that invert. He would have made it. Oh, I don't know if anyone just noticed there, but there's actually a small glitch that happened. It doesn't like invalidate his run or anything, because it actually makes the run slower, and it happens automatically. But in certain cases where you take Giant's Mask off, the speed reduction of taking off Giant's Mask actually applies to normal Link. So normal Link, you didn't see him move that much there, but he had slowed down walking speed. He was running really, really slowly for a second as he went into the blue warp. That only happens on the Japanese version, actually. It was patched out in the English version, I believe. And then, actually, something neat about the Giant's Mask in and of itself, and this is why that occurs, is the Giant's Mask does not make Link any bigger. Link is the same exact size. Instead of just making Link bigger, Nintendo chose the much more appropriate option of teleporting Link to a different arena that's hovering 5,000 feet in the air above the normal one, putting smaller twin molds that share a health bar on that arena, lowering Link's movement speed, changing the camera angle, all to give the illusion that Link is bigger. Link is the same size. Everything else is smaller. And he walks slower, and there's a different camera angle.
That sounds too complicated for the cause, if you ask me.
With cheats, if you use a moon jump cheat, you can actually just hover from the the normal arena up to the unloaded smaller one that you go to when you put on Giant's Mask. When you put on Giant's Mask, it just translates you up to the smaller one, based on your position in the bigger one. But it's there all the time, just unloaded graphically, and you can hover up to it. It's just invisible.
Non, cutscene pour y aller, c'est déjà 8 minutes.
Il m'a mis 10 minutes, je crois. 10 minutes le dernier SP, toi.
Alright, so last thing for Oxy is just the Majora fight. His in-game time is fine. Clock Tower door is obviously open, only half an hour left. We'll be finishing that up. We got a cutscene ahead of us, though. Looks like he's picking up magic here, actually. And a fairy? And a fairy. Oh, man. Thank you very much for having commentated. It was fun.
I'm glad.
Voice is shot, but that's okay.
That's like your voice is short, my back is short, because I'm sitting here for 9 hours straight now. And didn't even stand up like once. Or maybe I did once, but... Oh god, my back.
You've been here probably for the full 8 hours pretty much, so... Probably before that too, so...
Yeah. I
Good
started...
job putting it on.
Yeah, I started working for the stream at like 3 hours in advance, so let's say it's 11 hours now. God. But it worked! Guys, that worked out.
See, I have tried that Vanendorf, and believe it or not, it correctly puts you in the right place in the normal arena. Or, like, in the Giant's Mask arena. It doesn't, like, move you, like, way up or anything. Or, wait, does it? Wait, I'm gonna do it right now. I have the game open. I'm pretty sure that's what it does. We're gonna try it. I got you.
That's true commitment, people.
I can try it. Well, I mean, he's in a cutscene right now anyway. He's in a 5-minute cutscene. We must find out
Yeah.
what happened.
That's true commitment by a caster, people. Trevor's testing stuff on the fly during the race. I mean, it's not getting better than that. It's just
I'm in
not
the
getting better.
Fight right now. Let's hover up, and then I'll put on the Giant's Mask in the smaller arena, where it's supposed to move you once you put it on anyway. I forget how long I have to hover up. It's pretty high. Like, when I said it's like 5,000 feet in the air, it's like actually accurate. It's pretty high. I'll be able to tell when I get there, though, because I'll see Link's shadow above nothing. There yet. It's pretty high in the air. Wait, I think I'm there? Okay, I'm there. So let's put on Giant's Mask and see what happens. What happens? Okay, so when I put it on in the smaller arena, when it put me in the smaller, like, it moved me up. I started in the smaller arena, but above it, so I had to fall down. So it tried to translate me up, but I was already at the smaller arena, so there was nothing to translate me up to, so I was just in the air and fell down when I got there. And then fell down into the smaller arena. So it still tries to move you up. But since there's, like, you're already as high as you can be, it just moves you up and then you fall back down.
Sounds weird enough.
I mean, that makes sense.
Well,
Makes
yeah,
sense.
I guess.
I didn't die. I didn't actually even take any damage when I fell. It wasn't super high. It's really weird. Like, I wasn't that high above the arena. I was a little bit above the arena, but not much.
Yeah, that's science. Pure
Here's
science.
the really small twin molds.
Attends, la dernière fois, Chopi il était tout seul.
The camera angle goes from, like, being above Link to below Link to, like, give you that semblance that you're being a giant without actually being one. And I believe his, Link's normal movement speed is, like... What is it? Hey, I have this written down somewhere. Link's normal movement speed is like 5.5 or 5.75 or something. Okay, Link's normal movement speed is 5.5. When you put on Giant's Mask, it goes to 3.5. So, not quite half, but not that far off. So it cuts his movement speed down quite a bit. Walking Giant Link is 3.5 units. Walking normal Link is 5.5. And actually, back walking Giant Link is 5.25. So back walking Giant Link almost moves at the same speed as walking normal Link.
So we are almost done here.
Yeah, he's just about to finish the cutscene. It's like Lax in OT. It's just a really long cutscene before the final boss.
Yeah, when we casted OT earlier, we were just making fun about not spoiling the light arrow cutscene and just.
Oh no, you can't. That's a big reveal. You can't. Spoil
Yeah.
that.
We just moved to the next set of runners when anybody reached the light arrow cutscene.
Good job.
Good times, good times. Alright. So let's wrap this up.
Alrighty. Last thing. Looks like he's gonna get like a 325 or a 3. No, this looks like a 326. Not a bad race time either. A couple of the racers who had like just really nice runs though got those sub 3s. Like sub 3s in a race are always really nice. For sure. So he's got 6 hearts. He did not lose his fairy actually to Gomez, so he should still have that. So he's definitely fine to go with this fight. Should have it under control. It's just how fast can he do it. Yeah. I kind of want to mess around with those bomb strats more that we were talking about earlier that Bella used. In Glitchless, they're actually quite viable because you have a lot of bombs in Glitchless. In any percent, you have no bombs at all. Do them. So like anyone with a background in any percent. And I think like the big reason that we saw the bomb strat from Bell and why it's more common from Japanese runners in particular is it's more of a glitchless strat because you can't use it in any percent. And more Japanese runners run glitchless and bug limit than they do any percent. So since more Japanese runners start that way, more of them are like likely to use that strat, whereas Westerners who are more likely to have a background in any percent do not they're not going to be using that strat really. Probably why, now that I think about it.
Okay, here we go.
Yep.
Final hooray.
Instantly gets control over Mask. Should be a solid first phase till the remains come out. Gets stuck up there though. Shooting him there is oh, but his fins double hit. Zorfin sometimes when they're swinging around hit twice. So he needs still needs 2 more light arrows because of that. He's still up there. He really wants him to come out, but he needs to ready the fins because now he might lose control. But Mask was nice. Stayed still. Pretty much. He's got him back in the corner. A big advantage of Mask being in the corner is that the remains don't shoot you. The remains can only shoot you if they're on screen. So if you don't look at the masks, basically they don't bother you. Obviously that's not possible with Incarnation or Wrath. Because Wrath starts in the middle and Incarnation just goes everywhere. So you really don't have control where you're looking on Incarnation.
Ah, ça c'était le bouton des fire des light arrows, bravo.
Tu aurais dû me dire, on est sur ces dates.
Ouais, bah j'ai spam Y.
Ça sert à rien.
Well, doesn't get the restun and gets shot immediately. Needs to get another lock on him. Gets it, gets shot again, and then loses his lock because he presses L again. He's getting beat up. He does have a fairy though, so he should be fine, but brutal. He might end up actually he might actually end up needing it. Incarnation isn't even giving him time to put up his shield because he's just shooting him from right next to him. Oh no, loses control again. Okay, this should be it though. He's nearly dead. Yep, 1 hit. Alright, all the remains are up. 10 crouch stab to end the run, finish the race. Just short of sub 8 hours too. Looking at his overall timer.
Yeah. Barely missed it. The sub 8 dream.
You gotta have the run back. Get sub 8 next time.
That's true.
Alright, he finishes with a 327 in MM and 801.06, I believe, overall. So congrats to Oxy. Congrats just for finishing. This race is insane, obviously. 8 hours of 2 different games sounds very tiring. Congrats to all the runners. That was fun to watch.
Oh god. What a freaking waste that was. Oh my god. We had 2 Forest Temple crashes in OOT. We had a missed safe warp that cost 40 minutes.
2 Forest Temple? How likely is that?
I don't even know. On VC it's apparently not that unlikely. But yeah, both of them like crashed and that loses like 17 minutes, so...
God.
Okay, so first place, Bell with a 647. Second place, Chopperman with a 704. Then Amaterasu, 95 Shade, and Marco. And then sixth place is Oxygen. Trev again, thank you so much for being
No
here.
problem, dude. It was fun. Definitely gonna go get like a drink and take a break for a sec though.
Yeah, also thanks to Numberplay for joining me up for OLT commentary. That's it, people. I will leave you with the ZSR outro on stream. I hope you like it. And then you will get a bit of music until I'm finishing the stream. So yeah, have a good night. It's 4 AM for me, so I'm glad to get into bed.
Have a good night, dude.
Good night. See you soon, people. La 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 la. Good night, people. I'm out. See you next time on ZSR.